Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon. Feeling good today. Feeling good. We're almost done here with training camp. It's about time to get this thing live. About time to see what this team really is made of. But you're not just tuning in for that, but for what was probably in the thumbnail. And that is, of course, the Seattle Seahawks this past week brought in Geno Atkins for a visit. And they never, not just a visit, but a workout. They ran him through all of whatever you run a defensive tackle through who's in his 30s. But it was encouraging for many of us in Seahawks fandom until we heard that he then, of course, left town, which if I'm reading between the lines, as you guys know I tend to do, I tend to read between the lines saying that there's probably a little bit of a difference in what each wants to bring to the table as far as money goes. I don't know if Seattle's out and out just offering the veteran minimum, but I would imagine it's probably a couple $1 million less than what maybe Geno Atkins is wanting. All that being said, it doesn't close the door on Atkins. All the possibilities are open here. It's a little bit like the KJ Wright situation, where I'd actually say we might be the front runner to land him, because though we're not necessarily willing to offer that money right now, if there's another team out there that's willing to offer him the money, but he wants to come here instead, and Seattle's willing to match that deal, you could see how it could play out like that, much like KJ's situation could play out like that. So I don't take it as necessarily the fact he's leaving town to mean that he's not going to be here. We've seen times in the past where players can leave town like that, especially when they're trying to grapple with being a guy. Look, you're a guy who usually used to be a frontline, high-paid guy. Now you're being kind of handed the veteran minimum deal. That's a tough one. That isn't the easiest to sign off on. Go, man, I'm going to make 1/5, 1/6 of what I made before. Again, this is why we see this a little bit with the KJ Wright situation. He's facing the exact same circumstances. But Geno is a much different player than KJ Wright. And this is the part we're going to dive into off the front of this show, is what you are getting from Geno Atkins as a football player. I've called him time and time again on this live stream show the Purified 3 technique. For those of you who watch Breaking Bad and you know the little method they put together, remember they'd get to the 97.3. If you watch that show, it was a big thing about how high they could get the percentage of it. He is like a 97.3% 3-tech defensive tackle. This is exactly what you usually want from the position historically, traditionally speaking. To bring him in even at his advanced age is to bring in a guy you don't really currently have on the roster. We have a lot of hope. I certainly have a lot of hope for Poona Ford. I think he will make a nice transition in over to the 3-tech role. But with that said, it's no certainty. And what we've seen through the preseason so far is that LJ Collier basically now just playing exclusively out of the 3-tech through the first couple of games, garnering a pretty good amount of snaps. And based on his ratings and based on my eye test for him, he's still not showing out. At this point, he is a prime candidate, in my opinion, to get cut. Now, Rasheem Green's another guy who you could maybe say, well, let's move him in on now. I know we've now renamed it to the Cheetah package. I sure liked the NASCAR before, but let's go Cheetah. You move Rasheem in on the Cheetah with a guy like Poona Ford on the side, but I think it'd be so much more better with Geno Atkins. When look at Geno throughout his career, this is a guy who's been historically very, very durable and healthy as a player. It's only been up until recently, of course, as he has gotten a little bit older, that we've seen the injuries start to pop up a little bit. But when we go back through time, this is a guy that you could write down for 16 games a season, year in and year out, year in and year out, meaning he's got a good level of toughness. He's not a guy looking to get off the field time and time again. And if you've got him on a rotational role, I would say, there's a good reason to believe that he'd probably be able to hold up and remain on the field. I think even last year he might have been able to play through that injury if he wasn't playing for the Cincinnati Bengals. If he hadn't been there in 10 years of, much like Carlos Dunlap before him, in this loser state where you just know every year you're not playing for anything but personal glory. You've got no chance of the playoffs, much less sniffing the Super Bowl. And so it's got to beat on a player a little bit. But when you look at him, the production is there specifically, and here's the key on this, specifically when he's played the 3-tech position. Because when this last new coach, who's not even worth me remembering his name because he's going to be fired tomorrow, when he came in there, he transitioned their defense over to a 3-4. But much like a lot of these idiot coaches around the league, they will come in and switch out their formation over the course of an offseason. They'll go from a 3-4 to a 4-3 or a 4-3 to a 3-4, and they won't actually bring in the appropriate personnel. They won't actually have a plan for that process. They'll be like, we'll work that down the road, we'll figure that out. We'll get that all figured out down there. For now, let's take Geno Atkins and we'll take him. Yeah, I know he's a defensive tackle, but how about we make him a 3-4 defensive end? And Cincinnati's run a little bit of the 5-2 stack fronts. They've done a lot more of the 3-4 stuff. It's put Geno over the last 2 years in a little bit of nowheresville, no man's land. That's the word I'm trying to say here. And that's put his production dipping down a little bit. And certainly the injuries hurt last year where it was almost nothing from a play standpoint. But he's a guy, in my opinion, who will have a lot left in the tank if he can be moved back to the proper 4-3 scheme that he played in the majority of his career. Because through his whole career where he was stacking up sack numbers like 7.5, 12.5, 6, 3, 11, 9, 9, 10, all that was being done from the 3-tech defensive tackle position. And the last season that he was playing in the 3-tech, by the way, truly in a 3-tech role, he had 10 sacks on the year. When I was talking about him before, I was giving him a little bit of credit for having that first quick step, quickness off the ball, and that was really what helped him. And that helps him out a little bit, but in reviewing the tape on him, this guy, and this is just all the much more back into that traditional 3-tech guy, is that he does it a little bit with that, but he's actually a guy who, he wins with leverage, but he's a guy with unusual power in his leverage. He's a guy who at maybe barely 6'1" and 300 pounds on a day where he's ate a couple extra slices of pie the night before. He might be into that range, but he doesn't get overpowered. In fact, he puts the power to the opposition. You see him time and time again with that bull rush, just walking guys back. And then once he gets those offensive linemen to really overset, to really play in and try to, I got to take this bull rush on head on. I got to put a punch behind this. I got to deliver this. And as soon as you get that lineman up on his toes, mooching forward, that's when you see the quickness. That's when you see him just bang, bang, bounces right around him and gets around him. And it's that stacking of strength with quickness, power. He can bring it all in his game. He can set a guy up from the inside. I would be really, the more I've thought about this as much as ever, on board with signing this guy. Even if you're getting up closer to what his asking price is, it's not going to be significant money. He's a couple years off that 10-year sack production. He's coming off surgery. I can't imagine this is much different than Seattle saying, here's $1.5 million, and him saying, I want 3.5 or something like that. So we'll see if something comes together with those two places, but make no mistake about it. Within a Coach Carroll's 4-3 under scheme, this guy would fit very well, and especially when you're rotating him in. He doesn't have to carry all those snaps that he used to carry with Cincinnati. This is a guy who could give you a level of production that I don't think Robert Condici can give you. I'm not even certain, really, that Poona Ford would give you the same type of production as a pass rusher. Certainly, Poona is going to be good as a run stuffer and probably a little bit better than Geno, but that's also where Geno comes into play. He's also a good run defender. This is not a guy with a whole lot of holes to his game, even though, again, he is a little bit of an older player. If we were trying to make him a starter and have him out there 70 to 80% of the snaps, maybe it'll be a little bit more off on him. But that's not what we're going to ask him to do, not with the depth that we have there at the position. So we'll see if Seattle looks and moves and makes a move there. But I'm all on board if we wanted to. The other news we got is Luke Wilson, longtime Seahawk, going back to the Legion of Boom era, signed with the Seahawks as he has multiple times before, but then quickly retired the next day. I don't know if it was his blonde tips. I don't know if maybe it was probably the complexity of Shane Waldron's offense. You're going from something before that was, basic math to now we're going to calculus as far as your understanding of the offense goes and the details and the nuances. That's going to hit a player pretty hard when he's already looking at camp going, man, they're already like 3 weeks in this process and I got to learn this on the fly. And really at the end of the day, I'm going to be gone the second that Colby Parkinson gets back after his injury. I'm sure Luke did all of that math, all that type of advanced math, came out the other end of it and said, why? For what reason? For a handful of a couple games, really, at the end of the day. So Luke retires, not a big shocker there. The Seattle Seahawks also made a trade here in the last week for a guy by the name of Jon Reid. Jon Reid out of Penn State. We do like to get those players with the last name of Reid, don't we? Now, I went back and did go and look at a little bit of this guy's tape. He is very, very similar, I would say, from a combine profile, just his athleticism, speed, all those metrics is you guys know I take a look at. He's very similar to Ugo Amadi. They're almost exactly the same across the board. I mean, down near right, same as him, same as Quandre Diggs. This is certainly a type that Seattle has slotted into, because when you look at him from 40, 10-yard split, 20-yard split, broad jump times, I mean, it's all pretty much there. This kid's got a little more of a vertical than Ugo does, but Ugo's got him beat on a couple of other little things like height. He's a little bit bigger. If you can imagine that, Ugo's bigger than this guy by about an inch. So you get an idea of how really big he is, and you also come back around to really why I'm going to be a little bit pessimistic on Reid, even though I know he had a good first day of practice, and that is the respect of he's carrying 30-inch arms, and he's smaller than Ugo. So that means this is not a guy like DJ Reid that you're going to put out on the outside. DJ would be, looming over this guy in a lot of respects. He did play in college on the Penn State tape, inside, outside. He did a bit of it both, so he's got that in his game. He's got really, really good athleticism that shows up on tape. Really fluid hips. He can turn and burn really well. He's got the smooth back pedal, all the natural things you'd look at in the corner position. He's a little bit of a loafer, a little bit of a lollygagger when it comes to if the play is away from him or he doesn't think he's going to be on the tackle, he'll just kind of give up and sit it down, which is always a worrisome thing when you have a read and react, rally to the ball defense that he's coming to. But when he is in space and he is asked to tackle, he does a decent job of it. He's capable of getting picks because he's very good about playing zone and keeping his eyes on the quarterback. So sometimes an attribute those zone guys will get lost in where they're just so concentrating on the player they can't look back at the quarterback. He can do that, which is probably what drew Carroll and the front office to him, being, it's a zone-centric player in college who also is able to watch the quarterback and kind of read things a little bit on the fly with what he's seeing the quarterback do with his eyes. So he's got a little bit of potential. He was just selected in the 4th round of the draft last year. I would argue a little bit of why he was drafted that high had to do with the fact that the cornerback room in last year's draft was exceedingly low. And we're looking at the performances of those guys across the board, at least in their first year. There were very few standouts from that cornerback class. It was just a weak group, much weaker than what I thought, frankly, when I was initially scouting him. And he's on the back end of that. So the expectation from my standpoint is that it's more likely than not that he fits probably more into the Nickerson role of last year, where Seattle really at the end of training camp made a trade for Nickerson with the Jets, offered a conditional 7th-round pick. That meant he had to make the roster with Seattle, I believe, after week 1 or 2 or something for us to give that pick over to them. So you would do the same thing here where you get him in for a couple weeks, get a look, see what he is on the field, let's see if he's a player, and if not, you release him. But you also have that understanding that 7th-round pick, though it's not a highly valuable 7th-round pick, you've already given up a 1st-rounder in next year's draft. Giving up that 7th-round pick in addition to it may be one where they look at it and they go, boy, I don't know if we like him that much. But it's probably also dependent on where Trey Brown's knee is at, because that's what's also driving a lot of this is Trey Brown's got something going on with his knee. And as we learned last year with Quentin Dunbar, who was also about this time, we were hearing something about his knee, and that thing just ended up causing him problems all through the year, and he really wasn't able to do much on it. Seattle may be looking at it going, we don't have a lot there at corner. It is interesting, though, they bring in a guy to the inside where Trey Brown's kind of been, I think, as far as I've heard with Cam, playing more on the outside. They bring in a guy like this to me who's more of an inside guy. You can't move him out at 5 foot, 8, 9 or whatever, and 30-inch arms. He's not going to be able to play on the outside, in my opinion. He's not that fast. He's like a 4-5 guy. So you're really not going to have him be able to do that out there. It's interesting, though, that they bring him as a slot. But again, final point on this, I don't think that we bring him back in the fold. That's going to be that in that respect of things. I will bounce over to you guys in the chat. Thank you for hanging in there. We've got a lot of new people, I'm sure. Just I've been noticing we guys subscriber count went up a little bit with last video I just did a couple days ago. If you're new here on the channel watching the live stream, I do get over into the chat, try to answer all the questions. I like to get out these opening thoughts, and then I try to almost go one by one through all the questions, as many as I can get through them. So if you are new and waiting on that, just bear with me on that. My last little part I want to talk about is the Ring of Honor. What does the Ring of Honor mean? Much like, what does the Hall of Fame mean? Is it the Hall of Very Good? Is it the Ring of Good Guys? Should it be something where you are truly special to get in there? I'll be interested to see where the chat lies on this one today, but where I sort of stand is that the Ring of Honor should be a place reserved for your Hall of Famers, yeah. And then for players who are maybe just a smidge, maybe a little bit below that Hall of Fame status. But far below the Hall of Fame status is where you're going to start to lose me. And I've got a lot of respect for Seahawks history as much as anybody. I think everybody on this channel can attest to that. But I also am understanding of, let's not make it mean nothing. Because if everybody gets in, it turns into a participation trophy, right? If every quarterback who just starts with the Seahawks is just guaranteed to get in the Ring of Honor because you were a starter for 5+ years, whoop-de-doo. I think Matt Hasselbeck had a really solid year with the Seattle Seahawks. I think it took him a little bit of time to get going, and he was only here for 9 years. I think it's great that he helped to get us to a Super Bowl, but I think much like I knocked Sean Alexander, I will knock Matt Hasselbeck here. And it's not even a knock. They have no control over it, but it is the reality of the situation. You had a lot of help around you. Matt, I sometimes give a little bit more room than I give to Sean because of the fact that Matt had guys dropping balls right and left. I've though long contended some of that had to do with Matt's ability to throw a catchable ball, and he would throw it with 110 miles an hour on a 15-yard slant, and it would get weird sometimes. And it wouldn't be always with the touch needed on certain throws. But him getting into the Ring of Honor, I'm a little bit scratching my head on. This guy barely broke ever 4,000 yards, even at a time when there was a lot of guys, his contemporaries, breaking 4,500 yards plus. He wasn't a guy who threw for a tremendous amount of touchdowns every year. He was a guy that you would think, okay, he's going to go 20 for 27 and 255 yards, 2 touchdowns and interception, or 3 touchdowns and interception, or something along those lines. He's not going to give me much as far as being a mobile quarterback. And he would get injured, and he would get flustered. And I like Matt a lot, historically speaking. But let's not overrate people in retrospect. And putting him into the Ring of Honor now with Jim Zorn, really only, in my opinion, Russell Wilson, as we stand right now, probably deserves to be there, in my opinion. Maybe that's a controversial one. I'll be interested to see what the chat's got to say on this one, but that's where I stand with it, where Russell's the only guy, in my opinion, deserves right now to be there. He is a Hall of Fame player. You put him in there. Even a guy like Dave Craig, maybe I can understand, because I think he had little more longevity than Matt, more statistical years in there, more of a time of being really good for one. But even him, I'm like, But let's bounce over the chat. Thank you, everybody, for joining me. Please, if you like what you're hearing here, please do hit that like button for me. I appreciate all of the new subscribers coming in off the last video. Hope you guys liked the mic'd up moment video. If you guys got any new ideas for the next video, I'm kind of all ears. I'm working still I've been working for about 9 months on this large int video in the background. I'll eventually get that one done. But if you got some other ideas for something you guys would like to see done, I'm playing around with a few notions in my head for the next kind of overarching video that I want to do. But I appreciate all of you guys for hitting the like button, like you guys have been doing, all the support you guys have, because we continue to blow up as a channel. I'm so close to 5,000. I can smell 5,000, folks. Also want to thank the members on the channel: Thomas Cox, Robin Hayhurst, Robert Pennington, Leland Kimball, Go Hawks 2021, Roxanne Roll, Phil Freeman. Hello, Phil. And Phil, I'm still working on that alternative site thing that you had mentioned for getting the videos posted to, so bear with me on that one. Ryan B., Mr. K, my brother from another, Barry Soy Toro, Spencer Smith, thank you for your new membership and being our commissioner in the new league. And hey, we just got Joey Mendez added to the crew. Welcome, welcome, welcome. You folks are going to be in on, get a weekly article posted out there. I hope you guys are checking it out on the message boards there. If you are a member, keep checking the community boards for me, because that's where I post those articles. I appreciate you guys joining up. Membership's growing, growing, growing. I love it. Also, Devin Martzall, Carvin D. Costanzo, and Emmanuel Mendahane, thank you for your patronage. I appreciate it, and I salute all of you. All right, I babbled for long enough. Let's bounce on over to the chat. Jace, how you doing? Saw your video the other day. Looking good, man. Keep it rolling. Chase, how you doing, Chase? Kay, hey, Bodine Litchfield. Brando, what's up, Brandon? Hope all is well with you, my friend. All is always well with me, but you know it's better when I'm with you guys. It's good already. It's already fine, but it's better now, You mad, bro? Hi, y'all. Hello, hello, hello. Batman fan 20. What's up, Batman? Geno Atkins needs to sign ASAP. Seattle, call him up. Bump that up. Say, we'll give you $1 million more. We'll give you $1 million more, man. Just let us put it as avoidable year to next year. I hope they do. I hope they do. I'm sure Seattle's a little bit hesitant. You look to a cautionary place like last year, and Gerald McCoy signing with the Cowboys was going to be their big 3-tech rotational role signing to fit in with the young guys. His kneecap blows out in barely a contact drill in training camp last year, and he was lost for the season. So Seattle is probably well aware of that with these old guys. Certainly we're seeing that with the Duane Brown negotiations, that there seems to be a little bit of ageism going on, which is, of course, incredibly ironic when you have the oldest coach in the NFL or near the oldest. Yeah, we got the oldest coach in the NFL now, so I find it funny. Jace, so we need to sign Geno and Sherman. I'm not opposed to either, Jace. You got me signing on both of those. Neither's going to cost a terrible amount of money. You still have more cap space available. So we'll see how it goes. Bash M, ready for kickoff this season, man, all the way from Georgia. Well, Georgia, Bash, hang in there, buddy. We are almost there. You can smell it. The start of the season's right there. I can smell the start of the season. The barbecue, the beer, popcorn, the bratwurst, right? It's all just, game day is almost here. And it's always, I love opening game for us because we usually get the 1 o'clock slot, or maybe we might give them God forbid, get a prime time game. So you get those early games, you just kind of sit there on your Sunday morning and just drink it all in. Cup of coffee, get yourself in that warrior spirit, that warrior mentality, especially if you're going to the stadium, right? Do what you got to do to get ready. But we're all there, Bash. I think this offseason's been a particularly long one, especially for me. Batman Fan 20, does anyone know anything about Ian Bunting, the tight end? I barely learned anything about Jon Reid, so he's going to be the next guy I'll take a look at a little bit deeper on Batman. I'll have a little bit of a report for you after the preseason game on our next live stream show. But another guy, much like with Wilson, I would be surprised to see him last very long here. With Colby Parkinson reportedly coming back much quicker than maybe they initially thought with that injury. Ahmad, how you doing, Ahmad? Good to see you on in. Why do I? Eskridge is looking good. Still worried about cornerbacks and centers. Two valid concerns. Why do I? And yes, we are getting word that Eskridge is looking really good with Russ. I thought it was encouraging when we heard even before he got to the practice field that he's been getting up early in the mornings, working with Russ on that chemistry. When you're a rookie receiver coming in for the first time, you don't have those multiple years of past years and all the practices and all the throws to build off of. So to jumpstart that a little bit, this is what you would do. And I would reckon that Russell's doing this a little bit on the heels of how he did it with DK and how he was able to get DK to hit that ground running. This is a place that we've got to give Russell a little credit for because he was certainly the one driving this. He was coming into, and now it's D. Eskridge, by the way, folks. We no longer call him Duane, which is good because that hyphen always was throwing me off. But now he's D. But to see Russell do this and take this bull by the horns, recognizing the fact that I need this wide receiver to be productive this year. I cannot just rely on all these other guys. Good, we got all these other guys. We got a pretty good crew, but I'm going to need this kid too. I'm going to need all that. And by doing this at the 6 a.m., getting out there throwing with him, that's what he's, I think, helping to move forward. We'll see how much impact it has come once the games actually hit, but he is showing out in camp too. And I think those two things go together, playing good in practice with Russ early on, throwing. Carl, how you doing, Carl? It's good to see you, buddy. He says, yo. What's up, bud? Bodine, getting Geno Atkins is the icing on the cake for our defensive line. Also, New England traded for a cornerback, Shaun Wade. Could Gilmore come to Seattle? Well, you guys know if you had followed me during draft time, I was as down on Shaun Wade as about any cornerback in this draft. I was as unimpressed as anything of what I saw in his film. I would reckon to believe, and I'm making a wild guess here, Bodine, but I'm gonna make a wild guess that New England potentially looks at moving Shaun to safety. And there was a lot of teams that saw Shaun as a safety because he was so miserable as an outside corner. He doesn't have really the quicks to operate inside as a slot, so I don't know if he would impact really the Gilmore situation. And again, I'm making some guesses here, but boy, I hated Shaun Wade's tape. I mean, you talk about the ultimate guy in a cover 3 scheme who lets everything happen in front of him. Only protecting over the top is all he will accomplish for you as a cornerback. Oh, and we've got to mention too, by the way, folks, how's Shaquille Griffin looking over there for the Jaguars? How is Shaquille looking the other night there against New Orleans? Did that look like $14.5 million to y'all? That didn't look like $14.5 million to me. Just preseason, I guess. But yes, Bodine, we need to get Geno. I think we are all on. I think pretty much everybody's going to be on board with that one. Why do why? And so much is relying on this new scheme doing well. It is. It's going to need to do well. Why do why? I think, though, that what you've heard from training camp is that, especially in reaction to what we've seen in the games, the starting offense has done much better than the backups that we've been playing out there. And I don't think that that's any surprise to any of us that you have all of your frontline guys out there in practice and they're sub-dominating at times, and then your backups are much less. That's pretty much probably what you would expect, especially when those backups are usually playing the opposite and ahead of them on the depth chart, being our 2s are playing the number 1s, and then when their number 2s come in, we're down to our number 3s. I'm not saying that we haven't looked good this preseason, but I think if you don't look at that as the main point of recognition before you start evaluating this team in this preseason currently, you're definitely going to be missing something. But yeah, I expect this scheme to hit the ground running, but you are right. That's also been why I've said Shine Waldron not only, I believe, is the biggest acquisition this offseason above any players we've added, but he has to be the biggest acquisition of any of the players we've added. And again, just to speak to the Jaguars, speaking of Shaquille Griffin, how did that Jaguars offense look with Bevel and Schottenheimer there? What were the reports back on that offense? I mean, you heard all the same things you heard about with both of those two guys here in Seattle off of like that one preseason game there against the Saints where, Lawrence basically just about had his chin torn off. So also a little bit of things proven out. This is just little tiny things. When I see little tiny things like that, and it's kind of like acknowledgement. Yeah, that's right. The old scheme was antiquated. I can't say the word. It was old. The old scheme was old and ancient. And the new scheme's the new young hotness. Okay, do you think Kyle Fuller is better than Posick? I haven't seen anything in his game to show me that, Kay. The coaching staff is really high on him, but I haven't seen anything in the... We ran a lot of inside... For instance, Kay, we run a lot of inside runs to Rashad Penny in this last game against the Broncos to my frustration. Inside. Was he getting any movement on those inside runs? Was he getting any push in his combo blocking? Now, granted, again, we had our backups against their ones, but until I can say he's better, I need to see it. And I don't have the highest opinion of Posick, but I need to see it. And Joey Mendez, thank you for joining the Hawks Nest as a member. I appreciate you, buddy. The truth is, I know I did GA sign. Oh my God, Geno. No, he didn't sign. Truth is, I know he left out of town. He came in, did a workout, looked great supposedly. Seahawks coaching staff liked what they saw, but he left without a deal. Joey says, I caught you live. We've been having convos and messages. Keep it up. Good shit. Appreciate the honesty on tough issues most fans don't want to address. Now, I appreciate that, Joey. And yeah, I talked anytime we got to do offline, hit him online. You're a member now, man. You're in the club. Hit me up. I'm here. But I appreciate it. I feel like we've been rolling strong lately. The chat's been going strong. We've been having some great conversations back and forth. And I think there's anybody that I got to give everybody credit. We've had over the last 2-3 months some of the harder type of conversations in Seahawks land you can have. The future of Russ, the future of Carroll, the future of this team. Are they going the right direction? Are they going the wrong direction? And we've looked at all these things, I think, with a very firm hand, not just myself, but I see it in the chat as well. And I got to give everyone props to being open, even when they disagree on it, to listening and hearing the ideas and having the back and forth. And that's part of what makes, I think, this channel at its best, in my opinion. But as much as you guys as me, and I truly do believe that. But I don't think anybody in here is scared. Nobody's shrinking away from any tough conversations. If there's something we got to talk about that's tough, we'll talk about it. Bash M just finished Breaking Bad, laughing out loud. I got the psychic thing going on with you there, Bash. Batman, we need Geno Atkins ASAP. It certainly wouldn't hurt. A Geno Atkins doesn't hurt a team. I'm ready to go on the Atkins diet. I don't know about you guys. I don't need those carbs. Jay says, I made and posted a video on my channel about Team 12s about Geno. I'll try to check it out. Jace. Ethan Tech World. Hey, what's up? What's up, Ethan? How you doing, man? Juice. I'm down with Geno. He makes the defense much better. Agreed, Juice. I mean, and it's a guy, when you look at an older veteran, that you do have a little bit of trepidation on signing because of that Gerald McCoy situation I was just talking about. Well, when you come back to it, it's a little bit like when I apply the willingness to sign a troubled player, a guy that might have some baggage he's bringing. And I always have those factors that come down. Is it just a one-year deal? Is it not a lot of bonus money so I can get out of the deal at any given time? Is it a lot of money? Is it a significant portion of the cap? When you go down these things in lines with Geno, I go, well, no. I mean, there's a little bit of, if you invest the $3 million, you're in the $3 million. You're not going to be able to cut him really at any time. But it's only that hit this season on this year's cap if it went that direction. That's a minimal hit for a guy whose upside could be 6, 7, 8 sacks for, the 3-tech in a rotational role. If you get that, I mean, that's money that you'll be perfectly happy with saying well spent. And again, too, I think the surgeries he had, it's the worry you might have on a lower guy coming off surgeries would be if it was lower legs. As I understand, it's more the shoulders, which are repairable. You can get your shoulders worked on and have them fixed. And it's, a guy that's been in the league a lot of years, and you need to get some cleanup done maybe, But his legs are still there and still fresh, and that's what really, drives his game, is the power that he generates out of those legs. Ethan says, I really hope we really sign Geno Atkins and then sit on what we have going into the season. Then a few weeks into the season, keeping our eyes sharp and ears open to snatch a good roster cut from a team. I'm open to all that, Ethan. I think we're going to get some, after this third preseason week, usually get a bevy of guys get cut. But like we've talked about here, there's a lot to be gained by keeping the flexibility, by remaining in a position of patience in that you're going to be able to get a much better player down the line potentially instead of jumping now and blowing your wad now all on one guy. There may be a better way to go with it. Carl says it was a heart problem with Luke. It could have been, and I know that's what he said with it, Carl, and maybe I'll take him a little bit at his word on that. The one thing I'll say with that, Carl, with the heart problem, though, that I'm a little skeptical with is he knew he had the heart problem before he came all the way to Seattle and signed. Right? So he already sort of should have probably have done that math. And it sounds like a good excuse, but that's the thing. Like, you would have just told the team calls you up and you're Luke and you've been thinking about this heart issue all off season. You're like, I don't want to play again because of this heart issue. And they call up and you go, hello, and say, hey, Luke, it's Coach Carroll. Why don't you come back and play for us again? Coach, I got a heart issue. I don't want to play anymore. But he waited to actually get in here and practice a little bit before actually leaving. That's why I bring up, Carl, the potential of it being a matter of maybe he was looking at kind of all that was at play here and doing a little bit of math. Go Hawks 2021 says, oh crap, it's Thursday, real late. Go Hawks. That's right. We're almost to Friday, folks. Almost to the weekend. I want to catch you right now while you're all excited for Friday. In a good mood, ready to hit that like button. Go Hawks 2021 says, would you like to see the Hawks wait on signing Geno Atkins till after final cuts? I'd love to see who is available. Go Hawks. Well, hell yeah. It'd be nice to wait. The one problem with waiting, of course, is that you end up in a position where he goes and signs with someone else, and you just lose out all the way on the chance of bringing him in by waiting. I would really want to know if it would be nice if we had a little bit more of an understanding of where the difference is money-wise, if it's a matter of it being $1 million difference. Would I want to wait for $1 million difference right now versus jumping on somebody right now? Jumping on Adkins right now, that's a tough one. I mean, if it's $1 million, I would sign him because, again, I imagine they're offering like a 1 year, $1 million deal, and he wants a 1 year, $3 million deal. I mean, at that point, just make it happen. I hope they didn't just do a veteran minimum on him because he should be making more than that, I would think. Even this late stage in the game, even with this little of people having any cap space. Chad says, if it was the heart, he never signs in the first place. Thank you, Chad. Ethan says, Mariners versus Royals in about an hour. I want to sweep. Let's get it. Let's keep it going. Right, Ethan? I think I saw a weird stat today about our Mariners. I know folks don't like the Mariner talk, but just a little bit, is that they had the most clutch team in Major League Baseball history by like a wide margin with this season. That's the way you get your fans back. That's how you get the fans back in the stadium. I'll say that. Carl says, I don't make it up. The news just reported. Look it up. Don't, Carl. You're 100% right. The news reported. Luke mentioned it in his farewell letter on Twitter. So you're absolutely right. I think they're being a little skeptical as I'm being a little skeptical that it was exactly that. Let me take you through this, Carl. You're a player who arrives on the scene, right? And you're an older player like Luke, and man, I'm only going to be here for a couple weeks until Colby comes back anyway. And then you're looking at this offense with all of these details in it and how you have to play every play and do everything picture perfect. And you're like, man, I got to learn this late in the game, late in training camp. I'm probably going to mess it up. I'm going to come out here and look like a fool for a couple weeks until they boot me off the team when they bring Parkinson back. So would he put that in his farewell letter? Like, I didn't want to just run this for a couple weeks. It was great with y'all, but if I'm bringing back, I want to be brought back. He's not going to put that in his letter. He's going to put, I have a heart thing that came up and it was a serious thing this overseas. I mean, that's easier and simpler way to, kind of just, it's a little more elegant, I guess, a way to leave. I appreciate that, even. Just watch the Mariners with the sound off, and you can listen to me. Luke Sims, Geno, Sherman, and Gilmore would all be good people to sign. And as always, Doge to the moon. There you go, Luke. There you go. That Doge mentioned. Couldn't hurt having all three of those guys. Your roster's better. Two of those guys, your roster's better. We'll see the stuff on Gilmore. I'm not as totally convinced as of yet that they're willing to move off from him, because the thing we do have to consider with Belichick is he's going to go for approach right now, right? Like he wants to put the pedal down to the floor and try to get on this year. He just saw his longtime, co-collaborator go to another team and win a Super Bowl while his team seemingly, obviously still sort of sputtering along in that mediocre state without Brady there. I think with the signings they made this offseason in free agency, do they want to give up on a player who just 2 years ago was a defensive player of the year player I know he's maybe not where he was 2 years ago, but I don't know if he's quite there. Now, again, though, Belichick has been a guy willing to sell on a guy a year early, even when he's got some productivity left. So that could be the case. But we just haven't heard any, Luke, reports on it. You don't hear anything. He is available on the market. Maybe he's out there. I know the Patriots run a tight ship, so you wouldn't maybe hear about that anyway. But that's the one thing now at this point making me a little skeptical with Gilmore is I almost would have thought he would have been moved prior to where we're arriving at right here in training camp. Juice, I think if we get Geno, that makes our unproven secondary better, which gives me much more comfort with the secondary. Besides, my only other worry is center. I've long said, Juice, and I'm a big proponent of it, is saying a front four that is ferocious, that play in and play out is constantly bending the pocket, generating pressure. That is a cornerback and secondary's best friend, and they can cover up a lot of problems in the back end because of that. Because you remove a lot of for instance, you remove 7-step drops out of your offensive playbook going into a game with that type of defensive front you're going in. We're not going to have enough time to get into a 7-step drops. So it's going to need to be 5, 3-step drops. You start to limit a little bit of the offense, which I just don't always say it works the opposite way with corner, especially in a zone system. It just doesn't always work the way of having great corners who can help out those defensive ends to get pressure. I mean, we saw that last year at times where quarterbacks would have 8 or 9 seconds to throw early on in the season, especially before we got Dunlap here, and it just wasn't awesome. That was a little bit brutal at times, but I agree. He would help out. He would help out, Juice, and he would give you a little more certainty too at the defensive tackle position. Al Woods can generate some pass rush. Brian Monet can generate some pass rush. Poona the fourth theoretically can transition to 3-tech and give you some pass rush, but Geno Smith absolutely gives you pass rush. Absolutely gives you pass rush. You Mad Bro says, do you think the Hawks will re-sign Quandre Diggs? A lot of people wanting to get paid, aren't they? Man, we are working our way through contracts. A little bit, I've been positive a little bit on the front office side of things to start this show. Let me just talk a little bit of negativity here. The Duane Brown situation, the Quandre Diggs situation. I know you had to wait to do things with Jamal Adams, and there was going to be all good things in the proper time with that. But landing at this point where you're in training camp with multiple players sitting in, I still don't understand completely what this concept means, but essentially a multitude of players, sitting in, and they want their situation dealt with a little bit. I don't know. It's a little bit annoying. I've long said the thing with that, you mad bro, is in signing him to a contract extension, you've got to theoretically think through what you're going to now do with Marquise player, because there's no pathway to him really getting out there at slot corner. There's now no pathway to him getting onto the field as a safety. I mean, if we're talking about at this point of looking at other teams across the league and saying, hey, you got a guy we like that we need at another position, like Juice just mentioned about center, and someone else mentioned about center, sorry, but a couple people mentioned center, I believe. You could go make that move at that point. You go to the Eagles and you say, hey, Eagles, we got Marquise for Jason Kelsey or something. And then you don't give up the draft capital and you find a way to, bring a guy on without at least giving up that. I know it's not always the most perfect, clean way. And believe me, we've got a lot of people that love Marquise Blair and love what his future could be here. But you're going to have to make that decision with one to the other, in my opinion, you mad bro. If you're going to move off from him at that point, unless you're just looking to have super depth here through Marquise Blair's rookie contract, I think you've got to kind of do one to the other. He's earned the contract extension. I don't know what you're looking at paying him at this point. He's heading into being 30 years old. That tends to be when these safeties and corners drop off pretty quickly. It's just the way the position works. So I don't know exactly what he's going to want to be, fully paid at. If he's want to be top of the line paid position at free safety, if he's wanting to make near, Jamal Diggs money, buy or play out this final year and call it. But I'm not paying you that money. You don't have that kind of impact on the game. I like what you've done. I like the player you've been. But I can't pay 2 guys in that. Here's the other thing, folks. Can we afford to pay 2 safeties, a position which analytics are telling us should be one you go more cheaper at? You want to pay 2 frontline guys at that position? And the analytics say you shouldn't pay it because their impact is not going to be as great as putting those resources into other positional groups on the defensive or offensive side of the ball or even receiver. So we get a little bit into some dodgy realms here with that, you mad bro. If I'm John Schneider, I tell Quandre I understand why you want to hold out, unless you want to sign a contract that's going to make this real amenable to us in the interim and long term while still giving you money in your pocket, as opposed to you saying, hey, I'm one of the best, pay me like I'm one of the best. we're not paying you like one of your best. So you can, if you want to choose the first lane, we can talk and have talks to that. But if you want to be paid all the way, you can play out this last season of your contract and test the free agent waters. And hey, we even promise we're not going to franchise tag you. How about that? We won't even franchise tag you. So I'd throw him something like that even, but I'm not going beyond that. If he's one to be, you can pay me $15.5 million on average per for the next 4 years. No, I cannot. No, I will not. We're not gonna negotiate against ourselves, right? No other team is paying you that, Quandre. Carl says, Robert Downey Jr. eye roll. Chase says it was a conditional 7th rounder, probably conditioned on making the 53-man roster. Yep, that's why we're related to last year in the Nickerson trade, is if we remember back to the Nickerson deal with the Jets, and not many people remember him being on the roster, it's because at the end of the day, that conditional aspect of it caused him to get ejected off the team, where Seattle didn't want to have to pay that 7th round pick at that point. So they said, nope, not you're not splashy enough for us to do that. Reid has shown out well in the first couple of days of practice, but I think that's something to take into account at the main point of thinking about him and where he's going to be out here. Carl Durney says, I'm good with Mike, but not good with Hasselbeck. That's where I landed with it, Carl. I'm completely good with Mike Holmgren. He established the winning culture that we live on today, that we're still is here. I know a lot of people think it began and ended with Coach Carroll, but it really started with Holmgren. There was a dip there with Mora for a year, I think, after Holmgren, before you got to Coach Carroll. But what Holmgren established here as a winning culture and what he learned at the foot of Bill Walsh is what has continued to bear on, and in my opinion, still has a lot of effect and echoes to this day. Like a rock dropping in a pond and gets out to the shoreline. It's I'm not taking anything away from Coach Carroll, but a lot of people forget about the fact he absolutely established that winning mentality here. He won division after division after division. In fact, I think he's got just as many division titles as Coach Carroll, if not even maybe more. But he absolutely, for that right, taking us to the Super Bowl for the first time in our history as the head coach. The team he assembled, because let's forget, with Mike Holmgren, it's not just that he was a master of the X's and O's and generating offensive production. It was that he put that team together. Ruskell came in at the end and added a couple of little sprinkles in there to get him to the Super Bowl, but it was Holmgren who put the core of that team together, who drafted Hall of Famer in Hutchinson, nearly a borderline Hall of Famer in a guy like Sean Alexander. Dale Jackson had a great career. He brought in that offensive line and customized that around and made it a super strength. Holmgren deserves it. And as well, when you read in a coach, I'm going to have a little more leeway with that too, because that doesn't mean that we have to take a number off the field. I mean, do we want to eventually be left with like 7 numbers? You're either 3. You're either 4. You're either 415 or you can be 53. Those are your number choices. What? I mean, it's kind of a little bit of a standard, Go Hawks 2021 says, why I do not think Earl Thomas should not get that. Not sure what happened to that guy. I'm not sure either. I think it's definitely a live wire with him, much like we saw with Sherman a little bit. Those guys are, they march their own beat for good and bad, not just bad, but good too, and sometimes the same thing that gives you the edge that makes you what you are as that player can also be the thing that cuts the other way too. I don't know. I'm not going to try to step into Earl's head or say I know anything, in the background of him. I loved him as a football player. I don't know if he'll get in either. I don't think he's going to get in at this point. I think he needed one more year to get into the Hall of Fame, one more elite year. It's going to be hard to get in the Ring of Honor just because of the way things ended here. I mean, just on some of the things going into the Cowboy locker room at the end, the flipping Coach Carroll off thing. That stuff may not resonate, historically speaking, very well. But he has a chance. Depends. I guess it depends on their standards at this point. Go Hawks 2020 says Ring of Honor, that is. I was surprised that Matt Hasselbeck got in, but I'm happy for him. I'm happy for him too. It's great. It's good that he got in. I do think, though, that this is a little bit of a, I don't know. Just I'd like to see it be more, I think, rarefied air for folks to get in there. Chad says, I'd be okay with Puna, Monet, Woods, Kimdiche, and even Hewitt. Showed some quickness on his sack, even if it was unblocked on the play. They also have a few guys at defensive end that can slide inside. Robert Nkemdiche remains a guy that I don't know what the injury is that he's dealing with. We needed to see him in the preseason. I don't know. Maybe he's showing out in practice and the coaching staff's seen enough with him. I'd argue probably not when you're bringing in Geno Atkins for a workout. So I would, Robert right now is a guy that I would say very much is good chance he's probably not making this roster at this point unless he really flashes in this next game. There's one more preseason game left. If he doesn't get out there and do much in this game, then, I don't know that he's done enough to make the roster at that point. If Robert could tap into that first round potential, I'd be on board with you with it, Chad. I just don't know if he's there. That's the one question with him. And I think Puna and Monet and Woods, they can do enough. They can get enough to get it done. But it would be nice to have a little more of a dynamic element there at play that you could add into that. And with Hewitt, I think he's a practice squad guy. Certainly has shown a couple of flash plays in the first couple games. But, he's got some good size to him, I guess. And to your point, a little bit of quickness with that size. But he's probably more going to remain on the practice squad throughout the year, I would think, more likely than not. Darren Bales, take out Russ. He is your best quarterback ever. Take out Russ. He's your best quarterback ever. No, Darren, I said he would be the only guy I would put in of the quarterbacks we've had in our history. Russ would be the only guy to make the Ring of Honor, for quarterbacks at least. Jace, Matt Hasselbeck was kind of the Derek Carr of his era. I've always gone to Kirk Cousins myself, Jace. Kirk Cousins has been my modern day comp to Matt Hasselbeck. I feel like they're just pretty much the same kind of mobility. Cousins maybe a little more with the deep arm strength. Hasselbeck maybe a little more with the accuracy inside of 15 to 20 yards. But similar kind of deliveries even in the way they kind of throw the ball just a bit. I don't know. Derek Carr, Derek's got a little more mobility though, and he does a little better with Derek can throw like back foot, everything else. Matt really, if he started getting too much pressure, he got antsy in the pantsy back there in the pocket. Ethan says, are your Ring of Honor? I think Mike is definitely deserving of it because he was the one who kickstarted the era we are in now. Agreed. You could say Russ and Pete did, but I think Holmgren did. Nope. That's echoing my point on that exactly. I think Mike started this ball rolling, and certainly Pete and Russ and Schneider have propelled it further and faster forward. But Mike had to take it from zero. He had to take an organization that had just basically withered on the vine through the 90s and re-bring it back to life. Doyle Robertson, how you doing, Doyle? Seattle will send Houston a conditional 7th-round pick in the 2023 draft, not 2022. I'm sorry. Well, let me fix that right now. Thank you for the update. I didn't know it was the 2023 draft. But let's fix that. It's the nice thing about this, Doyle, is we can do this right on the fly. Thank you for the update. It is fixed. Well, that maybe opens the door to a little more likelihood of him making the roster, and maybe we can say, Doyle, within that information, there's a little more likelihood that there's a little more issue going on here with Trey Brown's knee potentially than initially is maybe being let on, which is a little bit of my suspicions on this a bit. The truth is, I know it. Dave Craig? No. Yeah, I just said, I don't know on him. I don't know on him. Bodine Lynchfield. Chad says, I was a big Matt Hasselbeck guy, so I will remove myself from that convo. And I don't want to say, Chad, that I want to make it seem like I don't respect what Matt did here. Or that he wasn't one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. But that's maybe a little bit to my point, is if you're going to make the Ring of Honor, you should be at least the best at your considered, one of the best at your position at some given time in your career. I don't know that there was any given year that Matt Hasselbeck was considered one of the best at his position. And I do like him as a player, Chad. I just, Ring of Honor. I don't know. Bodine Lynchfield, Seahawks Ring of Honor is washed down as hell. Do they put jerseys up, prevent people from ever wearing that number? Yes. That's the problem, is when you retire these jersey numbers, they're retired. You don't get to give them out ever again, And I don't know, there's a lot of people clamoring for 8, okay? Or even Dave Craig's 17. But, you could start to get down there a little bit. Rush should be in it after that, honestly. I don't see if we were a mediocre franchise. Yeah, I mean, the thing is you've been a real young franchise too. If you look at across the board, how many people we've retired, and you compare it to a lot of other teams across the sport, we're retiring it at a way higher clip than other teams are. I think Tampa Bay right now has like a handful of guys in their history. And they've got one more Super Bowl win than we do. So I know they just won that Super Bowl, but we can't just point to it and say, well, we've been way more successful than they have. So we've had better players, and henceforth, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. We're putting a few too many in there, I think, a little bit. Life in Sports Talk with Jake. What's up? Is Seattle waiting to sign on Atkins till next cuts? I think they may be waiting to up their offer until the next cuts. Life in Sports Talk, that would be my guess on this, is that there's that difference of $1 million, $2 million between the two parties. Seattle wants that flexibility right now because if they sign him for their price, they've signed him for that $1.5 million, whatever they're offering, and it's this low ball price, they still get to fit that many more players in under the cap because they're sitting on Life in Sports Talk quite a bit of de facto cap space as we stand right now. They really are. It's just a matter of, how they're going to tap into it and how they're going to use it, which I think they're trying to remain patient and keep that flexibility for the golden calf that shall come down as a player that they didn't think would be available. Jeffrey A. Thistle. Jeffrey says, I hope I won't have to wheel out the grandma to catch passes near the end of the season. Could get grim. It's not a deep receiving core, Jeffrey, that's for sure. It's not a super deep one, and I've long worried about that. You know that on this channel. I would like to see another receiver. The nice thing is if we're talking about making a trade deadline deal and the type of players that are available, the type of position players that are available, we're talking a little bit about the center position. And Doyle Robertson, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome on into the membership, and thank you. I appreciate it. You're awesome. Threw me off on that. That was so cool. Is when you look at the trade deadline deals that are available, Jeffrey, you'll tend to see a lot of wide receiver guys that will be available. Not as many centers, right? Maybe not as many cornerbacks. So you can tend to have a little more of your pick of that, and maybe they're looking towards that a little bit more and acknowledging that. But I agree with you. It'd be nice to get another guy in here, a little more certainty. We still haven't seen anything out of D. Eskridge, and as you guys can see on my scroller below, two of the guys that were available at the D. Eskridge pick at the wide receiver position that were more highly rated than D. Eskridge, usually across the board by most pundits, including myself, were Terrace Marshall and Duane Brown. And both of those two guys have had some good flashes in this preseason. They've looked like high-round picks. And Eskridge might be better than the lot of them. He might be. But he ain't shown it yet. Jeffrey says, Pete for cornerback. I bet if you ask Pete, he's like, I'd be good for a couple plays in cover 3. I could play a couple of plays in cover 3. Would we be the least bit surprised if Coach Carroll said something like that? Drunk Squidward, what do you think of the preseason? Getting blown out every game is annoying, but DJ Dallas looks like he can be a running back 2 or running back 3. The preseason has been a little bit tough to watch, Drunk Squidward. I do come back to 2 numbers specifically in this preseason. The first number being 33. That's how many guys you rested in the first game. And the second one being 21. That's the number of players you rested in this last preseason game. When you're resting, and those guys are frontline guys, by the way. Those are your creme de la creme, the best of the best on your roster that you're sitting. When you do that, you're going to see some pretty miserable results, and it's been compounded, Drunk, by the fact that you've had a third-string quarterback playing the majority of your snaps throughout this preseason. So your second stringers are going up against first stringers with a third-string quarterback. I'm not really the least bit surprised that offensively we've not seen great results with that, as you are also implementing a brand new offense. I mean, let's remember with Alex Magoo, who we beat up on quite a bit, and rightfully so, but it wasn't like Alex was getting a ton of snaps this preseason in training camp, right? I mean, Russ is going to be eating up all of them because he's in a new offense, and then Geno, anything behind that, and this guy's going to maybe get a couple of crumbs. So it's not unusual that Alex isn't going to look good, but that's why it's a little bit explainable why we haven't looked as good this preseason. Your quarterback drives everything, especially in this offense, which is a West Coast offense. You know, the quarterback matters as much as ever. It ain't just a guy back there running around like a chicken with his head cut off trying to make magic happen. In regards to DJ Dallas, I have been surprised and turned around a little bit on him as a player. Most guys, when they get fitted into the box for me as far as what I see from him as a player and valuation, I kind of stick there. The place that I will get a little bit blind to at times and forget about, and I'll admit this, is the developmental process. Forgetting about the fact that these players do get better, that you do go from college where you have classes and you're not eating the best of diet. Many of them are on the fast food diet because it's the cheap diet. And now you get to go to an NFL program with all that comes with that, good food, the proper diet, all that stuff that works together. And that you're able to then take those steps forward as not just a player who understands the game better, but also athletically, physically. He looks physically different this year. He looks as physically different as a running back to this year off of last year as any running back I can remember in recent history, right? Because even a guy like Chris Carson looked good right out the gate. He looked good in his rookie year. And he's been about that player throughout his time here. But Dallas looks significantly better through this preseason. I like that he's got a lot of different ways that he's showing he can help your football team, special teams, pass blocking as a running back. Don't forget Drunk. He was the #1 rated pass blocker as a running back coming out of college. He can catch. He's a former wide receiver convert. But it's really that third down running back role that I lock into with him. Let him slide into that third down running back role. Keep him into that spot. You got your first and second down guys. I don't think he's still a between the tackles guy. I'm not still totally convinced of that. But I think he's really developing as a third down back, and I think he could be an actual benefit for us in that role rather than us just throwing anybody we can get back there. Actually having a guy that we can use and who can be a weapon back there in that role. Leland Kimball. What's up, Leland? He says, still at work, so I'm glad I caught your show. Smash that like button, everybody. Go Hawks. Yes, please do hit that like button if you could for me. I know it seems like a small, silly little thing, but it is something that helps this channel grow considerably. When you hit that like button, I show up on other Seahawks fans who are looking for this channel. I get more subs. This channel gets better, and I get one step closer to doing this full-time, 24/7 hours a day. But thank you for reminding me on that, Leland. It's good to see you. Drunk says, how about KJ Wright? Any sign of him coming back? We've heard nothing new on the KJ front of things. I don't think that that's a little bit surprising because my opinion on this has been KJ's looked at the situation and said, this is what I'm going to get paid, which is about $1 million, $2 million, probably best case scenario. He's probably made his peace with that, being that he still wants to play one final NFL season, but being that he's going to come back on the cheap, he's not going to go to a new NFL team, and he's also not going to go through all of the rigors of training camp. Okay, you can have me at your cheap little pittance of a price, but I'm not doing the 2 a day. I'm not doing the padded practice. I'm not doing the wind sprints and we'll warm up going back and forth 27 different days in a row. I'll come in last second. I know the defense. I'll get my body right. I know what I need to do to get my body right for the year. And I'll slide in and take over the Sam role at that point. Okay? How's that sound to you, Pete? Pete's probably like, yeah, that's cool. Whatever. All right. I'm of the opinion that's more likely than not the way this plays out. Because you look, Seattle's been surprisingly quiet about bringing other linebackers in, right? You lost Ben Burke-Irvin, and I know they might have gotten like a linebacker body to bring in, but they've not attacked it like we need a legitimate backup here now at this position like you would think they'd do. Almost like they're sitting on another player in their back pocket that they intend to bring in at some point in the process, which I think is going to be KJ Wright. Emmanuel Mendahane. Hey, y'all. I got out of quarantine tomorrow. What should my first meal be? Please give the stream a thumbs up. Well, I'll let, as the subscribers have recently learned on this chat, I am hugely picky and my palate for eating is horrific, Emmanuel. So I probably wouldn't be the best. I'd be very boring, like cheeseburger and fries. So I don't have a lot of good ideas on that. I'll see if I got one. I'm sure the chat's gonna have something way better than what I could give you as far as a potential on that one. And said, please do give this stream a thumbs up. And thank you for mentioning that too. Randall, good to see you, Randall. You finally get out of work, buddy. Ethan Tech World, continuing. I didn't fall in love with this team as much when Holmgren was around. More so at the end of the Hasselbeck era. I was scratching my head though. I got really excited by Holmgren at the time coming in. I was pretty still at that time, even a devoted fan, and knew what it was meaning now to bring a guy like that in. I mean, remember, this was coming on the heels of guys that you weren't picking through the best of the best as far as potential coaches go. Tom Flores had been, 17, 18 years removed from his time with the Raiders, who at that time weren't running exactly the most elaborate of offenses even in the 70s. He came on after you had Knox leave, and then you had, Erickson come in for our time. And Erickson had some, muddling results, but that wasn't Holmgren came in. He came from Green Bay. I mean, he took a team in Green Bay You talk about establishing a winning culture in Seattle and establishing a winning culture in Green Bay. Green Bay was nothing. You had Lombardi, and then you just had this dead period of just nothing but tundra until you arrive at basically the Holmgren era there and what he established there. I got excited from that standpoint. And Tyson Johnson, thank you for subscribing. You are awesome. But that's the same thing he did here in Seattle. And it wasn't the sexy thing of like what Carroll did with the bigger, faster, stronger, and you're going to see noticeably what we do on this field. Now, with Holmgren, it was more of, we're going to be detailed centric and we're going to run my offense with precision and I'm going to hand build this team just how I want with the imagination of my mind as I was thinking about it in Green Bay. It was all that a little bit of coming together in my opinion, but I have a lot of respect for him and what he did. And I'm thankful that he came here. He came here from Green Bay. It wasn't exactly, we weren't exactly the hot coaching spot to come to. Though I think Paul Allen probably just came in with a briefcase of cash, click, click, opened it up in front of Mike and he said, "Is there any questions?" And Mike's like, "Can you get my bike shipped here?" Ahmad says, we're going to re-sign Duane. I don't know that we're going to re-sign him. Let's wait to see what the contract bears out to. The word I'm hearing and what I post here in the scroller you can see beneath is sweetening the deal, which what they may do is add another year to his deal, which I wouldn't have a problem with. Giving him bonus money, lowering down the hit of this year's contract potentially. There's a lot of ways this works in Seattle's favor. Or it could be just sweetening the deal by giving him $1 million or $2 million more, saying, look, we don't have to do anything here, but we will because we understand the impact you've had and how good you've been. James Hughes, thank you for subscribing. James, you are awesome as well. We got some new subscribers in here, man. We're getting close to 5,000. I'm telling you, we must be about 40 away or something like that. So I appreciate it. Thank you, James. You are awesome as well. So with Duane, you go to him, you say, here's a couple $1 million. And yeah, okay, you don't want to pay a couple more $1 million for Duane, but the $13.5 million he's costing on the books, he's already costing. So it is really only at that point the additional couple million and you're taking off of the cap. And we're talking about KJ Wright being a couple million. You're talking about Geno Atkins being a couple million. You're talking about Richard Sherman potentially being a couple million if you really want to look at him. None of these guys in themselves are going to eat up all of that space. And the one reminder as well beyond this is, you still do have Russell's base. We have the $13 million plus the Russell base sitting there, right? It's both of them in conjunction. So Russell's base to bonus can be converted anytime. That gives you $23 million of cap space instantaneously. You essentially, at the end of the day, folks, you can sign Duane, you can bring in a multitude of guys. Seattle is not restricted in the least. It's just who do they want to push the button on? Who's the guy that they're targeting? And is it in the now or is it in just before the trade deadline, for instance? And I tend to think this is going to be one of those, hold type situations. Ethan says, but I'll never forget watching my dad, Hasselbeck, running alongside beast mode in that playoff game. I'll never forget it. I'll never forget watching with my dad. I read that as Ethan. I'm watching my dad, Hasselbeck. Is this Matt's son? Now I feel bad. Yeah, Matt was down there trying to throw a block for beast mode. I mean, he was down there right there with offensive linemen, and you got to give props to Matt in that thing. I think Matt that year was dealing with, I want to say he had like an offhand. Did he break his hand offhand that year too? I think like his left hand was broken, but he was down there trying to throw blocks. He even got in front of a guy. And props to Matt on that play, seeing recognize what was going on and getting down there. That was too one of those games where eventually I will do a great Seahawks moment video on that Saint game, on the beast mode, beast quake game. Not just for what it was with Marshawn, but because like with all those great moment videos, there's a lot going on in that game contextually. And one of the things that stood out was Seattle really threw the ball a ton in that game. And specifically, they ran more bubble screen in that game alone than they had all season long. And it worked really well with Matt. He was really able to do some things. And I just remember that might have been the best game Matt ever played as a quarterback. No lie. I mean, he was just slinging it that day. A good game to go out on, man. Good game to finish your career on with a given team. You mad, bro? I think we should re-sign Duane Brown and another center. I wouldn't mind another center. You mad, bro? Of course, the only guy in the market right now is Austin Leiter, former Chiefs center who does still remain on the market and who supposedly wants to get paid. But I'm with you on Duane Brown. I'd love to see Duane brought back in here into the fold for another year. It'd be great if we could have him for a multi-year deal because that's one less thing we've got to take a look at next offseason. In order to fix. If he's coming back for one more year beyond this, then we go, okay, well, at least the position's in relatively good shape. And there have been some recent centers who have played into their later 30s. Not a ton of them, but there's been some recent ones. Beyond balance, how many snaps do you think Russ is getting done Saturday? Hoping no Brown equals no Russ. Probably to your point on that, beyond balance, the number of snaps Russ gets is going to be commensurate with whether or not Duane Brown is out there playing. And if we don't see any Duane Brown, you're probably not seeing more than a couple series of play, really. They're not going to want to put him out there with Stone, Forsythe. By the way, folks, props to guys. I forgot to tell you guys this. Forsythe came into our guy, friend of the show, longtime friend of the show is D-Mac, and he does some financing down at Ford. And by the way, you need a car, go down to D-Mac, get a Ford. But he had Stone Forsythe coming in there the other day. So show you guys the picture here on the stream. See Stone in there with D-Mac. So I guess Stone got to see D-Mac showed him my scouting video I did of Stone Forsythe on my other channel, so it was cool. What was funny to hear from their interaction, though, D-Mac was talking with Stone, and D-Mac called me. He says, "What should I ask him?" And I was like, ask him about playing against Bradley Chubb. Like, how was it, doing against Chubb? How'd you feel? Like, you did pretty well. You held up well. And he asked him. Stone didn't even know who Bradley Chubb was. He went in that game just blind blocked Bradley Chubb without he likes to go to his offhand. He likes his spin move. He throws a club across your face. He's going to, no. I'll just go in blind. I'll just go in a top 50 player. I'll come in at blind and I'll figure it out. I'll just figure it out. I guess he was scouting the backup and thinking he was going to get the backup instead. But we're not going to see a ton of Russ in this particular game, I think, because you will have your, basically second, third string center out there at left tackle, and you're not going to want to put Russ out there to be, hammered, especially when beyond balance, you got Joey Bosa on the other side. Bosa's going to play snaps in this game. There is no fourth preseason game. Already historically, you're going to play a lot of your starters in that third preseason game anyway. I just think that that's going to be a risk assessment that Carroll makes, and he says, not worth it. Not worth it. Ethan Tech World, I saw on Twitter that Russ has been looking super sharp. That's what I'm hearing too. I'm hearing the offense with Russ at the helm, with the starters at the helm, with the front line guys at the helm. It's looking way better than what we're seeing in the backups. Just one of those reasons why, Ethan, I'm not getting really, really concerned despite not getting a lot of great results on the offensive side of the ball so far this preseason. P Money, I mispronounced it. I gave you an extra O. Says, I also remember Matt Hasselbeck throwing 3 touchdown passes in that playoff game against the Saints. Oh, P Money, he was, like I said, it's not an overstatement, and he had some great games. I mean, he had some statistical top-notch games, especially with Holmgren here. But that game, he was just on. He was just on. Every throw was right where it needed to be. He was going through his progressions right. He was hitting the deep throws perfectly. He made a couple throws. He made a throw to Mike Williams in that game up over the top. That was just a rainbow in there perfectly. He hit that one guy who for years was the slot guy for the Colts. I forget his name, who he was in at the end of the year there, just hitting the slot guy right over the top. He carved that defense up on that game. He absolutely did carve up the game. And it was one of those games, too, where I looked at it and I went, man, why didn't you run more bubble screens this year, man? That really does. Matt throws those well. Like, he gets the ball out of his hands. He's accurate. He gets in it. He throws it with some oomph. And the receiver usually gets in his hands to do something. And they caught the Saints in that game off guard by going to that style. But, he was still went on, still had a very good career even beyond Seattle. Went to the Titans, went to the Colts. Effective when he went down there and played in those teams. Jeffrey Thistle says, Pete's here to chew bubble gum and screw up our offense. And he's all out of bubble gum. He very well may be putting his fingers on. You never know with him. He likes to impart himself on that offensive side of the ball, Jeffrey. I can't deny it. Pete likes to put his hands on the offense. Beyond balance. So good. Darren Bales. Russ always looks good at the start, but how he looks after week 10 plus. Oh, no, 2012 after week 10 plus, he looked pretty good. 2013 after week 10 plus, he looked pretty good. 2014 after week 10 plus, he looked pretty good. 2017 after week 10 plus, he looked pretty good. What's really the common denominator over the past 3 seasons has been Schottenheimer. And Schottenheimer is one of the worst adjusters in football. And this is what I've said time and time again, a guy with good plan A, but he has no plan B. So you use to put this in simple terms, Darren, you use plan A through the first part of the year, and this plan A that you've molded this offseason is brilliant. You're catching teams off guard, and they don't know what to do, and what are they going to do, and how do they counter this? And oh my God, you guys are so explosive. And then it starts to go sideways because you've got no plan B, because the defenses make the adjustment, and you've got no adjustment to their adjustment. You're just sitting there as that offensive coordinator shrugging, going, but I had a plan A. But I had a plan A. So that's kind of put in simple terms of it, but it hasn't always been that every year of his career, Darren. There's been plenty of years that he's been even better once he gets past the Week 10 mark. Randall McDaniel says an argument could be made that the signing of Holmgren was the most significant in team history. You could. Because he established that working with a guy like Paul Allen in his checkbook, you with what Allen was giving you with the new facilities they were paying for, with the new stadium going into, with all he gave you in the background to help you as a coach and a general manager, that showed Carroll, for instance, the pathway that if I went to this organization, I can tap into that same vein of success because I've got those same resources at my disposal. I think you can make a strong argument to say that, Randall. You absolutely could. He absolutely could. Does Coach Carroll come here if there is no Holmgren? If we muddle through the early 2000s with who would have been some also-ran coach, that bottom of the barrel type, that would have been more, normally what we would have scraped for during that period. I'm trying to think of a name like maybe Jim Morris Sr., something in that realm. Like, does Coach Carroll still willing to come here because he doesn't have that same kind of I've got a blueprint to know that this can work? Ian Harper says, do you think we should sign Austin Ryder? Center is looking underwhelming for us right now. The reports that I get that he wants to be paid have me a little concerned with him, Ian, because I don't want to pay an average to below league average center upper wages. I was mentioning this with the Jaguars and Shaquille Griffin. Jaguars went out and signed Shaquille Griffin for essentially a guy that's at his best a league average player, but more likely than not, most of the time is going to play at a below league average level overall. That's not the way you smartly construct your roster. If Ryder's sitting there right now wanting a 1-year, $5 million deal right now, I don't know if I want to pull that trigger, Ian, because I'd much rather wait and go out there and trade for, let's say, Jason Kelce before the trade deadline, because I think there's a high likelihood that the Eagles start out very slow this year, that they underperform versus what they're hoping they perform at, and that they then look to do a fire sale. And if they do that, are you going to be much happier by waiting to go get Kelce versus pulling the trigger on Ryder now because it's a little bit being done in desperation? That I think that's the other part of it, is in signing Ryder now, you're doing it almost in that point of desperation, where I'd rather look to upgrade the position fully. But I understand the trepidation as well, Ian. It's right that most folks are gravitating towards that center spot going, this is a concern. Like, no, this is a really big concern. You're right. It absolutely is. It needs to be addressed. So one way or another, I'd like to see them address it, whether it's Ryder or somebody else. I'd like to at least my ceiling on the player I'm bringing in to at least be like league average is his floor to above average minimum as his ceiling. I'd like to get more into that realm of it. AFK says, can Russ finally have a season where he is only good in the first half or the last half of the season? Yeah, he absolutely can. He's going to an offense that's built within the scheme. The base design of this scheme is to adjust. It is to be like jiu-jitsu. You put your hand here, I put my hand there. You put your hand up here and grab this, I go down here and grab that and go this way. You pull this way, I go that way. Our offense wasn't designed like that before, and it sounds probably to many of you out there, well, it's very simplistic that you're just telling me a coach isn't adjusting. He's just continually hammering his head against the door and doing the same. Yes, that's what I'm telling you our previous offensive scheme did. But the new scheme, think about it from this level of it. You bring out the same formation over and over again. We're going 12 personnel here. We're going to run at 40% of our snaps, but we're going to run every different type of unique wrinkle off of that same formation. So you run out with that formation and you see that the defense, for instance, is closing off your rushing lanes to the outside. Okay, we'll hammer inside zone. Well, they start squishing onto the inside, as we've seen defenses do in recent years, where they take away our A gap, B gap runs. Now we can actually hammer to the outside with the end around, or the fly sweeps with the wide receivers. Whereas previously, right, we'd see Lockett go around for the fly sweep, the post snap motion, and you knew he was never getting the ball. And you knew if he got the ball, he was never doing anything with it. Well, now you're going to see guys like Eskridge get the ball, and that's something that he can do something with the ball when he runs those fly sweeps. And now you can start to challenge horizontally rather than just always challenging vertically. That's what our offense tried to do. We're going to challenge you vertically. That's what we want to do. We want to get hole shots. We want to get just big chunk plays all the time. Well, now you're incorporating other things. That allows you to adjust. Defense takes away the short stuff, you hit them deep. They take away the deep stuff, you hit them short. And again, this is very simplistic in how I'm putting it. We can get into further details of it if you guys really want to get into the meat and the bone on this one. But that's the way this offense now works, and that's not the way the offense prior was. Yeah, you know it's coming, but we're so damn good, we're gonna just throw it at you anyway, and you can't stop it. Try to stop it, and then they'd stop us, and we go, wow, they stopped us. Let's do it again. That's why I think it frustrated so many of us, because it was the definition of insanity. Sorry, I'm behind in the chat, but we will get. We'll stay with it here. You guys know how I do. Darren says, does Brown get his contract after Russ gets pounded in Indy? No, Darren, because Brown's not going to be doing this hold-in stuff once the season arrives. The point of removing the holdouts from the last CBA is that, maybe you get a team like Seattle right now, if they're feeling giving to you, saying, okay, yeah, you're not going to practice, but you're healthy, but it's not a holdout, but it kind of is, and that's kind of against the old CBA. But once you get to the season arriving and he's not playing, at that point you go, okay, we're now going to fine you. This now becomes a finable situation. You're under contract. You're the new CBA, which you signed as part of your union to do this, is in effect. And we always come back to on these deals time and time again. The word I always come to on this situation is leverage. Who's got the leverage ultimately? And you can look at well, Brown looks at it, and he's got leverage because he knows if he's not playing, then he knows we can't do nothing. So he's got leverage. That's simplistic. This stuff always requires a little more depth, in my opinion, a little more details than just one simple thing. That is a point of potential leverage, but then you come back to the new CBA, the lack of ability of holding out, the ability of teams to find then, the fact that there's not a lot of teams looking to pay 36, 37-year-old centers out there. Not a lot of, we can unpack that further and further. I don't think we have to, but no, it's not going to get to Indy. And AFK, I know what you meant on that one. And yeah, I do think you're going to see him be able to succeed into the second half of the season this year. Though, as I mentioned, 2012, 2013, 2014, 2017, that's at minimum. That's just off the top of my head. He's got minimum 4 years where he finished out probably stronger than he did to start out the season if we look at those 4 seasons. So he's done it before. And when we look at really why I think folks are really narrowing in on Russ in this recently is Russ's recent last 3 years of history under Schottenheimer as his offensive coordinator, the coordinator who I believe was, to a degree here, holding him back in his ability to adjust and still maintain that level of greatness throughout the course of a whole season. It's not all of it. I won't give it all onto Schottenheimer, but I think it's a big part of this. Dream Big Hawk. Hello, 12s. Hello, Dream Big Hawk. Good to see you. Devin Martzall. How you doing, Devin? Hey, man. I hope all is well with you. All is amazing with me, man. I'm doing great. Do you think we'll see much from our starters on Saturday? I'm hoping we don't see much. I want to see it. Just hate seeing players drop left and right. Go Hawks. I think you'll see a lot of guys out there. You're going to see pretty much the whole team out there to some degree. How many snaps we see, I don't know. We're in a new world now where there are coaches that are more and more embracing not playing their starters at any point in the preseason. As we've talked about a little bit before, it's the risk versus reward. It's how much are 30 snaps in a game worth to me versus, a week of snaps in practice where every week and every game, every day of the week, I'm getting him 50 to 70 snaps versus those 30 snaps in a game. And I can control those 50 to 70 snaps in practice with health. I can still get in the same amount of work as far as getting him prepared and ready for the football games. Maybe they're trusting more and more their training process and preparing those players. It's always a thing they say, well, you can never duplicate gameplay and what that does to the body. Maybe you couldn't, but we're also getting kind of further and further in this process. They ain't 1980s anymore in their training regimes. And maybe they can get a little bit further on to figuring that type of thing out and how to get the players better without having to put them out into the line of fire where you get a potential injury coming up. So you'll probably see everybody, but probably just a smidgen of everybody would be my guess. AFK says, sign Atkins for a 2-year, $6 million? Question mark? That's probably a little bit of a high price for me, AFK, given his injuries he's coming off of, given his age, given where we are at this point in free agency, because, again, there's not a lot of teams, I think, that are looking to pay him at that rate, have the money to pay him at that rate. what I would do AFK is a little bit of what Seattle's done this offseason in embracing the avoidable years on contracts. So if you look at Seattle, this is the first year that they've done about 4 or 5 contracts this offseason in free agency, adding avoidable year, spreading the bonus money out in order to bring more guys in underneath the salary cap. So when you look at Atkins, you could do, let's say, a 2-year deal, but the second year is voided. But you do a 2-year deal at, let's say, maybe you do it at $4 million and you give him $3 million guaranteed. Or something in that realm, right? But you get it down to where the cap hit this year is essentially about $1.5 million, while still finding a way to get $3 million in his hand. Now you push the cost a little into next year at that point, where okay, now you are taking a hit, but I don't have a problem with that because I'm in a go for it now approach, so I don't have as much trepidation about doing that type of situation. Doyle Robertson says, banner correction. On the Jon Reid trade, Seattle will send Houston a conditional 7th-round pick in 2023. Yep, got it there, Doyle. And thank you for your membership, Doyle. I salute you, sir. You're very kind for joining up on the membership, and appreciate the, you guys ever got a correction on that, send it my way. Or a bit of news I need to add. If we got to add something to the scroll, you know what I mean? Drunk, I heard that Jon Reid swatted a pass away from DK in practice. I have high hopes for him. He's a very fluid athlete. I'll say that about Drunk. He's very smooth as a cornerback back there. He's got some quickness, got just enough speed. Not really particularly the length stuff shows up. When you're short and you got short arms, and you're watching throws in college at times come in where he can't get his arms, at the moment of truth, he's a couple inches away from where the receiver is to make the catch. And it's not necessarily that the receivers generated a lot of separation. He's right there with the guy. He just doesn't have those long arms. This is why he would be a great example, a little bit of why, in my opinion, Seattle has gravitated so often to bigger, longer cornerbacks in most of their history under Coach Carroll. As he recognizes, especially within zone coverage, is that zone coverage, you're going to get a lot of those moment of truths where there's not as much separation because the player's reacting, and him having an extra 1.5 inches, 2 inches of length and reach to get to a ball can really a lot of times be the difference between the guy making the catch and having it knocked away. Brandon Browner was a big example of that, where Browner could be beat by a yard or two, but make it up with those go-go gadget arms and just his size and length and get back to the ball and just knock it away at that last little second with his fingertips because he was just so long. But he's good college tape, came from Penn State. It was already a 4th-round pick last year, so we're getting a guy, a conditional 7th-round pick in a year from now, who potentially has that talent in him. So we'll see if he's got something to his game. Jeffrey A. Thistle? Jeffrey, what's that? What's with that emoji, Jeffrey? Oh my gosh. Deb Peterson says, playing 21 and excited for 22. Waiting until I get my PS5, but more excited for the Hawks this season. Yeah, I'm waiting on some of the reviews with the 22 and 2022, so we'll see on it. I'm hopeful they can just get the graphics upgraded with this new system. It looks a little bit better, but we'll see. Let's see what's the score here. So we got our Hawks up in the second quarter here, 23-10 right now on the Colts. So the opening week of the season is looking pretty good for our Hawks here. We got Russ running it in. Oh, look at Russ. Just jumping in. Saying, I'll do it myself. Fine. I'll do it myself. But I'm looking forward to it too, Dev. I hope this year finally is the year maybe Madden gets it right. That'd be the good part, I'd hope. Carl says, my bad for taking someone at their word, laughing my ass off. Hey, look, Carl, I may be wrong. I'm guessing on this, so I could be just as much wrong on this, That's the one part I wonder with, though, Carl. It's like, you're going to make that whole trip. You're going to bring all your stuff. You're going to get set up to make that decision. Maybe he just got here and he's like, I thought I would be in on this, but I'm just not, which that's understandable too. I don't hold him against it. It's all good with Luke. Luke's awesome. Lorraine Jensen. How you doing, Lorraine? Is Jon Reid better, worse, or the same as the rest of our terrible cornerbacks? Well, he's not better than Nugo Amadi, Lorraine, who's pretty good cornerback on our part. He can't play on the outside, so you can't compare him really to our guys on the outside like Flowers, Witherspoon, or even DJ Reed. You're not going to play this guy on the outside. He's not tall enough. He's not long enough. It's just not happening. He's a slot guy only. I don't even think he's better than Marquise Blair, but this is just one reason why I tend to think that it's going to be hard for him to make the roster outside of Trey Brown's got this injury that's going to keep him down for 6, 7, 8 weeks or something, and that he's just going to essentially de facto take over Marquise Blair's spot while they're waiting for him to recuperate. They could be looking at it like that. But that's the only way to me he makes this team, because I don't see it there on tape from my standpoint. I wasn't impressed really by his Penn State tape. He moves well. He's got good awareness in zone. He does a good job of keeping his eyes on the quarterback. It's not horrific, but there wasn't a lot of flash either in what I watched. Darren says 1 week away from season and 31 other teams haven't signed Geno, huh? That's right. That's right. And you're never going to get 31 teams, Darren, signing Geno, right? Because all 3-4 teams out there, anybody running a 3-4 is not going to sign Geno because he doesn't fit in a 3-4, as evidenced by his last 2 previous seasons with the Bengals. So you take about half, 18, 19 teams off the board at that point. That reduces it down to that many teams that run a 4-3. And then have that teams, how many of those teams are looking for a 3-tech? The list gets much smaller at that point. And then of those teams, how many of those teams have any salary cap space to then sign him? This is how you get down to a very small list at this point in time for Geno, despite the fact he might still have a little bit left in the tank. Ethan, all right, when I said I didn't really fall in love with the team in the Holmgren era, that's because I was like 5 years old. I got into football a couple years later. Well, that makes a little more sense now. Chowder K says Raiders. Best of luck to you this year, Chowder K. You guys are in a tough division like us, man, so we'll see how it goes with you. We'll try to beat up on the Chargers for you tomorrow or in a couple days from now. Chad, he had a heart condition. He had a heart condition months ago. He said it changed his outlook on life. He knew about this condition when he signed the contract. He suddenly was like, "Oh heck, I forgot I had a bad heart now." I know where you're coming from, Chad. I know where you're coming from. It sort of tickled my. I don't know if I buy that thing either. So I get it. Tommy says, "Damn, 40 minutes late. Hey, better late than never, Tommy, and you're fashionably late. So it's all good." Tommy says, I missed the first part. I will go watch it later. Thumbs up or down on Jon Reid. Can I do that? Can I do the middle thumb? I mean, he's flashing in practice, which is good to hear, Tommy. If I hadn't heard he flashed in practice, just blind off the trade, looking at his tape, I'd say he's a guy here to make sure Trey Brown can come back off this knee injury. But there's not a good chance he makes this team. And if Trey Brown's healthy, he's not making the team. Demarius Randall is better than Jon Reid. Now, Randall's probably more of an outside guy, but even Demarius Randall's better than what I've seen from Reid. I wasn't blown away by the tape off the Penn State stuff I saw. The highlights look good, but when you watch the game tape, it's a little of... You're going to watch a couple other guys splash for Penn State like Micah Parsons, and Reid's just kind of out there, But he's a fluid athlete. I mean, he is smooth. He can move. He can change direction, back pedal, all that stuff, flip his hips. He's got all that to his game. There's nothing there that's restrictive. That part is impressive with him. Houston M says, you can be in the Ring of Honor without having your number retired. So far, only our Hall of Famers have their numbers retired. Oh, I didn't know that, Houston. Okay. That's kind of weird they do it that way, but okay. That's cool. That's cool. I mean, it makes it a little, okay. Good. Though I'm way more on favor with. Okay, you sign me up on it then, Houston. If that's the case, and we get to use still 8s and 17s and stuff because those guys aren't like truly, it never comes back, then that makes a little more sense, and that's a little bit better. Still weird that they do it that way, but I'm okay with it. YDY says, all these hold-ins. I know players don't like one-year deals. Injuries can happen any play. The cap is the cap, though, and not every player is in a team's future. I think there's a little bit too here of I get guys like Brown and Quandre wanting to get paid and earning it, and other guys have been earning it before. The part you got to keep into account with this a little bit too, though, is that the cap is down across the sport this year, 182 million or whatever it was like. It's not as easy to fit in these new contracts in at the moment, and it's not good for the players. Don't have to like it, but it's the reality of what everybody across the nation is dealing with to a degree. Nobody's getting a great deal right now anywhere at any point. So you probably got to they're going to have to make their peace with it at one point or another, I think, and without it being a significant amount of new money in both of those two guys' cases. Maybe Duane can get a 1 year a little extra added onto his contract, but even that I'm not so certain that Seattle's willing to do at this point or do very much on. Robert Josgen says, I want Geno so bad. I've been wanting it since the Carlos Dunlap trade. I can see why, Robert. I can see a lot of fans being like, let's replicate what we did with Carlos. And what you did with Carlos, and it's the new theory I'm working on. This is a new gestating theory, a little seedling breaking from the ground of my mind. And that theory is that you should look to target those players potentially, and it goes a little bit against what you might naturally think, which is going for players who might have been on a team where they're very good players, on a bad team, on a badly run organization that they had no hand in. And that you get a player who's been in that environment for all those years, who's been beaten down by that process, but still sort of fought his way through and grinded, and then you move him onto a team like Seattle and let him see what life's like in Shangri-La. And what you might still then be able to tap into on that type of player. Some untapped bit of production that still then remains there as they're now revitalized in their career a little bit. Revitalized as far as their love for the game. And I think you got that a little bit with Dunlap last year, and I think you could do the very same with Atkins. Cincinnati is not a great place. It's not a fun place to go out there and play. That ownership sucks. They just do. They're trying to turn a profit every year above all else, so they stack their cap down to the floor. So in the CBA, there's these rules, right, where there's a salary cap ceiling, the most a team can spend, but there's a salary cap floor too. That's the minimum teams must spend. So you have to spend a certain amount as an NFL franchise, and year out, Cincinnati hits that floor right at the bottom every year, leaving cap space oftentimes, rolling it over to go unused. You get out of that situation to an environment that's all about winning all the time. And now you're on a team, instead of having a lot of nobodies around you with a couple of stars here and there, you got some stacked talent here. I got some guys who can help me out. I'm not going to have to carry this whole load. Yeah, you should be excited, Robert. It's why I get excited for it too. Not going to cost you a lot. He's got some juice left in that tank. He's been played out of position for the last couple of years. Tommy says we could always go to an alpha numeric system, like instead of 11, you're A1. Well, it's that or the decimal system, but I think Houston might be onto something here with this, where we don't have to do the numbers. It's just that they put them in the Ring of Honor, but they're not the number. It's so weird. I believe you that they do that, Houston, and that makes sense as I think about that now, but I still go, it's still weird. It's still just weird. Drunk, sucks that much of the Legion of Boom are or were in hot water. Sherman's situation, Earl Thomas flipping the bird, and Brandon Brown are in jail. It's been a tough end to the Legion of Boom era. It certainly is. It's been tough to, Bobby Wagner's the only guy kind of gotten through it really to put his whole career here, and there's not a lot you can say about it. It's just a downer. It really is. It's one of the reasons, it's not one of the reasons, but is a reason that factors into, for me, kind of keeping Russ here and keeping through this end of this era and keep it going. Is it's just, man, if we had to see Russ leave next year on top of all this, what a just the heights of heights downwards to the lows of lows, watching all those guys leave just suddenly. You're just on the precipice of this great dynastic run, and then everyone's gone in the next moment. Brutal. Jeffrey says, if I don't see any starters in the first drive this week, I'm turning the TV off, going to play video games. I can't handle what we saw in the last 2 weeks. Leonard. Jeffrey, these have been tough games to watch. I'm not going to lie, by the fourth quarter last week, and I'm usually all in on these games all the way through, my eyes were starting to just glaze over and look away, and it's been tough football to watch. It has. It's not been fun watching, third stringers going to second stringers and second stringers. It's just, the season can't come soon enough, and frankly, I'm glad, Jeffrey, we only have 3 of these games. They took away the 4th preseason game, which is like, hallelujah, because that was always the crapshoot game. That was always the, let's let those backups play the whole game, and it's not, you're not even going to watch functional football, basically. Cutthroat 333 says, how concerned are you with our cornerback situation? Mildly concerned, I guess, Cutthroat. If I had to be honest with you, I'd put more of the concern to the center position. Beyond the center position, probably, so it would go probably center for me, wide receiver, linebacker, and then maybe corner by the 4th item. But the corner would actually be fairly deep down in my list of things. I think at any point in time, you can get something done with Sherman, for instance, and bring him back instantaneously if you really had to. I think there's other trades you could go out there and make if you had to. Whereas these other positions like a center, wide receiver, we'll see if there is. I think receiver will be available, but the center is going to be a hard one to get. That's going to be a hard get. But I'm not as concerned as others are necessarily, Cutthroat. I'm not. I think once you have a good pass rush going, which we haven't as of yet really this preseason outside of some flashes from Rasheem Green and Alton Robinson, When you get it across the board, I think that the corners are going to look much better back there than they necessarily have this preseason, though they played fairly decent in the Bronco game. There were a couple moments that got burnt here and there, but it was an improvement over what we saw in the Raider game where they were running a lot of vanilla coverages. Deb Peterson says, yeah, Lofa will get in the Ring of Honor. Well, I guess he's getting the Ring of Honor for not retiring the numbers. I mean, that opens up this just opens the discussion to basically a, cavalcade of players at this point. So we'll see a whole bunch of them everybody from the Legion of Booms getting in at that point, because you don't have to retire the numbers like you normally would as a team. Remember the time, 92. A shame he got cheated out of that Super Bowl. Would have been the first coach to win a Super Bowl with 2 different franchises. He did, and that is a shame. Remember the time, because it did impact him from the standpoint of, getting into the Hall of Fame and where he's measured out historically speaking. And the evidence of this is Dick Vermeil. I know Dick Vermeil went to 2 different Super Bowls with 2 different organizations, and much like Mike Holmgren, when you stack their careers up and wins and losses and how much success they had, Holmgren's got him beat right and left. Right and left. But Vermeil's getting in here on the Veterans Committee vote here now, and Holmgren's not yet. And I think that's where that Super Bowl, being stolen really does sting. That's where that impact really does show up, where a guy who should be held in more acclaim is just remembered as a really great coach and a good X's and O's guy. Whereas I know he turned around 2 different franchises with the environment he instilled. Tommy, I'd love the bald bomber, but honestly, this kind of lessens the prestige of the Ring of Honor. Clipboard Jesus could very well have led the 2005 team. Matt was consistent, though. Is that all it takes? I guess, Tommy, I'm like you. I mean, he was consistently good. It's like you have your great quarterbacks at the time and you have your league average quarterbacks at the time, and he was right about there. Great quarterbacks here, league average here. He was about right there. You're right smack dab in the middle between those 2 camps. Does that put you on a Ring of Honor pace? Not to me. Not to me. Ethan Techworld says, wait, so what about Dunlap? He's wearing number 8, or does the retired jersey take in effect the following season? No, as Houston was just mentioning, it does sound like in our Ring of Honor, that doesn't actually mean retired jersey. And so I guess only Hall of Fame numbers are retired with our Hawks. So technically speaking, you're in the ring, but you don't have a Hall of Fame. I know why it's confusing. Yeah, it's kind of confusing to me too. As P. Money says, the Ring of Honor members don't necessarily have their numbers retired. I think it's only 12, 18, or 12, 80, 76, and maybe 96 if I remember correctly. Yeah, you'd be right on that. Walter, Cortez, Largent, and the 12th man. I want to say, doesn't Easley have his retired too? Isn't Easley in? Leland Kimball says the entire NFC only has 4 wins this preseason. I'm not concerned about our preseason record. No, I'll never get concerned about preseason records. And if I do, you folks are free to slap me through the chat. Jeffrey says, poor old Mr. Magoo. It just wasn't meant to be with our man, Mr. Magoo, was it? Dan, thank you for subscribing, Dan. I appreciate you, sir. You're very kind, and you are amazing for subscribing. But poor old Mr. Magoo just wasn't meant to be for our man, Alex. You mad, bro? Do you think Eskridge will play on Saturday? I hope that he will really want to see him. I hope that will really see. I really want to see him in action. I think that's what you meant to say there, you mad, bro. Yeah, he's one of the guys I'm most excited in this particular game to see rolling. I really am, because I think that they're going to try to feature him a little bit and get him some touches, get his feet wet a little bit. He's a rookie who you're going to need to be productive come the regular season. You can't just expect him day one only to have to get going out the chute. So I want to see a couple fly sweeps with him, maybe a bubble screen or 2, a couple of those slants. That's what he's been killing, and not surprised, but that's what he's been killing in training camp is with the slant route. And when you go and watch his tape back in college, he was absolutely like Michael Thomas-like in his ability to get open on slant routes at will at times. I mean, that is his bread and butter, and it should certainly work well within a West Coast offense, which the slant route and the West Coast offense go together like peanut butter and jelly. So it should work really well, and you should see all those things featured with him whenever they do put him into the game. But I'd like to see it. Yeah, I'd like to see it. Jeffrey, Dunlap is better than Hasseled to Hoffback. Probably as far as careers go, you can make the thing that Dunlap's maybe had a better overall career. He's going to bust 100 sacks. I mean, that's a rare place to get as far as pass rushers go. Chad says Dallas will be a kick returner and third down back. Doubtful that they'd want to get him too many totes. Yeah. I mean, he's not the biggest of guys. He had his season ended last year due to injury. And it's kind of enough as a third down kick returner with the touches you're going to get, because you're going to get a lot at that point, right? I mean, as a third down back, you might get 25 catches, 30 catches in a season. Kick returning, you might have another, 30 kick returns, something like that. That's nothing for even the catches you get or for the rushes that you get as the third down back too. That's 100 touches in there, probably mixed in. That's going to be plenty for him, you know? Ethan Tech World says you are so close to 5,000 subs. So close. Let's see. We've had a couple added. Let's see where we're at, folks. I think we are getting close. We're getting close. Let's see what I got the range at right now. We'll see here. So, yep, 30 away. We're mere 30 away, folks. Woo! Almost to 5,000. Thank you to all the new subscribers. You guys are awesome. You're amazing. HB, how do you compare this year's team to the 2012 team? I don't think we're good enough at corner and could use more help on the offensive line to start. It's a good question. Solid question. My instinct on this would be to say that I think that the offensive line, and I know we had Max Unger at center on that offensive line, but I actually think Duane Brown as a left tackle is a better left tackle than Russell Okung. I think he's not hugely better, but he's a better player. You had games that year where you were rolling out not the greatest of guards. James Carpenter's had a long career. He's not had necessarily a great career of playing guard in this league. I think you're better with Damian Lewis at guard. So I think you're better at left tackle. I think you're better at right guard with Gabe Jackson over guys like Paul McQuiston that you were running out that year. And as much as people hammer a little bit up Brandon Shell's a better right tackle than Breno Giacomini was. So only the center position was better. Running back wise, Marshawn and Chris Carson. Yeah, Marshawn's better than Chris Carson, but I think with the depth you have at running back this year, Robert Turbin, Doyle Robertson. Thank you for subscribing, Doyle. I appreciate it. You're a member and you're subscribing. Thanks, man. I think with both, with you look at the running back position, while I'd like to, it'd be great if it was a little bit more. You look at the 2012 team and you go, Marshawn, Robert Turbin, that's not a lot of depth. You look at the tight end and it was Luke Wilson and Zach Miller. Well, you've got Disley, you got Gerald Everett, you've got Colby Parkinson. When you come back, you're three deep, which you weren't even really, you got a third guy on the roster, but not a Colby Parkinson-like talent as your third guy in that 2012 team. And from a receiver standpoint, you had maybe more guys in 2012, but DK's better than Sidney Rice. Tyler Lockett is better than Golden Tate. Dwayne Eskridge, we'll see, where he is versus where Doug Baldwin was in that 2012 season. I probably think Doug would be better, but you don't know. We don't know. So, I mean, that's just the offensive side of the ball. If you look at it positional grouping wise, you're better on a couple of those points than you were from the 2012 team. And where does that 2012 team on the offensive side of the ball have this squad? Now, defensively, it's a different game, right? They've got a beat better linebacker. The defensive line talent is probably similar, but we'll give the nod because it's more. We'll give the nod to the 2012 team because it was more. You had certain talent. You had the Averill, the Bennett types, the Chris Clemens, the Bruce Irvin, even coming in as a rookie at that point. No, you didn't. That was 2013. That's 2013. So you only had that year Bruce Irvin and Clemens. So you've actually got a better defensive line right now than the 2012 team. We can make the argument that the 13 team's better, but 2012, all you had was Brandon Mabane, Bruce Irvin, and Chris Clemens. Tim Schumi, thank you for becoming a member, Tim. I appreciate it. Man, a lot of new members, new subscribers. You guys are all awesome. So, man, I'm thinking about it now. I think you had better pass rush. You had better linebackers in 2012 because by that point you had KJ. You did have Bobby in there at that point as a rookie, but that was rookie Bobby. KJ was kind of all right, but then your Sam wasn't all that good. So, you almost could make an argument there with that too. Obviously, the secondary would have been better. But even that, you got Jamal Adams in the secondary, Quandre Diggs. The corners were better on that team, Browner and Sherman, certainly. But that's really the only positional group far and away you can say, in my opinion, that was better, that 2012 team, that particular grouping being just the cornerbacks versus this team when you go across the board as I'm breaking it down. So I wouldn't have thought off your first question with this AB, I would have said, we're not anywhere near the 2012 team. But in actuality, we kind of got them beat across the board in a lot of different areas. And that's not even factoring in the other place that we have them beat, which is special teams. We have a significantly better special team squad this year than we had in 2012. I know people love John Ryan and Hauschka, but Myers has got a bigger leg than Hauschka. More consistent. Well, not more consistent. Hauschka's consistent, but that's just because he's hitting 37-yarders on every kick. But Dickens is a better punter than Ryan. Maybe they're not significantly so, but somewhat so. Trey Smith says, you're the man. Thank you. No, you're the man, Trey. All you guys subscribing, some memberships, watching, hitting the like button. You are the men and women. Thank you, Trey. Says, thanks for doing what you do. You're one of the best in the business at what you do, and that's covering and reporting on everything Seahawks. Go Hawks. I really do appreciate that, Trey. I mean, when you guys say these kind of words, it just hits my heart right, man. And I try to do a good job for you folks and make sure I'm on my P's and Q's because you guys keep me on my P's and Q's. You guys are right there step for step with me on this stuff, which I love. But I appreciate it, Trey. Man, we're rolling. We're rolling that 5,000. We got the momentum going this year. I think it's going to be as good as ever, and I can't wait for what I got planned long term on this channel and where we're going to go with this is going to be awesome. So thank you. Jay says fish and chips with malt vinegar. Ugh, first meal is fish and chips with malt vinegar. That'd be a first meal? Not as a first meal. But Jesse Lund's on board. Says, dude, fish and chips with malt vinegar is elite. Oh, okay. Well, we got 2 votes for that. I think we got your first meal here. Jeffrey A. Thistle says the boneheaded endless screen passes from Holmgren still piss me off. Mike was really late on the screen pass game to implement it into his offense, and I think he was doing it begrudgingly at the time, and that he really sort of did. If he ever really ran it that often, I don't remember him running it that often, Jeffrey. Did Mike run a lot of... I thought I remember Mike... Okay, we're reconnected. We got disconnected there for a second, but we're back. Whew. Drunk says, a report came out hours ago saying Jaguars players aren't happy with Urban Meyer coaching. Are we surprised? Not really. No, I'm not really surprised as well. I think Urban Meyer's time there with the Jacksonville Jaguars is not going to be long for the world there. You know, when he did hirings like Bevel and Schottenheimer, and when he got our other special teams coach Schottenheimer, and he was like he's trying to replicate Seattle 2.0 down there in Seattle wet east essentially over there in Jacksonville. He had some wonders as to what he was exactly doing down there, and he didn't go to a point that was made this last week that I thought was a pretty salient point with Urban Meyer is that when you look through his coaching career outside of like Bowling Green, but you look at, leaving Utah and then Florida and then to Ohio State, a lot of his greatest successes have been at programs that had success before he arrived there. Steve Spurrier made Florida what it was really prior to his arrival there. He rejuvenated it and he got that program back on point. But, is he a guy that can just take from scratch nothing and build it into something? Whereas conversely, take a guy like Coach Carroll who went into USC. He had to take USC from a point where that program was at the lowest of lows over a 100-year period at that time back into a place of prominence. And frankly, it's dipped back below prominence since Coach Carroll's left. You can see him as that key factor there in that process where I don't know you can say the same necessarily exactly with Urban Meyer. Florida's still been a good program since he's left. Ohio State seems to be doing all right since he's moved on. Michael Crowhorse, he was with us. He was with us. Did I miss him on that, Michael? What's up, Michael? Diehard Hawks fan. Hey, champ, how important is trading for a solid starter or defensive back? I don't know if it's hugely important because you can not make a trade and give up any. You can hold off giving up any draft capital at this point and just go sign a guy like Sherman, who will be a fit into your scheme and could give you bare minimum league average play as a cornerback. Maybe he wouldn't light the world on fire. Maybe he's lost a step, but he knows the system. He knows how to stay within the pocket of it. He knows how to keep himself safe within the system overall. So at the end of the day, you could do that and not have to give up any draft capital to do that. I've long contended, diehard Hawks fan, that you're wasting going for the upper level cornerback in this scheme. And when you look at the last 10-year period and the fact that the Seattle Seahawks outside of like Walter Thurman when they first walked in the door have never given up a first-round pick, have never given up a second-round pick, have never drafted a third-round pick with the exception of Shaquille Griffin, a cornerback. They wait until the back end of the drafts because they recognize not only do they look for a certain type of cornerback that the rest of the league's not looking for, being more of the bigger, longer, zone-centric guy, but also because a little bit of an elite cornerback gets wasted in the scheme. You play off coverage a lot. Even when you play press, it's to go to cover 3 looks, to go to deep coverages. That doesn't require you to have a sticky man-on-man type cover corner. And it gets a little bit wasted if you get a lot of draft capital up, if you spend a lot of resources on it. This is also the reason why outside of Richard Sherman, we've not seen them spend a significant amount of money at the cornerback position. And even when Richard was signed after that Super Bowl year to the big contract he was signed to, there was a lot of internal debate within the Seahawks front office as to whether or not they should do that, if that was the smart way to allocate the resources given their scheme and given the type of cornerback that they were looking to slide in there. But if they did it, if they were able to bring good talent in, at this point, diehard Hawks fan, when it comes down to adding talent at this point, we've got cap space to use. We're sitting on $23 million in de facto space. Use the money. Upgrade the team. If that's KJ Wright, if that's Geno Atkins, if that's Stephon Gilmore in a trade, upgrade the team. By any means necessary at this point, use that cap space. Because making those couple extra moves will and can be the difference between you topping out this year as a one and done, as a team that gets in the playoffs and then bounced after this into the second round, or a team that it can actually get to the conference championship. A team that, God forbid, can actually go out there and win a Super Bowl again. That's where I want to get. So anybody out there at this point, you're not going to hear a lot of no's from me. There'll be certain guys I'll say no to, but there's not going to be a lot of, no, I don't want to go out that position. I'll hold certain other positions higher realm, but you get to the beggars can't be choosers realm of things at this point in the late process of the offseason / to the start of the season, where there's not a lot of players out there available. There's not a lot of trades to be made happen. You got to do what you can do. Make hay while the sun's shining, so to speak. Jeffrey says, I think the Seahawks head coach job is going to be fought over this time around. Our owners stay out of the way and don't fire coaches after a couple of bad seasons. Oh, it's going to be a destination location, Jeffrey, because whoever comes in here gets to build off the building block of Coach Carroll's player-friendly centric nature and what he's built here that you can build upon. You can keep things going in that same direction as you land here while bringing in your own flavor to the puzzle, so to speak. So, yeah, this ain't going to be the same as when Holmgren came. This ain't going to be the same as when Carroll came. We're one of the upper-level franchises in this league now. We're not the blue blood state yet. We're just on the outer perimeter of blue blood state, right? You got your Giants and your Steelers and your Packers and your Cowboys and their little blue bloodville. We're a little bit on the edge. We're on the rural part of town, but we're getting closer. We're getting closer with every successive year of success that we make undeniable the type of team we are, the type of consistent winning organization we are, and how important it is and the impact our fans have. They can't ignore us. Doesn't matter how much they think we're in southern Alaska. It comes to a point, it becomes undeniable. Kyle says, well, what do you think about every still saying we will finish third or fourth? I don't understand the hype on the Cardinals or Niners. Cardinals offense has been awful. I long have said I don't understand on any of those teams where people are really coming from. And I still remain that I don't understand. I heard a pundit today on the radio talking about how they saw the San Francisco 49ers as being a Super Bowl caliber team with Trey Lance running the show. That was the part that they were also building in, and Lance will be the one running this all the way through. You're going to make that crazy prediction that Lance is going to be the first rookie quarterback to get to a Super Bowl? That's how far these people are stretching with. There's not been one rookie on any great team that was stacked up that had nothing but amazing Pro Bowlers around him. There's not been one guy in NFL history as a rookie who's taken his team to the Super Bowl. But this guy's going to be the one you're going to predict that on? That is the truest of true outliers, the truest of true anomalies. That's not even Neo from the Matrix. At least like what the engineer at that told said, this has happened 5 times before. There's been 5 Neos before. This goes even beyond that. There's never been done once. But they're making those kind of silly predictions. And they go, yeah, but they got this Super Bowl roster and they were the most injured team in the history of NFL ever, has been ever injured ever. That can't happen again. I just don't buy into it. I'm not buying into the hype on the NFC West. I've suspected a little bit, though. I expect us to still be a very solid division and one of the best divisions. I wouldn't be a little bit surprised to see the rest of the division just a little bit this year maybe just a half step backwards. Just a half step. Not us necessarily, but when I look at the 49ers, their moves are built for the future, not for the now. When I look at the Rams, you lose 6 or 7 starters. You add one quarterback who's a marginal upgrade over the quarterback you had before, even just an upgrade over the quarterback you had before, but you lose 7 starters on the back end of that. That doesn't equal to me a better team than the year prior, where you didn't win the division, where you barely just got in the playoffs. And the Niners, and the Cards, what have they done in recent years in wins and losses to make us believe that they're ready to take that step forward? Yeah, they drafted a lot of talent. Yeah, they signed a lot of old names who are far past their best days. But what are we basing it on? And that's really the question at hand, Kyle, with these predictions from these pundits. What are you really basing this on? What is the meat of your argument why you so thoroughly are saying, this team's going to be better than that team in this division, especially Seattle, and they're saying third and fourth place when in 10 years, the worst record we've had is 9-7. How do you somehow sit and go, this is the year we're going to go 7-10 or something, which is some of what I've seen. With this roster this year, with all that's on the line, you're predicting this is the one? Nah, I don't buy it. But I don't take them seriously either. John Staff, Ring of Honor is hot for Hall of Fame dudes. The indoctrination really undermines the great ones ahead of Matt and has diminished credibility. Yeah, even if you're not retiring the numbers, in my opinion, you're still reducing the credibility with this Ring of Honor versus retiring numbers stuff. Ring of Honor should be retired numbers. Those things should go together, in my opinion. And again, yeah, to your point, I agree with you. It undermines the great ones by doing it. And that's it should be a specialized place. You Mad Bro says, Dallas reminds me of Leon Washington returning kicks. If he is anything like Washington, I'm excited. That guy was electric. He's got a little Leon to his game. I think Leon was probably a little bit faster, you Mad Bro, a little bit quicker. He had a little bit more of those, a little bit of open field juke moves in space that I don't know necessarily if Dallas has got as much to him in his game. But they've got their running styles a little similar. I can see their gait and the way they run is very similar. But he's got some of those elements to his game. He's got a little bit of Leon to his game. And I'm glad you mentioned that because that's really the last time that we had a true third down back on this team. He's been the most recent. Robin Hayhurst upgraded her membership to the Hawks Nest Ring of Honor. Well, you're special in my Ring of Honor, Robert. So thank you, Robin, for jumping on into the Ring of Honor. You're in a special state now. You're in rarefied air, but I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Tommy Eden says, I like that Carlson play where he faked being pancaked and jumped up for a touchdown in the Saints game. Such a wild game. That was the shades of a little bit of the Luke Wilson catch from Russell Wilson in the Packers game, right? Tommy Eden in the conference championship where Russell throws the moonshot that just Luke's sitting underneath. But yeah, Carlson came out on the play. Was it a fake kick? I don't know. That was a fake kick, but comes out and he does a cut block. They've taken out cut blocks now basically out of the game, so you couldn't even do this play again. But he does the cut block, falls to the ground, gets back up off the cut block, and goes into his route, and he's wide open for a touchdown. That's beautiful scheming right there, Tommy. You know what I mean? Dal Pickle Turtle says, everyone like and subscribe right now. Dale Pickle, thank you for mentioning that, and you're awesome. Freak Stomper, 49er fan in here. What's up, 49er fans? Diehard Hawk fan. Reid doesn't look like the answer. No, he didn't strike me as the answer either based on the tape I saw. Maybe he's taken some step forwards. Admittedly, he did just get drafted last year, so this is a young kid coming into this game. We got to acknowledge that a little bit. But I wasn't blown away by the Penn State tape that I saw. Certainly highlights will show you something, but when you go watch his tape play in and play out of the slot, there's some things on there that just make me a little dissuaded from thinking he's really going to push. Chris Snape says, could the Hawks structure a deal with Brown if he plays 80 to 85% of the games he gets an extension for 2022? There's never been anything I've heard of that happening. I've never heard of. There's certainly been markers put in within contracts where you play a certain percentage of the snaps and you get escalators that kick in. $100,000, $500,000, $1 million bonus if you play 80 to 85% of the snaps per se. But you wouldn't be able to do it, I don't think, with a contract extension. Maybe you could, just no team's been willing to do it. I think more likely than not, what you might do is give him the second year of the deal and then make it a little incentive laden. Where, okay, you play 85% of the games in 2020, like you said, 2022, it'll be at this spot. But we want to protect ourselves against injury because of your age. And so that's a little bit of finding a good compromise, which is what I think you're trying to do there, Chris, is let's find the middle ground here. We get you the extension, you give us a little bit of protection here, and we all can be kind of happy by what we find from it. That would be a way of doing it. That would be a way they could do it in that sense. But you couldn't do it necessarily as just the extension hitting in, or a team hasn't been willing to do it that way. Kyle says, I think if Waldron does great, he might be the next head coach when Pete retires. It's possible, but it's early, Kyle. It's definitely early, and we got to wait and see on a little bit to see if he's a good play caller, see if he's able to create a good dynamic offense, to tap into an untapped point of potential in Russell Wilson's game, help take Russell Wilson to yet another level in his game, dare I say even a MVP-like level through a whole season, which I think he potentially could do. That's a possibility, but I think it's definitely premature at this point to look at it. We got to see what the guy is first. We don't know how he is necessarily X's and O's, whether he can get the play calls right, whether he'll be successful in that front of things. And as somebody else just pointed out to Ethan, this is going to be a little bit of a sought-after job. You don't just have to go in-house to find it. There's going to be a lot of guys potentially who could be chopping at the bit, guys with a lot of coaching talent who will be a good hire here, off a little bit maybe of the question you'd have with a guy like a coordinator now trying to go to be a head coach. Ethan Techworld says, I had thought about Russ. You know, when he's moving around in the pocket and he runs in that little circle to fake out a rusher, for some reason I just love it when he does that. He's so good at it. He is very good at it. He essentially creates, the lateral movement before he gets you out of going forward, gets you going sideways because he knows he's going to be quicker than you sideways. He might not be faster than you, but he's going to be quicker than you. And that's the way he gets you going on it. But yeah, there's nobody who's been more magical. Even you can throw Fran Tarkenton's out, you can throw Lamar Jackson's out, you throw him in. There's nobody been more dynamic within the pocket and scrambling around in NFL history. And second place isn't even close, in my opinion. Stokely, thank you, P Money. That's it. Brandon Stokely, Hasselbeck hit him on a deep ball, and you're like, wow, Matt's throwing 50-yard dimes to slot corners up the field down the seam. Whoo, boy is feeling it today. Boy is feeling it today. That's when you knew he was like hot that day, because Stokely was 49 years old at that point and could barely run, and Matt had to put it right on the mark, and he beat the blitz, I think, on that play too. They were sending like a zero blitz, casino blitz. Michael Crowhorse says, yes, Dave Craig's number 17, Warner 28, Easley 45, Largent 80. One of my early birds I grew up with, Jersey, missed the Kingdome era. Wow, what a time. I started at 7 years old. We were probably about the same, Michael Crowhorse, we were probably about the same spot age-wise on that stuff. That's about the same timeline as me on it. So, yeah, we had 17 Craigs. It was 45. So I think we have retired 45 too, because that would be Easley. So I think he's been retired too. Joel Robertson says, quick note, I'm a retired Marine living in Okinawa, Japan, and you always keep me connected with the news and analysis as I'm a Pacific Northwest native. Love my Hawks, and keep it up. Semper Fidelis. And I didn't pronounce that second part right, Doyle. My brother's a Marine. He's going to slap me for mispronouncing it as well. But appreciate your service, sir. And thank you as well for being a member and a subscriber and all the stuff you do on the channels. Thank you. Very kind of you to say. You guys are always very kind. You guys get me like basically almost in a just smiling like an idiot after the show because you guys are so kind and just everyone's so nice. Jace, but thank you, Doyle. I appreciate it. Jay says, I don't know about anyone else, but I would take Bam Bam over Jamal, even though I know Jamal is better. Well, I like the way you put that, Jace. I've got in my share of debates in recent weeks about Cam and the way he's viewed as far as Jamal. And admittedly with Cam, it's hard to register his impact versus Jamal. Jamal will give you statistical impact. You'll see it in sacks. You'll see it in tackle for losses. You'll see it in total tackle numbers. Whereas I said last week, when you look at both of the two players between Cam and Jamal actually averages per game more tackles per game than even Cam, which that's supposed to be sort of the one real metric that you'd think Cam might have over the top of him. But I understand those that might say Cam, his effect, his impact is best measured not by statistics. And it's a hard argument to go against because you are arguing the intangible. You are arguing the leadership qualities he brings. You are arguing his physical presence and the intimidation factor that bore out against other receivers on the football field. Understandable. I can understand where somebody could come with that standpoint on it, and I can't begrudge it. That's for sure. Michael Grower says, Alexander the Great, I favor a little more than Lynch, and I have a few of their jerseys. I'm more of a Lynch guy. I mean, Alexander's got him definitely beat as far as total production is concerned. It's not even close in that realm in certain respects. I mean, Alexander's really got him outpaced. But as far as just production with Seattle, I know in totality they're actually pretty close as far as total yards with Lynch's Buffalo time factored in. But I just always wonder, Michael, of what Lynch would have been like running behind Walter Jones, Steve Hutchinson, Tobeck, Gray, Locklear. How would have Marshawn looked? Would he put up better numbers than Lynch? Similar numbers? Was Lynch the perfect back for those guys blocking ahead of him? I think there's some good debates to be had in that. Michael says those two were like stampedes of merciless buffalo. It's like the buffalo. Dunlap, Watkins, Ford, Hyder Jr., difficult, not impossible. They're tough. They're going to be a tough front. That'll be a tough front. Now you're going to be given some heartburn. You're going to have some sleepless nights from some offensive linemen during the year. I bet you that. Ethan Tech World, a bit before the season starts, my friend and I will start a Seahawks podcast. I'm excited. Helping a friend with a senior project while being in school, and it involves talking Seahawks. Win-win. Hey, that's how I look at it, man. You get me talking Seahawks, I do that anyway. I'd be out here just talking anyway. So you give me an audience and as well, hey, do it. And it's a great thing to do, man. I think you'll love doing it. You get a bite of it. It gets you in and rope you in. And I always recommend people, it's a fun thing to do, taps into a creative spirit. And if you find your right little niche on it, man, you can get rolling. Look at me here. A couple of years in, we're 5,000 subs and cooking. Daniel W., I'm not hearing any sound. Is this me or I think the sound cut off for a second, Daniel. I think it came back. Did my sound come back? Yeah, so I had a little bit of a disconnect, reconnect. Sorry about that, folks, but it bounced in and out. Spencer Smith, where do you rank the league's secondary with DJ Reid in 2020 form? A higher-end version of Akilio and a scheme friendly to his style of play and a healthy Quandre Diggs Jamal. Well, certainly you have one of the better safety units in the league. I think you're a little league average at corner at that point. So you've got two of the better safeties, but league average corner probably puts you at like top 10, right on the edge of top 10 status. A little bit inside, probably inside of top 10. So you're like 9. How's that for specific, Spencer? You got the 9th best secondary in the NFL. But it's really being driven by your safety play. Maxwell Stern says, Norton said the new Russ package is called the Cheetah package. The Rush. Not Russ, but Rush. Sorry, Maxwell. I mispronounced that. Yeah, that's what I've heard. It's now Cheetah, no longer the NASCAR. I don't know about y'all, but I like NASCAR better. NASCAR had just a kind of ring to it. But essentially, the Cheetah package, like the NASCAR, is built on this. When the Seattle Seahawks defense is rolling at its best, it's going to put two big, fat, big body one-techs down there at defensive tackle on early downs, on run downs. When you see an offense come out in I formation, two tight end personnel, you're going to see those big boys down there. And their job is to be a man wall, is to take up blockers, is to keep the linebackers free on the second level to come and attack. And so then what you do is on passing downs, you flip over, you take those two one-techs on the inside, you take them both off the field, and then you bring out two three-techs. That's how they've done it traditionally. I think you don't have to do that as much this year with Poona Ford, because Poona can, of course, he can be an early down and a pass rush guy both on both ends of it. But then ideally you'd be able to do a Poona with a Geno Atkins, right? That's how you'd like to, something along those lines of it, as opposed to Poona and just one of the Monet, or you're putting Rasheem Green in there. But that's now going to be the Cheetah package, I guess. So I've got to learn to start calling it the right name, even though I like the old one so much better. Ninja Dragon says, does Wilson play Saturday? And if so, is that the right decision? Ninja, I have to feel like if all things were equal and you were running the same offensive scheme that you'd run prior this year, they just wouldn't do very much of anything with him, I don't think. They're going to give him, I think, a little bit of a taste, though, being that he's not yet run live action here yet with this new offense, and you certainly wouldn't want him necessarily be the first game of the season, the initial moment that you're starting now to decide to let Russ try this thing out. You'd like it to have a little bit of like, let's try a few things out. I'm unsure of how they'll work, and we can kind of work on that in the next couple of weeks leading into the start of the first game of the season. So I would be very surprised if we don't see any Wilson at all. The one thing that is maybe my caveat with that, Ninja, is if you don't have Duane Brown willing to play, do you really want to trot Russell Wilson out with Stone Forsythe going across from Joey Bosa on the other side of him, even if it's only for a couple series? I mean, that might be kind of a little bit of a scary thought for Coach Carroll to run into, and he might just fall back on going, it ain't worth it. not worth it for me. I'll just take the risk that the offense is a little grindy to start out, is a little bit gummed up a bit to start out because of it. Fine. As long as Russ is running, I got Duane game one, as opposed to I don't have Duane right now. That's the one thing I'll add as a caveat. But I would expect if Duane even will play a minute or two that you're definitely going to see a lot of Russ. But hard to see them not even give him a little bit of time this preseason. Maxwell says, what's going on with Brown right now? Well, as I expected, Maxwell, when we were hearing in the Jamal Adams negotiations that they were not going to negotiate at all with Duane Brown, right? But they said out publicly, we're not negotiating with Duane Brown until after the season. And they were going to take this hardline stance right as they were in the heat of the hot heat with the Jamal Adams negotiation. And I've long contended the reason you did that is you didn't want Jamal Adams people looking at Duane Brown and saying, oh, you're signing him to a new contract extension. You're going to save a couple million on this new contract extension. Kick that extra couple million back over to us and we can get this deal done. So they wanted to get the Adams deal done first so that they could move on to Duane, save maybe the potential couple million on this year's contract to add potentially more players into the spectrum. It just never made sense that they weren't even a little bit open to that. So the worm is slightly turned here, where we're now hearing Seattle being willing to maybe sweeten the deal a little bit with Duane Brown, maybe add an extra year there to his deal. Suddenly now they're willing to renegotiate here when just a couple weeks ago we were hearing, no, we're taking a hardline stand. We're not going to do anything with him. So that's it's the fun part of negotiations with this stuff and how you have to really pay attention to it a little bit closely to know what's really happening and really going on. But I'm not surprised to hear they're opening that door back up with Duane. Aaron Hockey says Seattle needs to make this deal happen. Agreed, Aaron. I think you and I think most of the chat's right along with you on that. Aaron says Brown needs to suck it up and play. Well, he's going to play one way or another, Aaron. If they don't do the restructure, no matter what, he will play because it's holding out now is an impossibility for these players. It costs them $60,000 a day to hold out. And that's why you haven't seen one player across the board in the NFL this season holding out. This holding in thing is cute, but it can only last for so long before you're going to start to get fined, before teams, even if they've got a lot of patience for you, are not going to lose that patience. So eventually he will end up playing when it's all said and done, if that's the way it's got to go. But you would like to see them, I mean, even just to add an extra year to the deal here, why not? The guy's still playing at a very high level. He's a top 6 left tackle in the sport. They're hard to find. Why not? Maxwell says, I honestly believe Wilson will be the best quarterback this year. I love your optimism, man. I do. And if there's an offense that can bring him into that realm, this is the offense to do it. He's never had this many playmakers to throw to, I don't believe, outside of maybe that 2012 year, which even this group might be even a little bit better than that. It's as good an offensive line as he's ever had in front of him. The pieces are in play for him to succeed as well as he's ever succeeded. Could it be a little bit better? Could the center position be a little bit better? Yeah. Would it have been nicer to buff it up even a little bit more on that front end? Maybe get a better right tackle? Yeah. But is it still a pretty solid group, especially when you look at this group with recent history? There's no Luke Jokel on this offensive line. Who's that? There was that center we started one year in the first game, Novak. There's no Novak on this offensive line. Maybe Fuller is your Novak. Drew Novak, who started for us at center, I think, a couple games. You're not in that same place. So I'm a little more, he's got a chance to do it, man. He's got all the pieces on the board are aligned for Russell to jump forward this year and take advantage of it. Will he? It is all dependent on how well he acclimates to this brand new offense. And if he's able to really take to it and what it's going to ask him to do and the different things it's going to ask him to do versus what he's been doing for the last 10 years prior. Ninja Dragon says, I think they can add one more year, but that's the best he can hope for. To me, that's the realistic thing on this. I mean, I've always thought a 3-year, $30 million deal would be the one that makes a lot of sense with it because you count on having him for 2 years. He retires by the third year of the deal. Most of the bonus money at that point is eaten away through. It makes sense for all sides. But I can understand Seattle having trepidation on that and saying we're not going to do more than one more extra year. But you can do a lot with that extra 1 year. And you can still add the voidable year to make it a 3-year deal if it's a matter of just getting him extra coin in hand, getting him cash in hand right now, being guaranteed bonus money. Right now, that's what that would allow for you to do. So there's a lot of different ways from a flexibility and versatility standpoint to get this deal done. It's not just have to be done just down this one narrow pathway. You can be creative with it, which is the reason why I think at the end of the day, I'm pretty optimistic they'll find a common ground with Duane on this one. Maxwell says, I've always wondered in like 300 years when most of the numbers have been retired, what do you do then? Well, like we're talking about, you may have to go to numbers and letters, or you may have to go to the dot system. I think eventually you'll end up coming to the standpoint of, triple digits, man. I mean, that's the other thing is you go to triple digits. We got what number are you? 124. They'll have to get creative with it, man. We'll be long gone by then, though. That's the good news. That's a problem for them to deal with. Ninja Dragon says, I'll take Cam every time. Hey, Ninja, you're not alone. And there are a lot of folks I've heard of from, and not just the chat here, but in comment section recently that are big Cam guys and would take him over Jamal. So I'm not quite there myself, but I understand why folks would be. Chris Nape says, I am good with both guys in the Ring of Honor. Also, Sean Alexander. I thought Sean was going to be the next guy in. I got to be admit. I thought he was going to be the next guy in with his production MVP. I think he's the only MVP in Seahawks history. So I thought he was going to get in, but eventually Sean will get in there. Michael Walker says, Alexander always seemed to go down or out of bounds to avoid contact. Yeah, he was the boomer bust player. It's part of why I think, and frankly, Michael, it's part of one of those subconscious things that I think Seahawks fans are dealing with a little bit right now when they look at Rashad Penny. Because I think a lot of the reason that Rashad Penny gets the hate that he gets is that people see a lot of Sean Alexander's game in Rashad Penny, and they've got PTSD from Sean Alexander and the end of his era, and the point you make of going out of bounds and always going down on first contact. And if a big play wasn't there, then just giving up. And I don't think he's as bad, Penny is. Penny will fight a little bit. Sean would just, completely crater up the second he'd get contact near the end of his career. But it's also why people have questions with Sean about how good was he? Because the second you lost the 2 Hall of Famers blocking for you on the left side, the second you lost having 4 Pro Bowlers blocking for you between your offensive line and Max Strong and a guy in Hasselbeck who was good enough to keep defenses honest, the second you started losing those things, you went not just downhill as a running back, you fell off a cliff as a running back. And that just feeds that much more to those that have their questions with Sean about how truly good he really was. GoHawks 2021 says retired Seahawks numbers are 96, 80, 71, and 45. There we go. And so you'll have 3 and 54 are the 2 numbers that will be retired beyond that from this era. Maybe 24 too. Marshawn's got a chance. Marshawn's got a real big chance of getting in there too. Ethan Techworld says, I might have asked this before, but I forgot. Last year, I remember you were in Hawaii for a while. Did you plan on going back, or were you just not able to fly back to Washington? No, I went out to Hawaii. Maybe my mom lives out in Hawaii, so we went out to Hawaii there to get her set up with a couple things I was kind of working on. But no, I was just kind of testing out there, seeing it's like. Ended up just realizing I want to be back in my home state. So I'm in my best when I'm back home in Washington. This is my home ground. Whether I'm on the west side of the state or the east side of the state, I'm I think at my most comfortable here. But you never know, man. I'm kind of a gypsy. One day I might be here, one day I might be there. When when you're living off the grid. No, I'm kidding. GoHawks agrees with me on 54-3. Yeah. John Staff, if Russ's recent lack of rah-rah energy on the sideline is indicative of questionable offensive coordinating, then things could go off the rails a bit. There's a potential of that here, John. I mean, this is going to be a new scheme, and there's already, we know, some tension here going on between the coaching staff and Russ, as evidenced through this offseason. I've long wondered if everything is truly in a state of peace and love and admiration, and we're all back to, kumbaya, rather than, as I'm suspecting on this just a little bit, John, my gut instinct on this is that we're actually in a little bit of a ceasefire state, a wait and see ceasefire state, being that neither side's going to lob any artillery at the other while they let this season play out. And then once the season plays out, the appropriate move will be made. It's part of why, John, I've been on board with trying to do as much as you can get done this season to try to make this season as much a success as humanly possible. Anything in your hand that you can control. If you've got $23 million of cap space, use the $23 million of cap space, because you don't want to end out 10, 20, 30 years down the line looking back at this period if you're general manager John Schneider or if you're Coach Carroll as you're in your retirement, looking back at this time and going, man, if we had just not gotten so caught up on our 2 and 3 year plan and keeping our flexibility for this year after because of the tumultuous nature of this prior offseason with Russell Wilson, if we'd just been in more of a go-forward approach this year, we might have really had that chance of that Super Bowl. I mean, we were just this close, that far away. And if they sit on that money, I think they're going to find themselves in that place. And I hope not. But, John, look, Russ is going to an offense that is diametrically as different as anything they ran prior. Everything was these big shots before him. We'll let him scramble around, a lot of read option out of shotgun, and just let Russ kind of free flow a little bit back there. Now it's going to be regimented. Now it's going to be disciplined. Now it's going to be 3-5 step drops. Now it's going to be get the ball out of your hands. Now it's going to be very important for you pre-snap to know what you're reading and be smart on what you're reading. That's been a place Russ has struggled at times in his career. Pre-snap, recognizing what the defense is doing against you. Not needing to figure it out all after the post-snap happens. Sometimes knowing exactly what's happening pre-snap. And those are the things that, look, it remains to be seen if he's going to build those into his game. He's got the ability to do it. He's got the head to do it. He's got the arm to do it. He's got the skills to do it. It's just a matter of now seeing it happen live action-wise. And let's face it, John, we're reaching the third preseason game. We still have not had a chance to see it yet. There's some reason for some questioning on that, for some wondering on that. And he doesn't seem necessarily super rah-rah this year. I'll say that to him, to your point as well. There was one point they cut to him on the I think it was the Bronco game or maybe it was the Raider game where him and Coach Carroll seemed to be having a very intense discussion. Chris Snape says, I think Hasselbeck is better than Cousins simply because Matt won some primetime games and playoff games. You could say that. And I think to your point on that, Chris, I wouldn't say he's just a modern day comparison for me to look to grab, right? They just have the kind of same body style, same kind of throwing motion, just this sort of that same kind of just, what did Mike Holmgren call Matt once? Like a giraffe on ice, I think was what he said. So it's a little bit like that. That's just, they got a little bit of that to their game. And Cousins, though Cousins has thrown for more yardage than Matt, he's had more of those years at the higher end of yardage. I mean, he's blown out Matt's best year by quite a bit. He's playing in a different era as well, more pass-happy era than Matt got to play in. So, yeah, I could see going with Matt over him. And Matt has had a lot more success in the playoffs than Kirk Cousins had. He's a lot more known for, being a more clutchy quarterback than Cousins ever will be known for. Michael says, we go 6-0 this year in our division. Michael, I love the confidence, man. I love it. I love the confidence. James Watson, we are stuck with these corners. We have to sign Geno Atkins and get another linebacker that can play special teams, not KJ. Well, special teams is a concern for sure, because when you lose Ben Curvin, I think you lose the guys, second on your team in special teams. Second on your team in special teams tackles over the last couple of years. Who's going to fill that? Who's going to fill that void now? You could make the argument, James, that you need to get two linebackers. Frankly, I mean, when you lose, you're down to basically Barton, and you got your fullback as your backups now. So you could make the argument you need to get KJ plus another guy to round out that linebacker room. I don't know if we're stuck with the corners though, James. I really don't. Cornerback has been one that is a position that can come up before the trade deadline. Jalen Ramsey, for instance, a couple of years ago was moved before the trade deadline to the Rams. You can go that direction. That can have, I think that, I might be off on that, folks, but I think I remember that correctly. But there are corners that can be moved trade deadline-wise. The thing that has to happen at this point, James, though, is that those teams that are going to be willing to move that potential corner, unnamed corner that I don't have necessarily off the top of my head for you to give to you, have to go through their given season this year. So let's walk through with Stephon Gilmore. Let's say, James, that Stephon Gilmore and the Patriots right now feel like they're in a go-for-it-now mode. They think they can win this year. They're in a very tough division, but they want to keep Gilmore for the time being to see if they can still tap into whatever he has left with what they've built as a team and see if they can get some success. Let's say they start out the year and they're 2-4. Belichick now goes, you know what? Gilmore's here on the final year of his deal. It's not a big difference if he moves on now versus doesn't. I don't think this team's ready to be there this year. Let's get some assets for him, flip him over to Seattle. There's your trade deadline deal that happens at that point in time. So there could be still guys that come up down the pathway on this. It's not necessarily on any of these positions set. Center is the one that I'm more worried about than the other. You can find linebackers, wide receivers, and corners at the trade deadline. Finding a good center and being able to bring him in and have him hit the ground running when the offensive line is so much more built on continuity, especially having a center who's got to do all the line calls. That's where I get a little bit more concerned, a little bit more of we're stuck with center. That's what I really think we're probably, as much as anything, that's going to be the hard one to upgrade. Chris Snape says, Matt wasn't a top 5 quarterback, but he was a top 5 citizen. Well put, Chris. Well put. Michael says, electrifying. Pete Prisco reported about Jags players not liking Urban's methods. I've been in Jacksonville forever, and Prisco has always tried to create controversy, going back to his Jag beat writer days. Well, Chad, I'll say this about Pete Prisco. He might be the guy as a journalist that I have the least amount of respect for of any journalist working in the NFL. And you talk about a guy who's had bones to pick with the Seattle going back years, who's never had a kind thing to say about Seattle, even when they were winning their Super Bowl. He's that guy. I don't know. He's always seemed to have a little bit of an attitude. Something about him just rubs me the wrong way and always has. So I'm not surprised to hear he's trying to stir stuff up. I'm still skeptical of Urban, though. I'm still skeptical he's going to be able to turn that stuff around there because it's such an organization that is going to require so much work to change that culture and get that stuff going in the right direction, in my opinion. Even Deckworld says, and we aren't starting Joey Hunt at center. Goodness, that was awful. Yep, there's another name. You're not going to be looking at a Joey Hunt, which, by the way, he's the backup with the Colts. If anything happens with Ryan Kelly, we could legitimately see some Joey Hunt snaps in week 1 if something happens to their center, who, by the way, has been a little bit dinged up this preseason. You imagine us getting to have Joey Hunt out there for a full game. He's just laying pancake blocks everywhere, right? Bending our guys over. Just no. Ahmad says the two dislikes are salty 49er fans who we know will do better than them. I got a couple of lurking Niner dislikers. I know I do. I see them as soon as they pop in, I can see the dislike pop up when they say something like, oh yeah, coming in to make their presence felt. But it's all good. It's all good. It's like you said, my team's going to be winning this year. Your team's going to be dashed in the hopes of sadness and what could have been. So I'll give you your dislikes. Take your little dislikes. You Mad Bro says, I heard rumors that we are in talks with the Saints to trade for Michael Thomas. Do we really want to take on that headache? I can't see how we would want to, you Mad Bro. When I was looking at the depth of this, though, when you make the trade for Michael Thomas, the Saints then have all of the bonus money of the recent contract they signed with him accelerates at that point in time, and so that you're only on the hook for his base salary. His base salary is going to carry as we go forward into the $14-15 million range. You're going to have to pay DK Metcalf here in another year. Can you afford to pay DK at 28 and Michael Thomas at 15 and Tyler Lockett at 14.5? I don't think you can. And when you look across the league, there is no team in the NFL able to allocate that amount of salary cap space to the wide receiver position. Essentially, nobody in the NFL. I'm sorry, we reconnected again there, so I don't know, something's up with my deal here today, but you don't see teams paying 3 wide receivers. It just doesn't come down the track that way. I don't see how you could bring Thomas on to do that outside of you would then look to move Thomas after this year. So you'd bring him on for this year while you have the final cheap year of DK's deal. You'd give up whatever the Saints would take, and then you'd flip him back. And, maybe you're giving up a second to third rounder right now, but then you're flipping him for a third to fourth rounder after the year at that point to then sign DK to the new deal. And it's a go for it now type move where you're just trying to stack out the wide receiver room as deep as you can get this season. I could see it only from that standpoint if they were to look at it, but long term, it just doesn't make any sense. Michael Crowher says, I heard about that yesterday too. I'd be interested to know where the rumors are on that one. Because again, I don't know. I'll be skeptical on that one. D-Mac, I showed him your picture of D-Mac with Stone Forsythe. So D-Mac hooking up Stone with a little bit of a car action there. So I had to show him what's up. Stone's big too, because D-Mac's not a small dude. He's just towering over D-Mac there. Look at that. Just towering. But D-Mac hook him up. Chris Nape, Eskridge hasn't had a chance yet. Hopefully he looks good Saturday night. I hope so too, Chris. He's getting some good reports out of camp at least. So he's looking good in practice, which is good to hear. That's the first step to looking good in games. Let's see what he can do. Michael, but do we need him in that over-the-top pastime unless he doesn't mind just contributing for the Super Bowl run, not personal stats? Well, he's going to be coming off a pretty major injury here, Michael, being Michael Thomas. I'm talking to Michael Crowhorse, but Michael Thomas, who I mean. So he's going to come out for a major injury. He hasn't had off season to really train, I'm guessing, very much at that point. He's going to be trying to fight his way back. He probably wouldn't mind at that point necessarily being put in where he's able to just kind of mix his way in and get himself back up to full speed. There might be, and to your point, especially if he's on a team heading for a Super Bowl type run, there may be something that interests him in going that route with it, especially when we're talking about a guy who's got to repair his reputation a little bit. It's been a little bit bumpy with him. The reports and news you hear about him coming out of the Saints. I mean, he did the Scottie Pippen, I want to have my summer, so I'll wait to have my surgery until the end of the offseason thing, which has pissed the Saints off. There's been problems with him in practice, having issues, I believe, with coaches or other players. So he's got a little bit of reputation repairing to do here, and you could do that by being being a nice contributing member on a Super Bowl winning roster. That certainly can get you there. It certainly hasn't hurt Antonio Brown. Ninja Dragon, are you as high on DJ Dallas as I am? He looks like a future Pro Bowler. No. DJ Dallas is always going to be limited as far as his ability to run between the tackles, which would remove him from any potential of ever being in Pro Bowl contention. As any upper level third down back in this league, as like a top 5 third down back in this league, which is not going to get you to the Pro Bowl, but is going to make you a pretty good vital member to the football club. Yeah, I think he can get there. To me, he's a guy that tops out at you at like 400 yards rushing and like 500 yards receiving. Like that's really like your best bet at that point, is a guy that gets you just sub 1,000 cumulative yards in totality. But I even think that's going to be a little bit high for him. He'll be a little bit below those marks just because you'll have other guys in ahead of him. But as a guy that can be a great third down block, that's great if he can be that for me. So I'd love it if he can be a Pro Bowler. That'd be amazing. But I don't quite see that. Random McDaniel says, I see these rumblings, we cut Penny. I don't buy it. Not unless we trade for someone. We owe it to ourselves to see what he can do in this offense. Well, the one part that can drive this a little bit, though, Randall, in this respect, and I'm with you, I'd rather see Penny in this final year. I know people are down on him in this last preseason game. The thing you folks need to remember with this last preseason game, he is not being utilized correctly. I hammer this and hammer this and hammer this, but Penny needs to be used on the outside. He's an edge runner. He's a guy you run on outside zone runs, on pitch plays. That's how he should be utilized. Go back and watch all of those running back rushing snaps that he had in the Bronco game. Every single run was a basically A gap, B gap run with one counter run to the outside tackle, which even in itself still defeats what he does best, which is that gives the defense time to flow to him, which what you want to do is get him in space and let him use his legs getting upfield, challenging the defense and their speed to get to them on the edge. So I feel like if you use him right, you could really be able to tap into a guy who can be productive for you. But it would make sense just from this standpoint, Randall. I don't think they'll do it, but you do save something like $1 million, $1.5 million by moving on for Penny this year. The base salary he carries, the bonuses basically come off from his rookie deal at this point. You could save that money, and that's an extra $1.5 million that you can go maybe kick to Duane Brown instead. They might look at it like that, especially if they feel like Alex Collins is pretty close as a player to what they can get out of Penny as far as total production goes. I'm with you. I'm not totally buying that, but that $1 million can be a driver. When you're trying to cut $1 million here, $1 million there to try to bring in certain players, it can certainly end up being the last little item to push a decision over to one side or the other. Randall McDaniel says, personally, I don't want any part of Michael Thomas. I'd be okay with it on a one-year deal like that, Randall, where you basically have him in on a one-year deal. You're hoping he comes in and be a contributing member. You got him for depth at that point. You mix him in as your third down back. You let Eskridge then work as a gadgety type player in his first year. Slots him into a nice role at that point, and then just look to move on him from after the year. And if it's a matter of it costs you the second round pick now, but you get the third round pick by the offseason, but you got that second round of production from him at that point, I might be open to something like that. Or God forbid you get him for a second round right now and then flip him again for a second rounder because he's built himself back up again. So I'm definitely not completely on board with it, but I'm not also completely opposed to it either. But he's also a little bit of a head case, which is I think what you're intimating a little bit on your post there. Mark Cook, what do you think will happen with Diggs? I think at the end of the day, Mark Diggs is going to be put on having to play out this last year of his deal, and that's what he's going to be faced with it. The sitting in thing is all well and good, but the players can't hold out. It costs them too much. And Seattle's got too much other things they're trying to, I think, get done around this Diggs situation to just not get it done. If I'm Seattle, I go to them and say, look, we're not paying you. I'm sorry, because I know Diggs right now is going to want to be paid up in the teens. He's going to want to be paid $12, $13 million a year mark, and I don't think you can afford to pay two safeties top of the market, especially when you're sitting on a cheap young with a lot of talented Marquise player who's sitting here ready and willing and able to take over for Diggs the second he moves on. This is going to drive, I think, the whole situation at the end of the day, and Seattle probably goes, not going to do you on a contract extension, play out the final year of your deal, but here's the thing, Quandre, we're not going to also franchise tag you. So you'll be able to be a free agent next year, free and clear. The cap goes up to $208 million at that point. Maybe you can go get this deal that you think you're going to get paid. I think Quandary will find at that point, outside of him just completely blowing up this year and lighting the world on fire, that there's really nobody going to pay him more than like a $7 to $8 million per year deal with his age and that he's very scheme specific, in my opinion. It's kind of where I land on it. Track Superstar. Spencer Smith says, I found that Sony Michel deal interesting. It would be hard to convince me he's that much better than Rashad Penny is right now. If a 6th to 7th round package of picks is in the market, take that and run. I get where you're coming from, Spencer. I don't know that there is a deal like that on place for Rashad Penny. The difference between Rashad Penny, I believe, I want to say, let me make sure I'm right on this. Hold on. Let me make sure I'm correct. So I believe, let me make sure I'm right on this one. Yeah, so he was taken. So as I understand it, you do have two backs there that are taken basically right near each other in Sony Michel and Rashad Penny. But obviously Sony Michel's got a little bit more time in the league as far as what he's done. He's been a little more productive than Rashad's been. He's got some injury stuff too. He's never had really a full 16-game season as I look at his stats, but he's averaging 4.3 yards per carry. He's got 2,292 yards, which isn't that far away from Rashad, but I don't think that you would necessarily get anything from Penny. I don't know that you'd get that same type of deal offered that they got. I think Penny's really more of a cut or keep at this point. Tommy says Russ has the offensive weapons, protection maybe, and tempo that he's asked for. I think the ball is in his court to produce now. Well said. Well said, and I agree. Absolutely. Maxwell, 2 weeks till football is back. 2 weeks. We're so close, man. We're so close. So close. Jay says Seahawks destroyed the Colts. Good. That's right, 41-27. I like it. I'll take a 41 bomb on opening week. How about you folks? I'll take a 41 pop and start things off right. Ethan Deck World, I see and I'll bet I'll get that feeling with being in a different state when going to college next August, I presume. I'm wondering how I'll watch Hawks games. I'm freaking out. I'll figure it out. Well, if you're just going to college, Ethan, you're going to be just below 21. That's the part that's brutal at that point because you can't really go to the bar to watch because they won't let you in at that point. Ugh. Maybe you can get a bar you can sneak in and just say, I just want to watch the game. Just give me my iced tea and let me watch the game. It's tough, though. The NFL should allow for a package to be able to watch live games and you buy the package. I wish they would. It sucks that all they've got is the replay thing, which I'm getting this year for watching replay stuff. But, man, it would be nice to have something just you could tap into that was just live. It's tough, though, Ethan. Your heart, if you're born in Washington, raised in Washington, you definitely have your roots here. It gets tough going to other places. It just seems weird sometimes. Chris Snape says, I thought DJ Dallas wasn't fast enough. Well, he's had one heck of an offseason and he looks quick enough now. Dwayne and KJ don't need training camp. I hope you're right that KJ comes back. Me too, Dwayne. Me too, Chris. And DJ certainly has found another level of burst that I didn't see last year. One of the reasons I was really low on him was the lack of speed and lack of ability to drag tacklers. When you as a running back aren't fast and you can't pull the pile, what is it that you do here? It's a little bit like that scene from Office Space. What is it you do here? I'm a goddamn people person. It's a little bit like that. So he's got a little bit of that extra juice this year. There's a little more quickness, a little more speed. Encouraging to see, and it's why I think he can be an upper level third down back in this league. Michael says, we will beat them. We will just have been successful over there, and I think it's been 15 years. Oh, since we won in Indianapolis? It's been a little while. It's been a bit of time since we won in Indy. They've had our number there for a bit. Lance Johnson, Dan Marino, Peyton, John Elway, no. Trey Lance from Sioux Falls, CC, that started a dozen games against Sisters of the Poor 2 years ago, is going to take the 49ers all the way. Lance, my jaw was dropped today when I was listening to the radio. This was an ESPN channel. I bounced back and forth between the different sports channels when I'm driving around. Hearing that, I just couldn't believe it. I just couldn't believe it. I just sat there and went, what? Lance is going to take them to the Super Bowl this year. The people that keep saying, too, that the 49ers have a Super Bowl roster. Based on what? They've got good players, but we understand what a Super Bowl roster and a good roster look like. They're two different things. And they've got some good players, no doubt about it. But you're going to rely on a rookie quarterback. history teaches us, much like history teaches us, if a quarterback's taking over 15% of the cap, there's usually going to be a certain amount of limitations to what you're going to be able to get done with that said quarterback in that given year. He ain't going to get you the Super Bowl usually. There's just certain things where the rule's not been disproven yet. Every year it's proven in the opposite direction. So good luck to them if they want to roll with that rookie quarterback. But yeah, we'll see, Lance. We'll see. But I get your sarcasm. I sense it. As Spencer said, none detected at all. Michael, you need to see what he does in 4 years. He has a shot, just not in 2021. You have to grow and have an elite D and do it in the second year. Yeah, Trey Lance is going to be a problem in future years. So the Niners were smart, in my opinion, to draft him. He's going to be a good player for them into the future, but he needs a lot of maturation. He's a kid that dominated college at 19 in 1 year. And it's been 2 years since he's played. Expecting him at 21 to hit the ground running in the NFL at the toughest position to play in the entire sport is quite a leap of logic to me. Jeff Fornall says, Matt did bring us the first Super Bowl. Go Hawks. Well, that is true. He did get us to the first Super Bowl. Yeah, he did. And he played pretty lights out through that run there, especially that Washington game, which was a tough game in that first opening game to get to the Super Bowl there after our bye. They came in, they gave us all we could handle. And Matt had to do some pretty nice throws, a little scrambling in that game to get it done. Ethan Tech World, oh my gosh, imagine Joey Hunt starting for Indy. All of our defensive tackles fighting over who gets to bull rush Joey. Puna, Monet would have had a field day. I'd put Puna away from him, and I just put Al Woods right over the top of him. Al Woods at 350 pounds right over the top and be like, good luck, Joey. Good luck. Good luck. Michael Crowe says 33 is just right next to 31. Very close. Very close. They'd look very good at the end of the day on the Ring of Honor next to each other, wouldn't they? That'd be a good pairing of names right next to each other. Chad, it would be tough for Urban. He was one of the best recruiters in college. The Jags do have tons of cap space, and players will want to play with Lawrence. Tough blow with ETN going down for the season, though. He's got some stuff to work with, to your point on that, Chad. You got a rookie quarterback on a rookie deal, and a rookie quarterback who should theoretically hit the ground relatively running, meaning that you can tap into that cheap rookie years filling out through the rest of the roster. You play in Florida, which I think they don't have an income tax there, so you can make a little bit more money. That's going to draw free agents as well. It's in a beautiful place to play, warm area to play. You would think maybe that would pull some people in. You would. So he does have a little bit to his stuff here to build off of, but man, he's got to kind of go from scratch here, doesn't he, Chad? I mean, he's got to go basically from scratch. And Lawrence gives him a bump. It gives him a little bit of a leg up on that. But you got Josh, you got the Allen kid as your pass rusher over on one side. Not a lot. Chad says, okay, enough Jags talk. I get tiring of hearing their news. I bet, Chad. Brian Koski says the Mariners are up 1-0 in the fifth. Come on, Ems. Let's bring this baby home. I said, if we get him in the playoffs, I'm doing a Mariners stream. Even I know you football only guys are like, no, dear God, no. Brian says the Mariners have left the bases loaded twice. Ugh. Well, they're the most clutch team in Major League Baseball history. So they got to wait for it to get to near the end of the game to make it more interesting. That's just the way they roll. Spencer says, I know your audio-video connection has been cutting in and out. I'm going to say it again. Yep, you might have to do a refresh, folks. I don't know why today it's doing it. I may need to do like a update or something on my deal, but it's been a little bit weird today. Spencer Smith says, we got one final spot in the Hawks Nest Fantasy League. First one to DM me on Twitter gets the reservation to play in the Community League's inaugural year. Message me at Poseidon98. So yeah, we do have a Hawks Nest Fantasy League going. I'm going to try to maybe get out the winner a nice Hawks Nest parka to the winner of the Fantasy League if I can get it out to you this year, folks. But Spencer is our guy. He's going to be the commish over there. And Spencer, if somebody doesn't fill it for you, if we don't get a final person reaching out to you, I might jump in there and take the final spot. But somebody, if you're looking to join a Final Fantasy League here, you haven't joined one yet, you'd like to join a cool one, have some fun, hop on in here to the Hawks Nest Fantasy League. DM Spencer over there on Twitter at Poseidon98. Chad says, call me gullible, but I am enamored with Penny's home run ability. Granted, we haven't seen it nearly enough, but he does have a 5.1 yard per carry average in his brief time. He stayed in Seattle all off season 2. Kid's come in shape. His lowest weight is at weight lower than even what it was in college. I still have a lot of hope for him, and I hope this team hasn't sold on him. It seems like they've never really bought into him from day one of bringing him onto the squad. He's always been just the guy Carroll will go to if he really has to, I guess. We'll put him out there. But buy into giving him some snaps. Buy into utilizing him correctly and watch him be a very productive running back. You know, he might not look great to all the eyes in how he does it. It might be times where he drives people crazy in his running style. But if it's productive, if it's averaging over 5 yards a carry, you can use that in your offense. That can work. Ninja Dragon says Dallas is better than Homer or Penny. He's 5'10", about 225. I'm not seeing an issue running between the tackle that you do. Well, again, he looked better in the Las Vegas game, but if we look at his stats from last year and running the ball, because he did have some carries last year before he did get injured. So he had 34 attempts last year for 108 yards. DJ Dallas averaged 3.2 yards per carry for you in that action. That didn't show me a lot that he can run between the tackles with that type of productivity. You look good in Vegas going against second stringers. You know, maybe he's able to do that better this year in that respect, but based off of what I saw last year, I just didn't see it there. And the stats kind of back me up on that. I mean, if he's dragging those tacklers at times like we might see last year, like going against the Cowboys offense, he got a lot of carries in that game, or Cowboys defense. That wasn't a great defense. That was a league worst defense he's going against. 3.2 yards per carry. Ahmad, I would love a 40-point game for the first game. Russ plays with the new offense. That'd have us all feeling pretty good, wouldn't it, Ahmad? Feeling pretty good at that point. You put up 40 with the new offense in the first game of the season. You know, okay, against a team in the Colts, it's a legitimately talented team. Might not be one of the upper-level teams in the NFL, but it's a good challenge. Michael Crower says, I've subscribed. Thank you for the show, Hawks Nest. The best, baby. Have a great night. You too, Michael, and thank you for subscribing. I do appreciate it. Lance Johnson says Dave Brown, Lance Johnson says Dave Brown, 22, should be in the ring, and Joe Nash should be simply for taking the dive ability and being in last cuts, brought back to start game like one. I got to reread that, Lance. Dave Brown, 22, should be in the ring, and Joe Nash, 72, should be simply for his taking the drive ability and being in last cuts and brought back to start one game like 6 years in a row to be team friendly. He had a long career, Lance. I mean, Joe was here for years and years and years. You talk about the ultimate lunch pail guy in Seahawks history. It's Joe Nash. And he, for being a guy that was just known for being just kind of that lunch pail guy that didn't do a lot for you from a productivity standpoint, I think he actually did relatively good even on a statistical basis. Joe Nash stats. Let's see what he had. Yeah, he played 208 games, 218 games for our Seahawks. 218 games. Pretty incredible. But he stacked up 47 and a half sacks during that time, which, it's a lot of years to get those sacks. But Joe Nash is underrated. You could make an argument to me that Joe Nash has a spot in the Ring of Honor. You play 16 years for us as a player. It's like, it gets tough at that point not to. But I agree with you on the way Dave Brown. He got like 56 interceptions in his career. Hard to deny that guy, Basically almost double the amount of interceptions Richard Sherman's had in his career. YDY says, Penny, career 5.1 yard per carry, good hands, and can make big plays on the outside. When he gets more than 6 carries in a game, he averages over 7 yards per carry. Only injuries and misuse have held him back. Hashtag, Penny did nothing wrong. Agreed with you, YDY. You put it as succinctly as I could hope to put it. Now you just basically captured exactly where I stand with him on it. When he's given the chance, when people aren't selling on him, just give him the shot. He produces. Use him correctly, he produces. Michael Walker, I got wasn't that. I think you're just about put something in, Michael. Wasn't that the Seahawks-Redskins playoff game was the one where the turf in Washington was horrendous? Yeah, Michael, that was the game. That was the 2012 game. And frankly, Michael, to your point on that, that was the game that basically kind of lost us the ability of getting to the Super Bowl because you didn't have the stack in 2012 of Chris Clemens, Bruce Irvin, Michael Bennett, Cliff Averill, right? No, you just had Chris Clemens and a rookie Bruce Irvin. And so Chris Clemens went into that game, and that turf has been known for being the worst in the NFL, or one of the worst in the NFL for years. They let high schools go in there and beat it up, especially around that time of year where you have the high school football seasons have gone through, and then they churn that ground up. And then they have an NFL game on it. And they did, and we lost Chris Clemens to a torn ACL in that game. We went into the next week with only Bruce Irvin trying to do all of the pass rush, basically. It wasn't enough. Atlanta was able to move the ball up the field on us because of it, because this defense relies on the front four to generate pressure. And the second that leaves us is the second the defense starts to go downhill. It did in that game. It did in that season. And it's sad, Michael, because if Chris Clemens plays in that game, we win that game. And if we win that game, we go back to San Francisco, and we were in San Francisco's head at that point. We were in their head. We had their number. And if we win that game, we go to the Super Bowl, we play Baltimore, and we beat the brakes off Baltimore. So, good point, man. A lot of that goes back. Randall says, Dallas has looked pretty good in the preseason, but I'm not sure he's better than Penny. Penny is produced when available. Yeah. Penny's a much better back than DJ Dallas. DJ Dallas is taken in the 4th round. Penny's taken in the 1st round. If Seattle didn't take Rashad Penny in the 1st round, he doesn't get past the 2nd round. Rashad Penny is taken in the 2nd round. His size speed quotient is unusual. You don't find that all just guys running off a conveyor belt in college football. Randall, I think Al Woods could give Duane Brown a good fight. It'd be a good fight, man. The furniture would be throwing, man. I'll tell you that. You see a lot of broken furniture. Hawks are the ace. We need Geno and extend Duane and Diggs, snag Josh Gordon, and pick up Gilmore or Sherman equals all good in Seattle hood. I like where you're thinking, man. I like where you're thinking. You could get all that done. Hawks are the ace. What do you do with Marquise Blair long term at that point? Do you use him as a potential puzzle piece there with Gilmore? See if they'll flip Gilmore for Marquise Blair, something like that? Is that where would you look to do that? Because, of course, once you sign Diggs, you got to do something then with Marquise. Randall, if I recall, Penny showed up to camp as a rookie overweight and maybe got in a doghouse a bit. Then the thumb injury, to your point, never has had Teet's trust. Yeah, I probably came in a little bit heavy. I agree with you there. Probably has had a little bit. And Pete, we know with Pete, there's some things that he has always issues. There's one place Pete has an issue with, and he's a pretty player-friendly coach. But when he gets guys that are a little overweight, that will piss Coach Carroll off more than anything else. He is very much a guy that locks in on weight. And that thing's something where if you get out of shape or something, it's going to piss him off. He's going to be mad about it. He'll note it in the media. He'll drag your name through the mud in the media if you're a little bit fat. He did it back in the day. I remember a guy, I think it was Alvin Bailey back in the day. So it's something that can get you in his doghouse. But they got to get over that at this point, Randall. He was all in this offseason. You don't go from having a playing weight at 235 in college and then this offseason getting down to 223 and not just give the guy a chance at that point, in my opinion. Ninja Dragon says Dallas is a different player this year. We'll see, Ninja. I mean, be hesitant a little bit to take too much away from preseason games where you're playing backups. Let's see it with the live action, right? Let's see it with the in games against frontline starters, and if he can do it. I think he can maybe do it as far as to be in between the tackle guy. I don't doubt you on this, Ninja. I think he can be a good 3rd down back. I think he can give you good pass protection as a running back, being that that's what his claim to fame was coming out of the draft. I think occasionally he can give you a run here or there, but I just don't think you can make him as a bell cow back where you're having him 10, 15, 20 carries a game, and he's going to be really all that successful necessarily in that role. Maybe you're right. Maybe I'm wrong on this. And if I'm wrong, Ninja, I'll give you props and credit on it if he comes back into play and does that. But I just didn't see enough of it in the live action of actual football games against frontline starters last year to believe that wholly over an offseason a running back can turn their whole speed and athleticism around to that degree, where you go from being a guy that's a fringe NFL running back to now a frontline running back starter in an offseason. That's quite a leap to make. Possible, but it's just a big leap. Randall says Joe Nash honorary Ring of Member honor. Well, yeah, that's probably the right way to put it. 312, give me a valid argument for Brady to be better than Wilson, Rodgers, Mahomes, Allen, Watson. Those 5 guys are unquestionably better than Brady. My valid argument for it would be this. He's got more Super Bowls than all those guys combined. What more needs to be said at that point? The sport's about winning the Lombardi. It's not about statistics. It's not about how good you are. And frankly, as a quarterback, when you're putting up statistics, you're usually doing it from playing from behind. That's about as valid an argument as I can give you on it with it. You know, that's about as valid an argument as I can give you. Now that's all time, of course. But as far as right now, players that are better 3-1-2, you know, if Watson comes to Tampa Bay, does he get more out of that offense than Tom Brady does? Probably. Maybe Josh Allen does as well. Mahomes probably gets more. Mahomes does get more out of that offense than Brady does. Rodgers gets more out of that offense than Brady does. Does Wilson get more out of that offense? Yeah, Wilson probably. All of those guys get more out of the offense than he does. But all time, he's better than those guys all time. They're all better than him as a player right now. So I wouldn't make an argument on that. Sorry, I might have misunderstood your question at first. So I don't know necessarily how you're asking that, but I think if you were asking it that way, that's how I'd answer it. Is he's better all time than those guys are, but they're better than him probably in what they are right now as players. You mad, bro? I agree with you about using Penny in space. I believe he's more productive in space than running between the tackles. It's been one of my just pisses me off type situations, you mad, bro? Because you see like the last game here in this preseason, and you have a lot of people already with their fingers on the trigger for Penny, being that they want to launch this guy out of town because they've hated him from the second he arrived, and it's never really improved from that point. And so they're just sitting there God, I'm so ready to let him go. Get him out of here. Get him. And then they see him have a bad, not bad game, but an unproductive game here against the Broncos in this last preseason game. And they go, okay, see, get him out. But again, they didn't use him in space. They didn't do the thing that I've been saying. The number one thing you've got to do with him, you've yet to do. You give him 6-7 runs in a game in Denver, and not one of those runs is an outside run. Not one of those runs is a pitch play. Why not? Because you're saving it for the season? Are you trying to set him up to fail? They still ran a zone read option out of shotgun to Rashad Penny in this last game with a quarterback who was not a threat to keep the ball and carry it. So the defensive end could crash down on Penny on the play. You're not setting up the player to succeed in that moment, in my opinion, and it's just sort of silly, you know. Webcams chat. Okay. Brian Kowski, the M's are up 4-0. Home run by Jake Fraley. Jake Money Fraley. There we go. Yay, 5th inning. All right. Mariners are rolling, baby. Getting hot at the right time. Chad, heck, didn't a team, Lions, offer to trade for Penny immediately after he was drafted? Seem to recall a short story about that. The Lions twice tried to trade for Penny, both right after we drafted him and then at the trade deadline, I think a year later, they also made a call for him. There may be a team that looks at him and says, we will offer you something because we can recognize you're not utilizing him correctly. We'll bring him here and we'll get him to the outside and we can make him productive in that role. Maybe there is that trade out there to happen where there's a team willing to do that. I can't say that it's a crazy notion because of the fact that, look, you haven't used him right. And there are smart football teams out there that pay attention to this stuff, and they'll look at that and they'll say, we're not going to try to hammer him up the middle. So that's why he's failed. And it'll look pretty easy to those organizations and those front offices. I would have thought, though, that at this point they would have made a move with Penny if they were going to make a move. If they were going to trade him, I would have seen it happen this offseason, I would think. Not this late into training camp, though. Look, there's a lot of stuff that happens at the end of training camp, a lot of player movement and mobility backwards and around, and the guy that's not yet proven himself certainly could be a guy that's in the crosshairs for that to happen. Randall put it right. They may get more of the offense, but Tom most likely gets a Super Bowl out of the offense. That's probably it. Randall says Tom has figured out the code to Lombardi trophies. Nothing else matters. Yeah, he's got the cheat code. Back up, left back, BB, AB, select, start, pound. You know, he's got it nailed. He's got it nailed in that respect. All right, and Randall, I think I missed, you had a $20 donation, Randall, way back up, and I think I missed it, man. My goodness. Randall, Jesus, I missed your $20 donation. God, I'm sorry, buddy. Thank you for your $20 donation. Sorry, I must have been space cadet in there a little bit. That was my bad. Randall says, do you think we sign Atkins? If so, what's the deal look like and how effective can he be? I think that it's a deal that's probably lands somewhere in the neighborhood of about a 1-year, $2 million deal, maybe a little bit more with incentives, or you do a 2-year, $4.5 million deal, Randall, with a lot of bonus to spread out the money, to spread out the cap hit just a little bit between the two seasons. Nothing over probably $3 million at the highest of heights. Still think it's a 1-year deal. Even if you sign him to a 2-year deal, it's looked at as a 1-year deal and how they'll play it. Yeah, he'd be effective to me because you put him more into a rotational role. He's been misplayed recently, Randall, where the Bengals went to the 5-2 and the 3-4. They switched between those fronts since they went from the 4-3 when Marvin Lewis moved out of town. And so he's been misplayed in that role. And yeah, injuries have come up a little bit, but the injury problem hasn't been a problem throughout his career. He's been a 16-game-a-year guy throughout the course of his whole career up until this last couple of years. So I think he can still be effective because you'll have him rotational. You'll put him in at 40% of the snaps. You'll have him on that NASCAR cheetah package where he's not having to do a lot of run stuffing. You just let him pin his ears back, use that bull rush to walk those guys into the backfield. And man, between him and Dunlap, I can understand why those guys were a good pairing with the Bengals because you got two pocket crushers at that point. Two guys that can just walk a pocket back and give a quarterback nowhere to go. I really like that part of it. So I think he would be a benefit to this team, Randall. Not cost a lot, 1-year deal, and you can put him in the rotational spot. That's going to be a benefit. Mark Abercorn. Oh, this year I hope the Hawks finally give me a birthday win as a 55th B-Day is this Saturday. So come on, Hawks. Win this one for me, please. Hey, I can hope, laughing out loud. Well, let's hope it, Mark, and happy birthday to you. Happy early birthday to you. But let's hope our Hawks can do it this year, give you a win. Come on, Seattle, give Mark a win. Let's begin the start of the season with a final finish on the preseason to get this just right. Chase says, what are you expecting from Darrell Taylor this year? Probably about a 4 to 7 sacks this year would be about where I see him at this point. I've liked what I've seen in the preseason. He's not done a whole bunch in that Bronco game, and he looked actually pretty rough in that Bronco game, especially from that Sam linebacker spot. I'd like to get KJ in to move him to the Sam, to then get just Darrell into pass rushing, Chase, because I think it's going to be hard enough for him to be productive as a pass rusher versus having him doing two jobs at once and trying to do them both really well, and basically what bears out to be his first year. But 5 to 7 sacks, I think they're going to limit him into more of a rotational pass rush role where he doesn't do a lot on the early rundowns. We'll see on the Sam. If he's playing the Sam, I think he's going to struggle a little bit from what I've seen in the preseason if he's playing a lot of Sam. Tom Eden says, I don't think Ryder is all that much better than Posick. Marginally maybe, but not a drastic upgrade. I agree with you there. I don't think that he's going to do a whole lot more than what you have in Posick or Fuller, and so if he's not going to be an upgrade. Do you make a move just for the sake of making a move? Not me. Hold on, folks. I'll be right back. Use the bathroom, but I will be right back. One sec. Ooh, yeah. Alrighty. Michael Bakimo says, clearly the Paul Allen signing was the most impactful in team history. Yeah, the Paul Allen probably, if we're talking a signing by ownership, yep, that was the biggest move. The biggest change of trajectory of the course of this franchise. I mean, you can't ask for a bigger change going from trying to be shipped out to L.A. to being, having a new stadium built and having an owner that not only built a new stadium and saved the team from moving, but then committed to winning as well. That's absolutely a huge part. Absolutely huge. Ethan Taggart should be 10-0 in the Mariners game due to leaving bases loaded on 2 different innings. It's got to stop. Yeah. Well, they got the lead, though, at least. Randall says the Contra code. Yeah, the Contra, man. That was a great game. I love that code. It was a tough one to put in, though. That was like the 15-step one that they put in. It was like, really, guys? It's got to be this crazy? Chad, I wasn't suggesting they trade him now, just that if the Hawks didn't draft him, he would have come off the board soon after. So, sorry, I misunderstood you on that, Chad. Yeah, he would have. I think second round would have been where Rashad Penny would have gone. And just got a guy that runs 4.4 at 230 and has the production he had coming out of college, even though it was at a little bit of, maybe it's San Diego State, a little bit of a smaller college, that's still going to get you drafted really high. That's just kind of going to be the way that works. Jeff Ryan says, "Yep, Randy, the contra code. If I remember, it would give you 99 lives or something like that." That's right. That's right. Contra code was classic. That'd get you through. You could beat the game on that one. I think it's 99, Jeff. That was the codes. Always the codes in those games, be it Mario or whatever back on the Nintendos. It was always the 99 they would give you. Or 999, something like that. 3-1-2's Randall Winters have been proven. What other Hall of Fame quarterbacks got a top 5 defense and elite offensive lines their entire career with more than serviceable weapons? I think the last part of what you said on that 3-1-2, I don't know that all the time Tom Brady's had serviceable weapons in his time there. I don't know, in the early part of his time there, he had a lot of serviceable guys. There were years they didn't have a lot at wide receiver. I mean, in Belichick's whole time there, they've selected one wide receiver at the first round. It's not exactly been something that they've attacked a lot with the skill position. Same thing's true with the running back. They don't go there either. They try to make do with the offensive side of the ball. And yeah, the offensive line, I'll give you that Brady's had that, but not always the greatest of weapons. Not always. Michael says, any word on the NFL changing their stance on allowing full crowds and restricting fans with the new vid rules, numbers? I would imagine it's going in that direction, Michael. I'm reading a little bit into the future on this one, but eventually we'll probably see everybody who's in the stadium, regardless of where your status is, having to wear a mask. But I would imagine we're still going to see full crowds, being that the NFL's lost all that revenue last year. It'd be hard for me to see them willing to embrace that same loss of revenue this year by dialing back the fans in the way we're talking about them having to do so. So unless something comes down the track where they're forced to do it from a governmental side, I feel like if it's left to their own devices on this, they're going to keep everybody in the stadium and let it roll. James Waring, it's great how DJ Dallas has looked in the preseason, but let's calm down. Remember how Christian Michael looked in the preseason. Doesn't translate to regular season very much. It's a little bit, James, of why though I'm impressed and highly impressed by what I've seen with DJ, I say it's my upper end on him as a third down running back and potentially an upper level third down running back, which is a very restrictive role for a running back. You're not getting a lot of carries. You're not getting a lot of touches. You've got a very specialized role that you've got to fit into. And that's really where I see DJ at the end of the day. And I think that was really why he was drafted where he was drafted by Seattle. I don't know that they looked at him and saw him as a long-term answer at the running back role as much as they saw him as that guy that would fit into this role that Coach Carroll values. He's a guy that traded for Leon Washington when he got here. He understands the need to have a third down back and how that fits into an offense, justly. But good point on Christian Michael. The guy looked really good in preseason and never really quite looked very good in the regular season, outside of a game or two. Don't forget about turtle tapping. That's right. I remember turtle tapping. Chad, I couldn't do it, but I remember it. Chad, Penny had a huge Senior Bowl too. I remember watching that game, and Schneider and Pete must have had their jaws agape like me. You did have a good, and that's something that they hold a lot to. I mean, Senior Bowl practices, one of the reasons you drafted LJ Collier is he was winning 90% of his reps in the Senior Bowl in one-on-ones. That drove a lot of the decision-making, as crazy as that sometimes sounds. And some coaches put a lot of weight on that because they look at the time when the college season ends to the time Senior Bowl happens. You're showing out, you're looking like you've been working on yourself, working on your game, as opposed to just shutting it down and going through the motions by that point. So they look at it as an indication that you'll be also a hard worker going forward and a guy who will be able to move your game up extra notches because you have that hard work ethic going for you. But I could see it being a big determinant for them with Penny. I think a lot of Penny's being drafted too had a lot to do with Todd Gurley and his impact against us. I think they saw a little bit of Todd Gurley in Penny's game. I think they're trying to kind of tap into some of the big play potential rather than just the grinders that they've leaned towards. Rick Mox Daily says, "What's up, man? Do you think Seattle is going to rack up big numbers on the catching game? Rack me up big catchers number on the big catching game. We'll probably throw for 4,400 yards total. It's not going to be one of the upper level passing attacks in the NFL. I don't think, Brick Mox. But we'll be in the upper range of the league. We'll be probably right up around top 10-ish, top 13-ish probably. We're going to be a balanced attack though. So Seattle's going to rack me up big numbers on the catching game. Yeah, I guess if you got DK, if you're talking about fantasy, you got DK or Tyler, they'll do good for you. I don't know if I'd go with any other fantasy guy though beyond that. Brian Koski, did the Hawks ever retire Brian Bosworth? Only in spirit, Brian. Only in spirit. He's hyped into the ring of hype. That's what Brian's in. We're gonna honor him with the ring of hype, all-time ring of hype. Remember, he goes in there with Percy Harvin, Curry, Aaron Curry would go in there. It's an illustrious team. It's an illustrious area to be in. Three-one two says if Mac Jones becomes a Hall of Famer, then people can discredit Brady without being labeled as a hater. I don't think just because if you don't believe Brady's the greatest ever, I don't think you're a hater for thinking that 3-1-2. I mean, when you come to quarterbacks and great quarterbacks of all time, there's different arguments that can be made for different guys and different ways that different people measure quarterbacks and how they measure a guy being better over one to another. So I don't think that necessarily makes you a hater if you don't think that Brady's the best all time. I disagree with you. It doesn't make you a hater. And we'll see what Mac Jones can do there. So far what we've learned is this 3-1-2. Brady left the Patriots. They didn't make the playoffs last year, and Brady went and won a Super Bowl to a brand new team with no off season. That's what happened. That's the first year that happened with him leaving. We'll see how it goes moving forward. Brian Koski says, "Damn, KC just hit a grand slam. Kansas City Royals up 5-0 over the M's. Ugh, brutal. Doesn't take speculation to know that a more mobile, better quarterbacks would win a Super Bowl on the most stacked team in the NFL. Putting up better statistics and winning the Super Bowl are two different things, 3-2. So just because they put up better stats there doesn't mean that would have won them in the Super Bowl. GoOx05 says, joining late, but please sign Geno. I think everybody, to your point, GoOx, everybody that's been in the chat so far that I've seen posted, I've yet to see somebody say they wouldn't want to sign Geno or they wouldn't be in on that deal. I think that there's quite a few here that are everyone. It's unanimous. And I think it was unanimous from our standpoint. Everybody's seen the benefit of this. It's a high reward, low risk type move, the type of move smart organizations make. And there is some downside to it. I've related GoHawks05. It's a little bit like the Gerald McCoy situation with the Cowboys last year. They signed him for the 1 year, $4 million deal. He comes in and his kneecap blows out on a real light just patty cake drill in practice, So, it is a risk a bit, but it's one worth taking, especially if it would upgrade the 3-tech position like I think it really would. Jay says, I don't understand people saying the Boz was a bust, but all Hawks fans saying he was amazing. He was not amazing, Jace. He had a couple of games that he flashed for, but he was a complete bust. He's the definition of a bust. He is. He kind of came in and he had racked his body, admittedly, I think by his own measure, with roids through college, and his body had started breaking down, as does happen when you roid up too much. And I think that's what he ran into a bit. So, no, he was never amazing. No. Just Tags said Brendan Nelson just posted and Diggs will sit out until new contract. Just Tags, my opinion on this goes like this. Leverage is what it is. At the end of the day, the Seahawks have leverage over Diggs, and not just in the realm of you can't hold out, because Just Tags, what does it mean that he'll sit out until a new contract? Meaning that he's gonna hold out and be charged $60,000 a day, which the team cannot forgive, which you are going to have to be charged as far as the penalty goes for sitting out. He ain't going to do that. And if he sits out games, you've got Marquise Blair to fit in and take over his role if you want. So he doesn't have any leverage in that respect. If he sits out games and he's not going to want to play this year, is that going to help his value to then getting the contract this offseason? So let's say he's just going to say, I'm going to fake an injury and I'll just sit here and hang out until you guys pay me. Okay, we'll put Marquise Blair out there and then we don't pay you. And then you think you're getting paid that big time deal into the next offseason having sat out? I don't see it that way either. So it's something that he can say. It's something that he can start to try to do, but it ain't going to last very long. Jim G says, brutal, go M's. That is brutal. A grand slam when you're up 4-0. Like, oof, 4-1. Jeffrey says, Tom Brady's the luckiest quarterback of all time. The horseshoe up his butt and rubbing that rabbit foot while he deflates balls and listens to tape records hidden in their locker rooms. I hate how no one ever acknowledges the fact that the stars always seem to align for Tom. I mean, no, he's had luck. He's had stuff break in his favor, Jeff. I mean, there's no doubt about it. Take the loss we had to him, where he had the whole Legion of Boom decimated, and that was the factor that allowed them to succeed in that game above any last play at the final point of the game. No doubt about it. He's had things benefit in his way. I think though, when you get to this long of a career, when you do it now at 2 different franchises, when you've won so many more Super Bowls than any of your contemporaries, and you've had to go through a lot of very good contemporaries to get there. He's had to go through Peyton Manning to get there, one of the all-time better ones. He's had to go through the young Bucks now and the Patrick Mahomes and beating them too. I mean, it does get to a point where it's a little bit almost undeniable when you do it for that many years and you stack up that many Super Bowls, at least from my standpoint. Just Tag says, I really want to see Blair play. Just Tags, I'll say this. If Diggs is going to hold out, that's where I'm going to be at the situation. Hold out. Marquise now starts for us. Let's see what we have in Marquise. He played it pretty good in that Baltimore game a couple years ago. He was the most highest rated defender playing the free safety position in that Baltimore Raven game in 2019. So if Diggs wants to hold out at that point and let's roll with that way, then let's roll with it that way. As Ninja Dragon says, though, Diggs will not sit out until a new contract. That's just not going to happen. Yeah, I just don't see it happening either. There's no way that he has no leverage. I'm going to sit out. I'm going to hold out. You have no leverage to do so. The $60,000 a day that you are fined as a player under the new CBA agreement that was just signed this prior year cannot be forgiven. He sits out a week. Count that up. 7 days times $60,000. $420,000 a week for sitting out. We think Diggs is going to pay that? It's just not built anymore for the players to be able to do that anymore. He can squawk all he wants at this point. It's not going to bring out a lot. And he'd have a whole lot more leverage if Seattle didn't have a free safety waiting in the wings to take over for him, which we do. Jeffrey says AFC least for the majority of his stay, and the Pats land too. You can make the argument the NFC be stronger. I'll say this about Jeffrey. I mean, he's definitely in the division. AFC East was horrible for 20 years. Horrible for 20 years. They got to beat up on the weak betties of that division for years. Just Tag says Ugo and Blair on the field at the same time would be awesome. It would be awesome. I'd like to see both those guys out there. I like Ugo a lot, and I'm very high on Blair. He just needs to be given that opportunity. Just Tags. He just needs a shot. Just give him a chance. Ethan, just tag him. Dangle that franchise tag over his head. Free safety is something I'm not concerned about. Yeah, I'd say even just we won't franchise tag you. Come back and play this year on the final year of your deal and go get paid that contract you think you've earned and somebody else is going to pay you. I think you'll come to find, Quandre, not as many people are going to willing to pay you that you think. But if that's where you're standing on it, we'll see. Let's not forget the guy was traded for a 5th round pick not 2 years ago. He's been very productive, very good in this defense since then. But that was the value then, and hard to see a guy who's gotten 2 years older over that time frame being much more valued throughout the league than beyond that point. Daniel W. says Diggs and Penny plus a 3rd round pick to Jacksonville for C.J. Henderson. Make it happen. Ooh. I like where you're thinking on it, Daniel. It's definitely an inventive one. You got Jacksonville with Travis Etienne having just gone down to a season-ending injury. Don't have a lot there as far as number 2 back behind him. So you need another running back. And certainly safety is one that they can take a look at. I think that they addressed the safety in the draft, though, Daniel. I thought that they picked a free safety in the draft, I want to say. I forget who it was. Wasn't that Moreg? Didn't Moreg go there? I could be wrong on that. Ethan says, or just wait for Diggs to get over himself, which won't be long nor concerning. Yep. You sit out games that hurt your value to getting that contract in next offseason. Why do that? If it's also for a team that's not willing to pay you at this moment, and there's no other team you're going to be traded to who's going to pay you that contract either at the moment. That's kind of the reality of what you're dealing with if you're Quandre. And it sucks. I get it from his standpoint. I've outperformed my contract. I've earned a new deal. I'm getting older. I get it. I do. But the cap just went down to $182 million this offseason. It subtracted for the first time in modern NFL history. To expect that there's a lot of teams chomping at the bit to then sign you to a near record-breaking free safety market contract, don't see it happening. Matt Bro says, one good thing is the Mariners are pretty good in close games. Yeah, they just need to get to a one-score game so they could turn on the magic, man. That's where they're in their comfort zone. Y2Y says, you can tell the guys in the chat that follow Barry McCuckner, the anti-Brady stance is real. Exactly. Ninja Dragon says Amadi can play free safety as well. I think he's got that in his game as well too. Yeah, I agree. Daniel W. I also like Ashari Croswell, or WE. His name is undrafted safety we have. I would be fine with Blair plus developing Croswell as a free safety when undervalued because of COVID last season. I'd be okay with that too, Daniel. From my standpoint, I don't think long-term you can pay both safeties top market. I don't think you pay Quandre Diggs $12, $13 million per year and be paying $17.5 million to Duane, especially when you're going to be paying two wide receivers at the same time top of the market. Now you've got, again, we come back to that 5 players eating up $100 million of your cap. I don't know that you can pull that off with doing it that way, going that hard with the safety position. I know we once did before with Earl Thomas and Cam, but that was a very specialized situation with 2 players heading into their prime as you were paying them those contracts. Diggs is heading through the back end of his prime. To give him a deal right now, you're paying for past performance versus paying for the potential of what you think you might see in future performance. This is where, to me, it gets a bit dicey on giving him a new deal. I just can't see how it makes a lot of sense. Just tags. I feel like Geno's sign and corner trade would be the last thing we need to do before the season starts. And if the Eagles are trying to trade Kelsey, we get him if possible. If I can get Kelsey at this point, I would love adjust tags. I'd be way on board with it. Find a way to do it. I'd love to do it. I think the Eagles are going to wait because they're in a go for it now approach. So you've got to get them into a point of losing a couple games because that general manager, Howie Roseman, is basically general managing for his job right now. He's the guy that's created the mess that they're sort of in with the way that kind of pittered out from their Super Bowl run. He's on the hook for it, and a losing season very well could get him fired. So to get to the point of moving on assets, they've got to be the point of actually have lost a couple games out the gate and see that they're not a contender, that they don't have it together, that they're not going to be good enough. But they're going to have to lose a few games, I think, to kind of get there first and foremost. But I'd be okay with your scenario. I'd be okay with Trey Corn, bring in Geno. That sounds fine to me, man. Rams house, did they sign Atkins yet? Not as of yet. Like, we're going to wait for the last of the preseason cuts to come down the line, find out what all the assets are that are available as we head into the season, and then make a decision from there. But he's still a possibility. Which QB would you rather have lead your team? 2012 Flacco or last year's Rodgers? Last year's Rodgers. Oh, I guess you're asking Randall. You and Randall getting in a good little debate back and forth. Rams house, the Seahawks D-line would be scary with the addition of Atkins. I think that's where we land with it too, Rams. We'd be really deep. We don't necessarily have the game-changing talent guy that's just, your Myles Garrett, Bosa type. You don't have that guy, but you got a lot of solid parts all the way through, and it's very deep. We could come at you guys in waves. He's not going to cost a lot of money, Rams house. I think he's absolutely a target for us, but we just got to wait for the last of this preseason to kind of filter through to see where it's going to go. Ethan says, no, Brandon, the Eagles are not in a go for it now approach. They're in a go for it now approach. Did I miss, what did I miss on that one? Whoops, silly, autocorrect. I figured something on that. Just tags, when the Bears offered all they did to get Russ, would you have taken it if the Hawks got Justin Fields? Well, the one thing is there's some key information on that just tags that you have to know about going in that we don't know. And that information is how broken or how much in disrepair is the relationship between Russell Wilson and Coach Carroll. Is it fractured? Is it broken beyond all repair? Was it years of anger building into mistrust, which has caused this fracturing to occur? There's a little bit of wonder I have about that. There's some suspicions I have a little bit about that. I referenced this in why I think it's at a ceasefire state right now. And if it's at a broken stage, if it's that stage of, well, we'll do this one more year just because we can't swallow $39 million in dead money hit. So we'll hold on to you for one more year because that's too far for us to go. Well, if it's at that stage of things, then you make a move like that at that point, in my opinion. Yeah, because you obviously have two of the most important parts of your football club, a front office coach and the quarterback, in a complete disconnect status. And you're never going to win a Super Bowl if you have that sort of state of mind going on. Now, I don't think that this is the state of mind that they are in. I think that there was definitely some butting of heads between Carroll and Wilson and the way this thing's been going recently, and Wilson trying to get things course corrected from where his standpoint operates to how to fix this thing. And that might be a little bit different than where Carroll wanted to go, but I think that they found a happy medium to try to make this thing work long term. But if it was at that fractured state, I would have done it. Outside of that, if there was a chance to repair it and make this work long term, no. I would have at that point stood where I'm at, held on to Wilson, tried to make this work in the long term. That's my first lane. That's where I'd rather go with it. And I hope it's not that fractured and they're just trying to make this work this year. I really hope it's not in that state. We'll see how it plays out with it. But the Bears definitely got lucky with Justin Fields, man. For him to land in their lap like he did, where they picked at 12 to come up from 20, because that's the other part of this too, just tags, is we would have had to find a way to get our trade to get up there into 12 to do that. We didn't have a lot of draft capital. We would have had to use all the draft capital Chicago gave us then to try to get up to number 12 at that point, and still might have a little bit left over. But I'm much happier having Wilson right now running this show this season versus having like Justin Fields coming into his rookie year with this ball club. Way better about this upcoming year in that regard. YDY says Seattle's plan to evaluate season and see how Blair plays, then considering extending Diggs. No way force an extension. Blair has a chance to win the free safety spot by the end of the season. Why extend? Agreed. It's all, as I always say over and over again, YDY, it's all about leverage. And when you got the leverage, you can afford to be patient. You can hold a player over a barrel. You can force the terms of the negotiation at the end of the day. He who controls the leverage controls the negotiations. And we, at the end of the day, with Quandre, control the leverage. It's just the way it goes. Jeffrey Hiltz, thank you for subscribing. Jeffrey, you are awesome. We're about 29 away right now from 5,000. You're helping me get down the lane here to 5,000. Long-held goal here. We're finally getting there. I'm stoked, man. Stoked. We're on the way. Just tags, I really like the answers you give. They're really detailed. I try to really expand out just tags. I love talking this stuff, and you bring up some great questions. So just building on the back of your questions, man. That's all I'm doing. Ethan Tech World, I put the quotation marks as the difference, like as in not really, because it's certainly not a roster for a go for it now approach, if that makes sense. A little bit. I'm getting a little bit hazy as I get a little late into this process. But I think I know what you mean on that, man. Randall says, it felt like more are trying to diminish Tom at this point out of good than those guys are. My point is, at this point, the other thing we know is Tom has more rings than anyone. That's a deciding factor. And again, he's done it on different teams. And I know there's a lot of people that still will hold to not like him where he is and have their questions on Tom. And could other quarterbacks do what they did on his team? Well, other quarterbacks weren't there on that team. Tom was on that team. Deshaun Watson wasn't there through the early 2000s. It was Tom that was there. And when Tom arrived there, that was not a Super Bowl contending team. That was not a team going to Super Bowls back-to-back and winning it. In fact, Belichick wasn't even having a winning record before Tom Brady arrived there as a head coach in the National Football League. So, I'm hard-pressed to understand how you can't give him credit at this point. Maybe you don't want to call him the all-time best, but to not give a guy credit like that who's done it for this many years, under different lanes, different teams, different offensive schemes. I mean, he went to Tampa Bay, which was the inverse of what he would run completely. No risk it, no biscuit. Toss it down the field. Take hits at 40 plus years old because you're doing 7-step drops. You got to give the guy a little bit of props at that point, I think. And I'm not a lover of Tom. This is begrudgingly so. This is me like kicking and screaming to give him this credit, but it's hard to deny. Daniel W. says, Duane Brown is $800,000 off being the second highest paid at the age of 36. I'm 100% fine with him sitting the season. He's being a baby, IMO. I know the fan wants to pay him $5 million bonus, but business, that equals bad. If you got to do that, you got to do that, Daniel. I mean, that's the part of having this in the CBA that they can't sit out, is that they can't sit out. So, if he does want to sit out, he can do that at that point. I certainly would sweeten the deal a little bit, Daniel. I wouldn't go to $5 million. I might give him a little bit more. I might add a voidable year and give him a couple extra million signing bonus, but I'm not eating up my $13 million cap space with Duane Brown just to give him a nice big flex bonus to him. No, not doing that. So I'm both with Duane and both with Quandre. They're both a little bit in a position of, what do you want to do here? What do you want to do? You don't have a lot of leverage here. This whole sit-in thing is really cute, but it doesn't really accomplish a whole lot other than you guys not getting your bodies prepared for the season appropriately. And in Duane's case, when you're a 36-year-old guy, not getting your body right, not getting out there and practicing is going to have a good chance of bringing you back to injury, which again just leads Seattle back in the direction of why we're going to give you money at that point. Good chance, even every day you hold out or hold in is just one more day of a better potential of you getting injured once the season comes. Randall says, how many times has Russ had a top 5D and how many rings does he have? Yeah, he's had top 5D 3 times and 1 ring. And I think wouldn't that be that? I think that's the answer, Randall. Just Tags. I kind of feel like Diggs is at the end of his prime, so he really needs to play to stay extended. Agreed. I mean, a guy heading into his 30s here, which the secondary market with cornerbacks and safeties, they fall off pretty quickly once they get into their 30s. And if you're talking about you're going to sit out this year, you're going to try to sit out a substantial number of games this year and expect to be paid top of the market next year, I don't see it. I don't see how you sit out games, frankly. You get fake an injury, And again, faking an injury, you're not building your value back up. Now you become an injury-prone player. Now you start to, well, wait, is he beat up or was he holding out because he was just trying to get paid? And then would he do that with us again, where he'd fake an injury to hold out? What kind of message does that send? I don't know. Ninja Dragon says, I think there's a serious possibility Russ tries to force a trade if we don't win the divisional round this year. This has been a long-held prediction for me, Ninja Dragon, where I've stood on this with the Russell Wilson situation. And let me qualify this because I have people that constantly misunderstand what I'm saying here. I want Russell Wilson to be here long-term. I want Russell Wilson to finish his career here with the Seahawks. I think that would be awesome. That is what I'd like to see. But as a guy that does this and looks at this from an analytical standpoint and how all this is playing out from a 10,000-mile view of it, I truly believe that the Seahawks do not get to the divisional round as a bare minimum this year. Russ is more likely than not going to be moved next season, this next offseason. They've got to get to that state, in my opinion, to hold on to Russ in the long term. That is why I want to be so aggressive this season. That is why I don't care about tomorrow or the 2 or 3 year plan. I care about this year's plan. Because if you miss this year, you could be seeing your organization start into a tailspin, into a death spiral that sees us right back at the pre-Holmgren levels real quick. Real quick. And I don't think we're going to get there, but you could land there real fast if this goes sideways. And it could start to go sideways by losing a franchise quarterback at the tail end of his prime. That's how that stuff can kind of begin. So I hope they can get there. That's why they need to be aggressive now. That's why they need to fit as many players up under this cap as they possibly can fit to try to capture that next 10-year run that could be sitting in front of them. Spencer Smith, we now have officially 14 out of 14 teams for the Hawks Nest Fantasy League. I have one person on a wait list to join. I can change it from a 14 to 16 person league if I get one more player to volunteer. Sounds good, man. Thank you for running that, Spencer. Just Tags, I feel comfortable with Stone playing if Brown leaves. He didn't play awful during the 2 games, just a rough start to game 1. And even in that rough start to game 1, Just Tags, which like the sack he gave up on the corner blitz, I know people put that on him a little bit. I put that more on Geno. who should have a little more awareness. Flash, it was kind of jacked up by the Raiders to be running a corner blitz in the first preseason game. Anyway, I thought that was a little bit of an odd call. But I thought Stone has held up really well, to your point. He's rated out well by Pro Football Focus in both of these first 2 games. Certainly in pass protection, he has held out really well. He's looked good pulling in space. He's going to struggle in generating much push as far as a run blocker goes because of the leverage stuff that he's losing out on, and because he probably needs a year or 2 in a NFL weight program to get his strength up for a guy that size. But he's shown at least enough flashes in pass protection, which matches up to what I saw in the college tape when I did a breakdown of him as far as what I saw out of Florida, where he's got a skill set that should translate to be able to take on really good edge rushers. He should be able to handle guys that can tend to be real elite benders, real elite quickness, and because of his size and length, he's able to just keep those guys cleared out of the pocket, sometimes almost with ease. So he's got a lot of things still to clean up in his game. I like his long-term future. I don't know where he slots out as a long-term guy exactly as far as his upper end goes, but bare minimum as a guy who could maybe fill in for you as a swing tackle here and there. I definitely see that, which for 6th round value, that's pretty doggone good. 312, what are my thoughts on Alvin Kamara as a player? He's one of my favorite running backs in the league, 312. I put him right there with I probably got him even maybe a little bit ahead of a Christian McCaffrey type, just because of so much of the flexibility he provides. I mean, he can be a legit slot receiver for you, or he can be your every down back. He's got that in his game. The swivel hips that he has in order to create his balance to throw guys off while he creates balance and at the same time can sort of shrug guys off with his hips who are trying to tackle him. It's pretty amazing with the way that he generates that type of power and ability to just sort of torque guys just by sort of swiveling around a little bit. But his balance is amazing. He's one of the toughest guys to tackle in the entire NFL. He's bigger than he looks. He's faster than he looks. A very complete running back. He's going to have to carry the load there, though, for New Orleans this year. He is. But I'd probably put, if I had a top 5 running backs in this league, Alvin Kamara is going to be in it. And he's going to be right up near number 1 for me. He would be very close for me because of what he provides to you as a running back. No limitations in his game at all. Just Ag says in regards to Diggs, exactly, he has to play and play good to get re-signed or signed by another team. Yeah. There's nothing that's guaranteed by what he's done off his past performance over the last year and a half that's going to get Diggs paid yet. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. Daniel W. says, I keep hearing that pre-Holmgren era, but to be fair, the NFL is a different game than back then. In the era, teams stayed dominant for 10 to 15 years. Now there's a lot more talent and movement in the NFL. Yes, but understand too, Daniel, that's why you got to look at what he did with the Green Bay situation in addition to what he did with the Seattle situation. Because, at the time that he was getting there with Holmgren, the free agent periods was just really in its infancy. Barely any guys were moving around. And I know that they got Reggie White to Green Bay, but that wasn't a Green Bay team that was even getting to the playoffs before Reggie White got there. It wasn't a team that was just on the cusp, one elite defender away from pushing up over that other side. Holmgren was taking an organization that was nothing in the 80s and really not much in the early 90s and getting him to back-to-back Super Bowls within a couple of years. That's really on the back of him doing that at the time where that, to your point on that, those teams were in that stilted state. He was doing it at the times the Niners were the preeminent ones rolling it. So yeah. I mean, it's true. It's maybe a little more easier for Holmgren because of the free agent period that was in place at that time. But if you look at it too, Daniel W., Holmgren's teams weren't great because they were adding all of these free agents. Holmgren's teams were great because of how he was drafting and team building. So it wasn't even necessarily the free agent stuff that was what he was doing with Seattle to turn him around. 12th man RC and Hobby says, Quandre tweeted grateful. Maybe that means they've already worked something out. I hope so. I hope so. You never can tell with these players, 12th man. They'll put those tweets out, and it's just like, like Jamal said, just got paid on a tweet like a month and a half ago that had us all thinking the contract was coming down the track. Just Tag says, Darrell Taylor's just so fast off the line, he just overshoots the sack. If he gets that figured out, he'll be really good. Yep, just got to flatten out that rush, figure out how to kind of get a little slower and get your hands on the guy, not overshoot it a little bit. But you can't teach the quickness, can't teach the bend. First step quickness, all that stuff he's got natural in his game. And that's why he was a highly drafted guy. He's got elements you just can't teach, Just Tags. And why I think he'll eventually be a really good rusher. But it is his first year. He's got to figure it out. It's a learning process. He's essentially a de facto rookie this season. Daniel W. says college is pumping out bigger, faster, more advanced athletes and capable coaches, so I'm not worried like it's 1985. No, and we're a much more attractive organization to go to than we were before. So I don't think we'll fall back into the tailspin of the 90s and be that type of team again anytime soon, but it's, it is the uncertainty of potential if Russell moves on and then Carroll moves on, and then what do you have? Who's the coach, who's the players, where are you at? It's a little more of a question mark at that point. Ethan Techworld says, have you seen things that have been happening in Buffalo with players like Beasley? I'm really glad the Hawks did the situation correctly by bringing in actual health professionals. Yeah, I don't wade into the ground on that stuff too much, Ethan Techworld. I stay away from that stuff. It goes too much into the political leanings of it. And if any of you are like me out there, I am staying away from politics right now as far away as I can stay away from it. Brandon McDaniel says, is Malik McDowell going to make the Browns? Very well looks like he might. I mean, he came in the second half. He got like a sack and 8 tackles and 2 tackle for losses and another quarterback hit. Oh, it's going to be brutal this year watching him shine. He's going to have Garrett and Clowney taking all the heat on the edges. He's just going to be able to one-on-one all day long over there. Malik might be a good player. Lance Johnson said, I'd push Dunlap inside on Joey Hunt. He could just jump over him like KJ jumping over a block a kick. There you go. He just step over him, Lance. He wouldn't have to jump. He just move one leg up over the top of one shoulder pad and then move it up over the other and then just push his head down as he goes over the top. Brian Koski says, what bugs me most is watching Russell Wilson get blindsided on his left side of pass protection. Stay safe, number 3. Yeah, you're going to limit his snaps, Brian. If he plays a bunch and you got Stone Forsythe out there, it's probably like a series or 2 at the most if there's no Duane Brown. So I think Coach Carroll's doing that math as well, and he's not going to want to see Russ get blindsided or hit because he's got a second, third stringer in there at left tackle. He's not going to want that. So they'll take care of him. I don't think they're going to get him injured in this last preseason game. Brandon McDaniel says, Kamara kind of reminds me of a cat when he runs. Yeah, I could see a little bit of that. I could see a little bit. I'll say this too about 3-1-2. I don't know that there's another rusher that exactly reminds me of like Kamara's running style. He doesn't have really shades of another running back to me. He is really his own unique kind of cat. It's one of the things that always gets me excited about running backs and that people forget a little bit about them, and especially us here in Seattle because we've gotten so used to a Marshawn Lynch running back mold. So you're used to the Thomas Rawls, Chris Carson, Marshawn Lynch types that have come through. But there's so many different running backs under the sun, and all of them got some unique styles and traits to their game. And Kamara is just that type of guy where it's just so unique. Fast, but then big, but then elusive, but then this amazing balance, almost the likes of which we've never seen at the running back position, and his ability to keep his feet, even as he's shaking off tacklers, and to still remain comfortably on his feet, where he's not like, tapping on one toe here, but he's always got his balance underneath him. Just phenomenal. To follow up, what type of season do you expect him to have? Well, Jameis Winston seems to be really coming on for New Orleans to the point that he's going to force Sean Payton to finally come off of his love for Taysom Hill. And that's a deep love. That's the type of timeless, endless love that you don't see often between coach and quarterback. And Jameis is forcing that situation to happen. If Jameis is in there playing, he's going to be a lot better in my opinion, because Jameis is going to force teams to play it honest and not stack the box. If Taysom Hill's your starter, then teams are going to be stacking the box, and it's going to remove a little bit of Kamara's effectiveness, say nothing of the limitations of him being able to hit him in space now out of the backfield like Breeze was able to do, or like I think Winston would be able to do a little bit more of. So it really comes down to 3-1-2 about who do you think is going to be the starter. If you think Winston's going to be starter, I think he'll have a very good season. If it's going to be Taysom Hill, then I've got some question marks. The only other thing too, and I'm sure your question's a little bit in regards to this 3-1-2, is if in fantasy, I have a general principle in fantasy that I steer away from running backs that have been paid. If you have a running back who just got a record-breaking contract, I'm going to be a little bit hesitant on that because those guys don't tend to stay as healthy and they don't tend to be as productive after they sign those monster contracts. It's weird how those things always kind of go together like that, but it does seem to happen. Daniel W., for sure, my point is that I don't think the Seahawks would be a garbage franchise for 10 years if we lost Russ plus Pete Carroll. I think we would be fine. To be fair, since 2014, not done much. My only hesitance on this, Daniel, is this. Paul Allen is no longer alive. And what drove our ability to bring in Holmgren, and what drove the ability to move off of Mora in that one bad year to then jump onto Coach Carroll and get the right guy in here, it was Paul Allen's guidance and direction getting that done. That is now missing. You do not have an owner with that same type of firm hand, that same type of commitment, that same type of care for the franchise. Indeed, most of what we hear is that Jody seems to be owning this franchise begrudgingly. So when you get to a point of a potential where a franchise, I don't think it'll go to garbage state, Daniel, I agree. There's no place or way I can see the franchise getting to a garbage state, but misrun, mismanaged, poor hires being put on stage, that absolutely can happen. And the way that happens is by a lack of strong ownership, by a lack of a good, strong guiding hand. I don't think it's likely to happen, Daniel, but the door goes from being completely closed on that potential of happening with Russ and Carroll here to being slightly cracked open instead, if that makes sense, to put it in a little bit more of a perspective with it, and rather than, skies falling. I do agree with you overall in that. Randall says, Holmgren built Hawks with a quarterback nobody else believed in. Haas was the 7th round pick in Green Bay. Yeah. I mean, Hutchinson, you brought Tobeck in. You picked Sean Alexander Hutchinson, Darrell Jackson, Jeremy Stevens, Bobby Ingram that you knew was a good, valuable guy you brought in as a great slot guy. I think that he didn't do as well necessarily on the defensive side, I guess we could say. But again, Marcus Trufant, I think, was a pick of him. He was solid. So he did it through the draft. He really did it through the draft. Herbicide says, hola, Rams picking up Sony Michel. What are my thoughts? Sony Michel, I was a lot more higher on him in college than versus what I've seen of him as a pro. For certainly his rookie year, he looked pretty good with the New England. I thought, yeah, this is what I saw at college, which was a really explosive guy. You look at a guy with the North Carolina Tar Heels this last year who got drafted, Michael Carter, who a lot of people are very high on him. I had a lot of that same kind of feel with Sony, he was just explosive in space. I'm not necessarily a fast guy, but just real explosive. He hasn't shown up as much of that on the pro level of things. He's looked like just a jag, just another guy to me at the running back position at the pro level. But he's averaged 4.3 yards per carry, 2,000 yards. Can't stay really super healthy. But you can't deny, that 4.3 yards per carry as a running back is fairly effective as a running back in that aspect of things, and they needed some help. They were really paper thin there at the running back position with Akers now gone. They have not a lot of draft picks. This has been my contention with the Rams. This fits not just this way with the running back situation for them, but all the way down the line with their positional groupings. They are very thin once you get past their frontline guys all the way down. But he does give them a helping hand. He'll be mildly effective for them, but he's not a guy that is in the same level of Cam Akers. He is to me probably like 75% of what Cam Akers is, maybe 80% on his best day. Mark Hoppercorn says, thank you for the birthday wishes. I ordered a jersey on Amazon, which is a poor man's jersey, but I couldn't Cam or Baldwin cheap enough, so went with a cheaper personal one, but finally a Hawks jersey. Fans since day one. Hey, cost don't matter as long as you're rocking the jersey, Mark. That's all that counts. That's all that counts. As long as you're rocking that jersey, you're repping your team, then it doesn't matter if it comes from Save On. You know what I mean? I don't care. But happy birthday, bro. I hope it's a super happy birthday for you. Some nice tasty cake. Carl says, I'd take Aaron Jones about a step below Kimura. Oh, yeah. I'd take him as a step below, but Kimura's better, bigger. He can run through tackles a little bit more, you do a little more stuff with him, I think, as far as he can take more of a payload, He can take more carries, a couple more touches than I think you can get out of a guy, a little more slider in Aaron Jones. Spencer Smith says, my friend is a Saints fan, and he said in a group chat yesterday he stole 32.72 worth of crab legs. Today he stole my heart. Just out Jameis Winston. Yesterday he stole $32.72 worth of crab legs. Today he stole my heart. It's so true. Yeah, the Saints got on that Winston battle. It took like 2 preseason games to get on Winston over Taysom Hill, didn't it? Ethan says, yeah, I've noticed that little correlation between running backs getting paid and how they perform. Odd how that works in Ethan. Otto, the second that you sign at 15, 16, 17 million per, and you don't quite run as hard through those tackles. You aren't quite lowering your head down as much. It's very strange how that seems to work with those running backs, but yeah, it does seem to be the case more often than not. 312 says, what are my thoughts on the Rams right now? I think they've put all of their hopes and wishes upon Stafford, 312. So it comes down to, like, how good is Stafford really at the end of the day? I maintained throughout this offseason, for me, it was a weird dichotomy, 312, because at the start of this offseason, I felt like Matt Stafford was a little bit of an underrated guy throughout NFL circles and fandom, a guy people weren't giving as much probably credit to as far as for being an above-average player. Not a great quarterback, but above-average quarterback, rather than being a guy that some people still put in this almost sub-bust state to a degree. He's gone from that low end of the peg and swung all the way to the other side as far as the pendulum will go. Now he's become completely overrated. You would think he's a top 3 quarterback who Detroit's just been beating the hell out of in a dungeon for 15 years. That's not been the case. He's a solid quarterback. He's a bit better than Goff is, but they've lost like 6 or 7 starters off that team, 312. Jalen Johnson is a legitimate top 3 safety probably in this sport, maybe top 5 if we're going to be even a little conservative. He's gone off the roster. Gone. Rams don't have him. Trey Hill, one of the best slot corners in the league, gone. Michael Brockers, 1 tech. 10 years he's been a 1 tech there for him. He's cleaned things up so he takes on the double team so Aaron Donald can get singled up a little bit more often. Gone. Right? We keep going down the list. Austin Blythe, starting center, gone. Cam Akers, out for the year. Up-and-coming running back. Backup running back that they had last year is gone. Josh Reynolds, a useful wide receiver for them, gone. Gerald Everett, their number 2 tight end, gone. Samson Ekubon, starting linebacker, gone. We can keep going down the list on this, but you eventually come to a point when you lose too many players, 312, where it becomes too much. Where you're trying to, unless you have the full allotment of your draft stack, plus compensatory picks, plus you have some cap space to sign guys to bring them in return, which they did not have. Deshaun Jackson was their big free agent signing this offseason. So I do think that they are a team that pushes into the playoffs. I think both them and the Niners could find themselves both in the playoffs, with, of course, my Seahawks winning the division. But I don't think that they get over 10 or 11 wins. I think that's their top end at that point. And I wouldn't be the least bit surprised to see them go down even a couple more games versus what they won last year, being a 9 or 10, 8 or 9 win team even. Ryan, yeah, it was a cool way to watch Alex Smith have a comeback after his disgusting leg injury and surgeries. Yeah, that was a tough leg injury he got there. Randall says, I didn't wear my jersey the first 2 preseason games. Not to fret. I got her washed up. Last year losses are gone. Good. Wash those out of there. And you want to use the jersey for the right time. You've noticed I haven't rocked the large jersey yet. That sucker's not coming out until week 1. You know what I mean? You got to save those specialized jerseys with the good juju for the right times when you need it. You don't need it for a preseason game. You need to come regular season. You need to come playoffs. Spencer says, famous Jameis. That's right. He needs to do a crab leg restaurant at some point and name it that. Ian Harper, Quandre Diggs just posted something cryptic on Twitter. He, let me see what Quandre Diggs just posted something quick. He possibly may ask for a new contract. That's been a little bit of what we've been talking about a bit, Ian, here. The one thing is with Quandre is he doesn't have a ton of leverage in this situation. So that's the one thing holding this thing back from him and getting a new deal is, number one, Seattle's got his replacement waiting in the wings, ready to take over for him if he wants to hold out or be a problem or do sit-ins or fake an injury or whatever he's going to try to do to force a contract. Seattle can just ride out there with Marquise Blair, and I'm really not convinced entirely that Quandre Diggs is that much better of a player than Marquise Blair manning the free safety position. Maybe marginally, maybe, but we don't know really for sure. You know, I know the one game, Ian, that Marquise Blair came in and started at the free safety position in 2019. He was the highest rated defender in that particular game. That's what I do know. So I just don't think Quandre's got a whole lot of leverage here to hold out. They can do this whole Twitter cryptic crap that these guys want to do to try to get these deals done, but it's not going to amount to a whole hill of beans when at the end of the day you don't have any leverage. I mean, what's he going to do? Sit out, Ian? And then he's going to be charged $60,000 a day for holding out. No player in the NFL is currently holding out. That's a good indication that no player is going to hold out because it costs too much money to do so. He's got to sit in on the final year of his deal, wait it out. Probably the way this all shakes out at the end of the day. Randall says, I remember Bryce Brown, played for the Hawks a bit. I loved how he ran for some reason. Oh, he's a real hard charge runner. That's your Marshawn Lynch mold right there, Brandel. You know, I do. I do remember. I think we had Arthur Brown, his brother, for a hot minute in here too, at linebacker. I think he was in for a second as well. That was that year we got really low on running backs. We were down to like 7th or 8th string, something like that. Jeff Ryan says, Brandon, I'm actually interested to possibly see Jameis Winston start for the Saints. The last game I was at, Jameis was starting for Tampa Bay. Good Lord, that was fun. We got the overtime win in that game. Well, Jameis, it's never a matter of with Jameis Winston talent. The guy was the number 1 overall pick in the draft for a reason. This is a guy that could have been probably a pitcher in Major League Baseball. Could have been a great, potential closer if you had wanted to be. He's got some talent there. He can throw the football around the football field. And there is a history of players who are able to tap back into being guys highly drafted quarterbacks who weren't able to make things quite work, who found their feet later on a little bit in their career. I think the Raiders had a couple of them. Randall, you'll help me out on this one, I know. But you had Plunkett and you had that hard partying guy. I can't remember his name, but the other guy that was the other Raider quarterback. There was a hard. Both those guys I think were resurrection projects for the Raiders at the time. Both those guys, I think, won them Super Bowls. And you got Doug Williams with the Washington Redskins going to a finally good franchise after he was drafted, I think, initially by Tampa Bay. There's a little bit of a history of guys being able to turn things around. And, Jameis, for as bad a year he had in Tampa Bay that final year, he led the league in touchdown passes. He turns the ball over, but that's really it with him. Clean up your turnovers, Jameis, and you can be a pretty good player. You can get that solved. You can be a pretty good player. Now, the downside of that is that we tend to find with quarterbacks, if you tend to be a turnover prone type guy, it tends to kind of follow you all the way through. You don't end up being able to really correct that. A guy like Brett Favre, for instance, you always got a ton of touchdown passes, but you always got a ton of interceptions too. You weren't going to get one without the other. And I don't know if he's able to do it, but it's the only thing he's got to really clean up in his game. He's got the coach who's going to make things easy for him. He's got the arm. He can make every throw in the book. But can you clean up that turnover problem? Randall says, Diggs' tweet was, can't deny me what I deserve. And again, tweet all you want. Tweets aren't leverage. Tweets are just tweets. They're you talking to the nothingness. What does it really mean when it comes down to what are you going to do to get your deal? You going to hold out? Do you have the guts to wait on $60,000 a day? Do you? You'll be the only one in the NFL if you are. But I'm with Ethan. I go kick rocks, man. You're on the final year of your deal. Deal with it. I want to be traded. No. What? Brian Koski says if Diggs doesn't want to play, put Blair in there. There we go, Brian. We got a high second round pick, and don't forget with Marquise Blair. Marquise Blair was picked higher than DK Metcalf in the second round. Marquise Blair was picked higher than Tyler Lockett in the second round. Marquise Blair was picked higher than Jon Reid, higher than Frank Clark, higher than Darrell Taylor, picked higher than all those guys in the second round. This is a talented kid. Let's roll with him if we got to. Fine with me. Ninja Dragon, preseason standouts, Rasheem Green, DJ Dallas, and Alden Robinson. Anyone you would like to add? I would put, Ninja, you got to put, I think there are 2 tackles in there. You've got to put Stone Forsythe and Jay Curran. Jay Curran got an 85 grade by Pro Football Focus in this last game. That is an amazing grade for a rookie right tackle being thrown into the fire, starting games against number 1s across from him. Those 2 guys have been really well, and they've held up really well in this preseason so far to me, no doubt about it. Beyond that, yeah, that's been about it beyond that. Not been a whole lot of bright spots going beyond those guys. Whitey Wise says, as good as the NFC West is, each team has questions. Arizona's 500 last season had last-minute wins they were lucky to get. San Francisco's roster as good as people is San Francisco's roster as good as people think, and Los Angeles Rams pluses more than the minuses. That's it. I always say with the Rams, it's an equation, right? So it's Matt Stafford minus 6 starters minus Cam Akers equals better team than last year? Question mark? And to me, the answer is no on that. No. That formula comes out to you should be a lesser team. Maybe not significantly so, but less, worse, Not as good, especially with Aaron Donald now a year older, maybe a year closer to getting outside of that prime. Especially Jalen Ramsey, a year older, maybe a year closer to getting outside that prime. Just Tag says, I'm starting to think Diggs actually got it extended because of his tweets. he's popping some tweets out. He's got you guys in. I got to look at these tweets after the stream here to see what he's saying, because he's got you guys. He's definitely working some magic on y'all. Let me look at this. Let me see what is going on here. Let me look at I follow him. Let's see what he's got to say here. Let's see what's going on. Quandre Diggs. What do you got, Quandre? All right. So last couple we've got 2 hours ago. He says, you can't deny me what I deserve. 1 hour ago, though, he said, I'm grateful. And then that's what we got. And then Daddy's Princess 4 hours ago. But then 5 hours ago, 3 of my favorite people to talk to. I don't know. I don't know if we can see a lot from these tweets. I don't know. Maybe. Hopefully. But I got the grateful one's good. Grateful one's good. That's always encouraging, right? Brian Koski, I remember Tapupu had 3 interceptions in one game. Did Brian? Brian, I just put that in my last funniest mic'd up video moments, Brian. I put that on the back end of that one. But yeah, he called his third shot too, Brian. I got sideline tape of Lofa in that game saying, I got one more in me. He's telling Jim Mora. So yeah, I got one more in me. And Jim was like, really? Like, yeah. And they went out and got it. Called his shot. I don't think that was the snow game, though, Randall, the 3 interception game. That was another interception game that he had in a year prior, I think. I think that was 2005 was the Philly snow game. Chad, Brandon, you were talking to Brian, sorry. Ninja Dragon says Blair really played mostly because he always gets injured. That will have to change if he wants another contract. As far as Diggs, might try and move him if they can get decent value. They could on that. I don't know that Blair's been injured a lot outside of this. I guess he's had a couple of things. You're right. He's had a couple of things. He's going to have to stay healthier, that's for sure. Daniel W. says, what are you going to be looking for in this final preseason game Saturday? Well, I'd like to see a little bit of the ferociousness of this pass rush come to bloom, especially against a second-year guy in Justin Herbert, who's going to, still kind of coming along. I'd like to see what they can do against him, especially getting some of your starters and more of your guys who are actually going to get some snaps in the regular season as pass rushers. Let's see that kind of on display a little bit. Offensively, I'd like to see Russ running a lot of up-tempo with his offense. Just running up-tempo, short passing game. Let me see that. I want to see more of Rashad Penny, but I want to see more of Rashad Penny Daniel on the edges. Use him on the outside. Use him appropriately. Let's see him with that. I'd like to see a little of D. Eskridge with some manufactured touches in this game. Don't just have him in there as far as Russ has got to go through his progressions and eventually get to him. Give him a couple of bubble screens. Give him a few fly sweeps. Get him on a couple of slants. I'd like to see that as well. Love to see Marquise Blair out at the safety. I don't care what safety position, but just see him out there playing a little bit more. I'd like to also watch a little bit more of Jordan Brooks and to see where he's at in coverage. He looked good in the first week in coverage. He looked bad again last week in coverage. Where is he at on that? Those would be probably the things I'd mostly be looking at, though. Just those items. Just Tags, you're right. Blair is a dog. Absolutely a dog. Randall, yep, it's a 2-week break now between the last preseason game and the season opener. They're trying to give him a de facto second bye week by doing this way. I just think give him a second bye week in the season and eliminate the last game by whatever, Carl, they also drafted LJ Penny McDowell above Blair, too. I love Blair, but don't trust the draft metrics specifically after your reaction the past 3 years. Laughing my ass off. Fair. Very fair, Carl. Very fair. And very true. Very true. Ethan, also minus all those coaches gone. Oh, yeah, that's right. Rams lost like 9 coaches this offseason, too. So I add that to my formula, Ethan. Minus 9 coaches on top. Just Tag says Jalen Ramsey's getting dusted in joint practices. Yeah, he's getting smoked a little bit, according to what we're hearing. Interesting to see. Interesting to hear. We'll see where he's at. Jim Plunkett. That's it. Jim Plunkett and Stabler was the other guy. There we go. I knew you had me, Randall. I knew you had me. It's Plunkett Stabler. So those were reclamation projects by the Raiders at the time. And yeah, we got Doug. You got Doug Williams at one point, right? There's been a couple come through. Randall McDaniel, Rich Gannon was a late bloomer. He was kind of I look to more of the reclamation guys rather than being late bloomers, more of like, well, the model we're talking about, Jameis being the highly drafted guy, falls on his face, everyone's like he's a bust, but then comes back around and becomes a really good player. And there are few and far of those in between, where Gannon was, I think he was like a late round pick. No one was really ever thinking would do much. He really was like an overachiever type guy. Herbicide 73, do I think Adams will play this week? Not likely. I don't think, coming off his injuries, I think they know what they have in him. I don't think that they feel like they're going to need, it's not as much as like what you need with Russ, where you have him taking on a new offense and having to learn a new offense. Adams should know this defense by this point, his responsibilities, how they want to utilize him in it. I would be surprised to see much of Adams in this particular game. Probably you rest him. JSD, are the starters playing during the last preseason game? We have to guess on this, JS. You got to guess, because right now Carroll's not telling you. You got no indications from the media on this, so we got to kind of guess. My guess is, because you don't have a fourth preseason game, because you've not played any of your starters really through the first two games, that you will get to see everybody at least a little bit in this game. I don't think that means it's going to be substantial like you'd normally see in a third preseason game. The offense and defense play all the way until usually through the third quarter, or at least a series into the third quarter for both sides of the squad to get used to starting a game and halftime and then coming back out again. I don't know you're going to get all that. I think you get a little bit more truncated than that. Everybody gets a little bit of a taste, just a little taste, a little smattering, but not full on third quarter all the way through. Randall McDaniel says, without the medicals, he's a mid-round pick. Curhan, right tackle. Yeah, that's about right. I think that sounds correct. What did I have? Here are my notes that I had on him when I looked at him after we signed him as an undrafted right tackle. Here was what I had on him. He's a right tackle only at the next level, is what I said, and maybe a right guard if he can work in the leverage in there, because he's a big guy. He's like Stone Forsythe. Both of those guys like 6'7", 6'8". His testing numbers at his pro day weren't good. He's really slow and not very athletic. This doesn't show up on tape, though, in the traditional way. So essentially what you have in this guy is a guy who tested out horribly in Jack coming out of college, and that's why he went undrafted. But what you saw on tape was completely different what you saw in the testing scores. He's able to get to the second level. He's able to hold up in pass protection. He's able to move his feet. He's technically very good. That's how he kind of gets it done with that. But he's not a fast guy. He's not a fun athlete to watch at the offensive line position, and that's probably why he went undrafted. But he just gets the job done. I got here on the notes, he's got good power. He's got a good punch. He does struggle with blitz recognition, which is a little bit something that probably show up on a rookie guy, on a rookie player. But I liked him as a player with Jack. Liked him coming out. Liked him as a signing. He's good. He might be a guy for you. He might be on the roster. He might be playing his way on the roster. He gets an 85 Pro Football Focus rating. That's good. Grateful tweet. I know what you meant on that, Just Dags. Yep, the grateful tweet would indicate maybe there's something good there with it. Jeffrey says, I also feel like some of those vet guys phoning in on preseason. They know it doesn't matter. Yeah, if you're not trying to fight for the squad, it's like, you need to really. Fiji Mark, how you doing, Fiji Mark? Good to see you on in the chat. Hope you're doing well, and I'm doing awesome. Awesome. But Randall, I don't think it was his medicals as much as with Curran. It was his lack of testing scores. They were really bad. Like his testing scores across the mark were like no vertical, no speed, no quickness. Ian Harper, what do you think of the Cardinals? Do you view them as a current or future threat? Neither, Ian, because when you don't have the right head coach, I'm never gonna think you're gonna be able to tap into really anything of where you don't have really a top end. And I've got my big time questions with Kingsbury, a guy that didn't have a lot of success as a head coach before he got that head coaching job there with the Cardinals. And there's not been a lot he showed me up until this point to make me think different. His offense has not set the world on fire, despite the fact he's supposed to have a guy in Kyler Murray who's the exact perfect fit for what he wants to do with his offense and the spread formations he wants to run. Kyler's had a good couple of years. He's been a very dynamic player for them. There's just something about him I can't quite buy in. And I wish I could articulate it because I can't quite bring out what it is that bothers me with him. But there's something with Kyler that I'm just not quite in on. So I don't trust the moves they made this offseason, which I've jokingly have referenced as being all geriatric signings, bringing in a bunch of old guys that long have been past their best days, being J.J. Watt, A.J. Green, Malcolm Butler. You've gone that direction rather than building on your depth and bringing in quality guys that are maybe in the middle of their prime or heading into their prime, which to me speaks a little bit to the desperation of their situation to try to turn them into a winner quickly when it's not kind of getting there. They're going to be a good team. They're going to be a tough out. We could easily split our games with them, for instance, but I don't see them as a team making the playoffs this year. And I don't necessarily see them as a team into the future that has me as worried as, let's say, a team like the 49ers, who in Trey Lance, I think long-term, scare me a little bit more than what Kyler Murray does long-term. Ryan Tannehill, that's another reclamation. You're right, Randall. You're right. That would be another one that would be a good reclamation. Carl says, how do you feel about your strength of schedule? What's our record prediction and what's your 53? Hard to go through all the 53-man roster with you there. Strength of schedule this year is it's been an easier strength of schedule than we've dealt with recently, I think, over the last couple of years. I think it's going to be much easier at the first blush of it. You've got some games in there. The 5 tough ones are, of course, the first 3 out the gate being your Colts to the Titans to the Vikings. That's rough as an opening 3 games. Those are all tough outs. And then later on, you've got a Washington Football Packers back-to-back week. I think that's going to be a tough run in there. Outside of that, I think the schedule's got a lot of winnable games, Carl, at home especially. I mean, the home schedule looks real tasty. I see us at 13-4 as we stand right now. That would be my prediction. And that's going to be on the heart of having a less than tough schedule. I don't think the NFC West is going to be as hard as it's been recently, which is going to help us through. And then as far as the 53-man roster, I'll try to go through this kind of quick. I do think DJ Dallas, Rashad Penny, Chris Carter are your running backs. Maybe Alex Collins makes it on as well. Valor will make it as your fullback. Obviously, Gabe Jackson, Damian Lewis, Stone Forsythe, Duane Brown. I'll have Jamarco Jones get cut. Brandon Shell, Cedric Abuji on the right side. Gabe Jackson, we'll go with Phil Haynes. Ethan Posick, Fuller, that's your offense there, basically. Receivers, you'll see DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, D. Eskridge, Freddie Swain, and I'm going to go with Cade Johnson as my surprise 5th. Defensive line, let's go with Geno Atkins as a prediction signing for you, along with the 3 Brian Monet, Al Woods, and Puda Ford will be your defensive tackles, defensive ends. You're going to have Darrell Taylor, Carlos Dunlap, Benson Mayowa, Kerry Hyder, and Darrell Taylor as your starting ends. Out there with also Alton Robinson and Rasheem Green. Everybody else gets cut that I didn't mention on that. Linebackers, I think, still a fluid situation. We'll see what goes on with that. Obviously, Barton makes it, but I have a lot of questions about who else is going to get there beyond that. Corners, I don't think the new guy makes it. I think this Demarius Randall becomes the surprise as the guy that makes the roster at the end of the day. So Trey Flowers, Trey Brown, Kelly Witherspoon, DJ Reed, and Demarius Randall will be the guy that I go with. Safeties, obviously, pretty set there. Ryan Neal, Jamal Adams, Marquise Blair, and Quandre Diggs. There's your 53-man roster. I think it's technically a 55-man roster. Ian Harper, do you think the Hawks had any snubs from the top 100 lists? No, Ian. I thought it was pretty fair. I mean, you could make the argument a couple guys could maybe be up a little bit higher. Maybe Jamal, maybe certainly Russell, I think could be up a little bit higher. But I felt like it was a pretty fair list this year. Pretty fair. Ninja Dragon, I think Pete sees Penny as an all-purpose back. I expect that to continue. I hope so. He's got good hands. He can catch. He's got that to his game. Carl says, I love Gabe Jackson and Damian Lewis have a bet on who gets the most pancakes. Me too, man. That is awesome to hear. And those are 2 guys who can pancake a lot of dudes. Those are 2 big, bad men. I mean, they are mountain movers, those 2 guys. Daniel W., if we took Creed, our O-line could be set up for the future with Stone, Curran, Creed, and the guard we got last year. Oh, well, I guess we get a center next year. Hopefully. Well said, Daniel, and you're right. Creed was my guy. That was who I wanted to see us target. I couldn't believe he landed in our lap. And hopefully we don't look back on that as just a horrible mistake and a horrible miss, not pulling the trigger on that. And Eskridge can be just magnificent. But time will have to tell on that one. Randall says, do the teams look at PFF grades or have a similar in-house grading system? As I understand it, most teams that value the analytical system in that way, Randall, they essentially contract out with PFF. There are some other analytical companies out there, but I believe that's how it tends to work with them. Randall says, Kelnick just had a homer robbed. Casey's outfielders have saved 2 runs and several extra base hits. Oh, man. Brutal. Brutal. GoHawks05 says, saw a Benson Mayo interview. I had forgot he was on a team, 13 sacks over the last 2 years, and he's deep into our rotation. Yeah, I think something we saw last year with him, Go Hawks, is that he's at his best when you keep him on a rotational basis and a low rotational. 15% of the snaps is where he's probably at his best. Not at 25, not at 45, certainly not 70, 80% of the snaps as he kind of started the season with, out of necessity as much as anything else. But as just a rotational guy, as a guy that fits in as that sort of last rotational guy off the bench as a defensive end, he can fit into well in that role. You know, as the O'Brien Schofeld of our 2013 season. You know. Carl, I want the 53 right now, Brandon. Hey, I just gave it to you, man. I just gave it to you. Randall says 53 man as it stands now, and a 53 man several trade scenarios. Go. No, not doing it. I don't have enough breath left. Just Tag says, I would love to see Randall back to his prime self. Randall. Which Randall? I'm starting to blank here. It's getting late. Ian says, enjoy the stream. Have a good night. Thank you, Ethan. Randall says, we'll get a walk-off in the 9th. Thank you, Bomb. Now let's do it, Mariners. Get that walk-off. All right. Well, I'm sure we are past deep into the telecast here. And it's been another great show, but it's always a great show with you folks. So let's get the last questions, comments, concerns, trials, tribulations in. And we'll kind of put this as a bee bonnet on it. Of course, I will be coming back on Sunday after we get our final preseason game to discuss that final preseason game and then hopefully be able to talk a little bit about a potential move that's come down the track since then, maybe contract extension, maybe getting a few of these things kind of figured out on the other end of it. But either way, we will be coming back on Sunday. Oh, D-Nugget coming with a $2 donation as we finish things up. Thank you, D-Nugget. You're very kind. I do appreciate it. You're always very kind in that respect. D-Nugget says, Brandino, give us hope. The preseason is... Well, you got to have a lot of hope, D-Nugget. This is the best football club we put together in about 6 or 7 years. And if you've been a team that on your bottom end has been 9-7, at the lowest of lows, at your bottomest of bottom ends through the last 10-year period, and you've got the most talented club you've had in the last 67 years, that is in itself almost in a simplistic way how I arrive at the 13-4 mark. I look at all that and I put it together in my computation system in my head and my big computer brain that's running through all the Intel Core processors I have hooked up inside of me here, and it spits out 13-4 because of that. I'm not blowing you guys smoke. I know there's a lot of folks that are a little bit down a little bit on this team, even in Seahawks fan base, who don't have a lot of expectations. But I am not one of those people, and I'm not a homer. I see a team, I see what we've done this offseason, and I think we're going to get there. So I have that hope and keep that hope, D-Nugget. It's well-founded. Corner Randall. Oh, Demarius Randall. Sorry, Just Tags. I was doing it. I'd love to see Demarius Randall back to his prime self. Yeah, Demarius Randall's a first-round pick. So if that's who you're meaning on that, this guy, that's somebody that Carroll was really interested in. He had an interception on Russell Wilson early on in camp. So he's got the talent there. If he can just get into tapping into it, that's always the key with some of those guys like that. Carl says 4 more hours. We'll get you on Sunday 4 more hours. I think I'd probably pass out 4 more hours. Valerie McDougall says, I really wanted Kim DJ to succeed. He's so much fun to watch, so energetic. Haven't heard anything from him. Is he in or out? Valerie, it seems to be some weird injury situation has kind of snake bit him a little bit. And it's unfortunately, Valerie, because I feel like he really did need these preseason games to show Seattle he was tapping into that same kind of thing we're talking about with Demarius Randall's, the same thing we're talking about with Robert Nkemdiche. First-round talent. Can you tap back into that? Can you find that made you that high selection? And he needed, I think, those preseason games to do that. Now, with that said, if he came into this 3rd preseason game, Valerie, and he blows it up and he gets himself a sack and he's living in the backfield against the Chargers, that might be enough to vault him in into the roster spot at that point. It's a little bit of me making a guess here because of the fact that, like you said, though he said all the right things at the press conference, though we heard some good things about him initially, he's been injured, hasn't been out there a lot. So now we're all just kind of guessing in the dark a little bit. We don't have a lot to go off of. I think it's probably going to be a tough road for him to get there, Valerie, simply from the standpoint of, look, you usually roll with 3 defensive tackles. If you're keeping that 4th defensive tackle on this roster, he's got to be above and beyond. Like, he's got to really make it like worth your while to hold on to that 4th roster spot for that defensive tackle, because the 3 of the guys are going to eat up the rotation of snaps on their own. Is he that good enough for that guy? Don't know. He's got the talent to be that 9, but he's going to have to show it, and show it real soon to get into it. Chan Man says, why do all our players all of a sudden want extra piece of the pie? And why wasn't this happening earlier in the preseason? Why are they just hearing about everyone wanting to be extended? I don't know if we're just hearing about it now, Chan Man. I mean, we're just hearing about it now, but I don't know if the front office is just hearing about it. This could be something where they've heard this from these players throughout the offseason, and what they would have done if I'm Schneider, I get a call from Quandary Diggs. Quandary says, hey, John, I'm due for a contract extension. I'm heading in the last year of my deal. I want a new extension. And John says, yeah, that's great. We got to get Jamal done first. He's the priority. He's a better player than you. He needs to be signed before you need to be signed. You've been given your big contract quandary in the NFL. Jamal's not yet made that big contract yet. So we're going to sign him first, and we got to work through that first before we can get to you. He's the priority first. And Duane Brown made that same call and made that same plea, and Seattle said the same thing to him that they said prior to Quandary. But now, because Jamal's deal took so long to get done, so deep into camp, those guys have been having to wait, and now it is their turn. And so now they are piping up and saying, okay, let's go, let's do it. It's annoying, Chan Man. It is. I get where you're coming from, and like, why does this have to happen now? Why couldn't you figure this out in the offseason? But a big part of why you couldn't figure out in the offseason had to do with you didn't know what Jamal was going to really force at the end of the day. Was he going to hard line you at $20 million? Did you have to keep that freed up within your budget to get the deal done if it was going to go that way? There was just a lot of uncertainty, I think, with the situation into getting them extended. And as I said about with Duane Brown, for instance, you extend Duane Brown before, that's a couple extra million you create, and you create that couple extra million with Jamal's people then going after that couple million. No, wait, you said you want to pay us 17 and a half. Now you can pay us 20 because you've saved a couple extra million on Duane's deal. So I think that's why it hadn't been up until this point. I think the situations will get resolved. It's a pain in the butt. It's no fun to deal with right now. But I think when it's all said and done, it will get resolved. When it all, with both of those two guys, one way or another. Carl says 4 more hours. I can't, Carl. Again, I can only talk so much. Michael Walker says, thanks for all you do. Well, thank you, Michael. I do appreciate it. Brian Koski, I believe the Yankees beat Oakland today. I'm not sure. Check in on that. Jay says, there's always Seahawks news the day after your live stream. I know, man. I know. But that just gives us more to talk about then the next day as far as next time we do the live stream. So it's all good. I don't have to be the first as long as we can be one of the best on covering it. Jeff Ryan's coming in with a $5 donation. You guys come with the last donation. Thank you, Jeff. You're very kind, my man. You're always very kind out there in Montana. Hope you're doing well. We can finally breathe over here now. No more smoke. Jeff says, let's get rolling this year. I'm hoping we can make it happen. Let's go, Hawks. Hey, Jeff, let's just start out 7-0, right? Let's just start the season off 7-0. Let's make ourselves undeniable to the rest of the league. Let them know who the front running dog is going to be this season, who you all need to aspire to be. I don't want to hear about Tampa. I don't want to hear about Green Bay. We're going to be it this year. 7-0. Let's just start this right out the books. Start out hot. Let's do it, Jeff. Let's start rolling. I appreciate that donation, man. That's a step in the right direction. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Just Tags says, I think we keep Jon Reid just because we traded for him. Just Tags is a conditional 7th round pick. And so what that means is unconditional. It means that he has to make the active roster by week 1 for the conditional aspect of it to kick in. And so that's the big part of this is if he's good enough, if they see that he's good enough, if he shows out good enough in this 3rd preseason game, they will then take that condition and say it's worth it. But if he's just okay, if he's just about as good as what they already have on the roster with a guy like Demarius Randall, really, then they're probably just going to release him at that point. And the reference for this Just Tags is go back and look at last year, the Nickerson trade that we made for the Jets. And you probably don't remember him because he was in here for a cup of coffee. But we brought him in on a conditional 7th round pick like this year just to take a look at him, and then we released him. I think that probably is the most likely scenario here and how this will play out. And go Hawks, Michael Walker. Go05 says, heard Jon Reid had a nice couple of practices. He has had a couple of nice days. So he has played well. He's left a good impression, which is when you're trying to come into a team late into camp and make that team, and it's the 24th hour, you better show up and you better be showing out right from the jump of when you arrive, because you don't have a lot of time to show. And Carl says, everyone just keep asking questions. Just tags. I don't want to keep him, but I don't know what will happen. We'll see. It's hard to say at this point. Ninja Dragon says, sign Atkins. Have a good night. Sign Atkins. It sounds good to me, man. Rick Cossey, thanks for the show tonight. Enjoyed it. Hit the like button. Oh, dude, thank you for reminding me on that, Rick, and appreciate you, man. Good to see you on in here. If you do like what you're hearing, even if you're hearing this on replay, even if this isn't live, even if you're hearing this replay, hit that like button if you could for me, please. It helps me show up for all those other people looking for good Seahawks channels. Just helps this channel continue to grow. Take a look right now where we're at here on the sub count. Man, we've been pushing up. Ooh, we're 23 away from 5,000. We are 23 away from 5,000 subscribers. This has been a long-held goal on this channel, so if you're not already subscribed, come on, subscribe. Help us push over that little high water mark. We're right there, because once we hit 5,000, then we're all downhill to 10,000, right? It's all downhill. It's uphill to 5, and then it's just downhill to 10,000. But thank you to all the new subscribers today, all the recent new subscribers. I really do appreciate all of you. I say it, if I say it once, I'm going to say it 10 million times. I've got the best chat, the best community of any YouTubers out there, in my opinion. You guys are smart, you're articulate. We have a wide variance of opinions. We're not a group think here. People think for themselves and have their own perspective on it, which just rounds this place out that much more better. I appreciate all of you for bringing that, and it's always welcome. I don't expect all of us to agree here. We can have some disagreement. So thank you to all of you for that. We'll get through just the last couple here. I know Carl's trying to keep me in. GoX05 says, Kandichi had his best career game against the Chargers. Let's see if he can replicate it. Brian Koski says, 5 more weeks of baseball. Go M's. We got plenty of time to get it done, man. Plenty of time to get this done. Get in the playoffs this year. Start to set the stage here for the next couple of years and what the Mariners can be. Lando Edwards, you should think about maybe doing a short live video before the games, like a pregame show to get us hyped before the games, thoughts and predictions. I will be open to doing something like Landon. I was going to do, and Yobies, thank you for subscribing, Yobies. We're now 22 away from 5,000. 22. Oh, we're so close. Yobies, you're awesome. I appreciate you. I was going to do something like that, Landon. Oh, Ryan Root subscribed. We're 21. A mere 21 subscribers away from 5,000 now, folks. I think it's going to happen in between now and when we go live next. So I want to be stoked. I want to be stoked with you. You guys got me hyped here today. Thank you so much for subscribing. You guys are awesome. Awesome. I lost my train of thought. I've been looking at doing that, Landon, a little bit for the members. Maybe I'll try to do something like that, just all the way around though as well. So I'll give it a consideration on it. Do maybe something quick and simple and easy like that. Because I wasn't planning on doing live streaming the games, just because live streaming the games and then doing 5 hours of live stream after a 3.5 hour game will absolutely tap me out as far as my voice for like 5 days afterwards. But something maybe short before. Let me look at doing something like Landon. I was going to do it maybe for the members, but let me think about it. Colton Young says, Mount Seahawks fans unite. Unite, Colton. Unite. Jux Tags, I had no idea that's what that means. That's crazy, like mind-blowing. Gox, let's make the 5,000 sub stream. Let's do it. Jeff Ryan's almost there. Almost there, Jeff. Is this far away? Landon Edwards, when you hit 5,000 subscribers, we should all pitch in some money so Brandon can go to a game. He deserves it. I don't know, man. I'm okay watching at home, man. Because I go to a game, I'm not gonna be able to live stream afterwards and talk to you guys. That'd be a game where I'd miss you guys, kind of. I wouldn't be able to get on there late. I'd be stuck in traffic. I want to be able to talk with my peoples game day. I need my peoples. What do you think the odds are of the number 1 pick Collier being cut because we sign Atkins? If we sign Atkins, the chances of cutting Collier are 98.5%, in my opinion. It will absolutely come down the track. If not already, I think Collier is probably on the outside looking in right now. They moved him to 3 tech only to 3 tech coming into the season, which was an indictment of the fact he was not developing as a pass rusher on the edge. And then he has really not shown us anything in the preseason games. Have we heard any stories about Collier flashing in practice? I haven't. I've heard of maybe one play of him doing anything. So, yeah, I think it's a good chance regardless of Atkins being signed, but it's 100% if Atkins is signed. Not 98.5, but 100% if he signs. It's probably like 98.5% as we stand right now. So Collier's got an uphill battle ahead of him right now, unfortunately. Just a little bit. Landon Edwards would say live stream from Lumen Field would be epic. Probably hard to hear, laughing out loud. Yeah, it'd be tough to hear. I think the thing that would be the toughest part, Landon, is you get that many people with their cell phones in there and they're all using the juice in the air. And so you just don't have enough bandwidth to be able to probably broadcast consistently. It'd probably come in and out and, something like that. But it'd be fun if they set that up in the stadium to be able to do something like that. I'd be open to it. All right. I've hit the last of my chat. Another great chat today, guys. I really appreciate all of you. Thank yous to everyone, the new subscribers, the new members, the donations that we had down the line, Dean Nugget and Jeff Rhines and Randall McDaniel, and just always got a bunch of kind people. Again, you guys just blow me away with your kindness, generosity in more ways than one in that respect. So we're going to get to 5,000 here. So I'm just going to say this because it's going to happen over the time. I'll say thank you too when we get to Sunday. But thank you to all of you guys over this last 2.5 years of this channel. When I started this out, I've said it before. If I say this again once, I'll say it a million times. I started out thinking it's going to be a lot of trolls. It's going to be 50-50 on the like to hate ratio. This is going to be an uphill battle to gain subscribers. Nobody's going to want to hear me talk and blather along. Instead, it's been completely the opposite. You guys have embraced me from day one on this. The growth and support has been just continuous and moving forward and forward and forward and more and more and more. It is overwhelming how opposite it's been as versus what I thought we were going to be getting with this channel versus what I thought potentially growth-wise. I never could have thought I'd get to this spot 2.5 years later and get up this high with what we've done. And it's really a testament to you guys, your support to this channel, and all you guys have done to tell people about it, to get the subs, to do everything you've done. I mean, it's amazing, overwhelming for me in a lot of respects. It's hard for me even to say. I almost get choked up thinking about it. But I really do appreciate all of you in that respect. This is my favorite thing that I do in my life. It's my favorite thing to do. There's a reason why I want to make this my full-time job and have this be my everything, because I get so much out of it. Anything I put into it, I get 10,000 times it in return. And again, in more ways than one. So thank you to all of you. I appreciate all of you. I thank all of you. And never forget, don't you ever forget, not even in the doldrums of preseason when we're getting blown out, because that's about to turn around. We're about to go on a Super Bowl run. You get ready. You strap yourself in, because you don't get to run through many of these as a fan, but you're going to get to run through one this year, I think. So don't you ever forget. Never, ever, ever, ever forget